everybody! How you guys doing today? On this, it's Tuesday, right? Yeah, it's Tuesday. How you guys doing? Are you ready to go back to Hinamizawa? Now that we've learned of Oyashiro-sama's curse. For you, good? Yeah. Oh, hopefully things will get better. I know I can only... Oh yes, Wednesday for you. Okay, let me get Higurashi open. You're gonna hear the Higurashi a little bit while I get this all situated. There we go. Didn't take too long. Okay, so I figure probably just go and head on right into it. Emotionally, I'm good. Well, that's good. Oh gosh, I have stuff open that I probably need to close so that way my computer doesn't yell at me. There we go. I don't know why I left all these things open. You guys don't even see them. Okay, let's go ahead and transition over. And so now, we can start. Well, continue, more like. But it's good to hear that you are good, Cave. Oh, I need to also turn my phone on to silent instead of vibrate. A professional streamer here. I'm not anywhere close, what am I saying?
Ah! It's Keiichi-kun! Good morning, good morning!
Rena was ecstatically waving her arms at me, already brimming with energy. What do you mean good morning? It's already evening. Just say hello or something.
But, this is the first time I'm seeing you today, so I think good morning is right. It's right?
I got it. Okay, then good morning it is. Good morning, Rena. I grabbed Rena's head and rubbed it with my hand. She squirmed, reveling in the motion like a cat. Hey, Keita! Sorry about yesterday. I left without telling ya. Oh, no, it's my fault. Sorry for making you wait so long.
Are you talking about setting up for the festival yesterday? How was it, Keiichi-kun? Did you do your job properly?
The slight muscle pain throughout my body and my sluggish movements were already obvious. I did great. I'm pretty worn out now, though. I grinned wryly, and the three of us break out into laughter. Where's Satoko and Rika-chan? Are we meeting up with them at the festival?
Yep. Rika-chan's actually been there since yesterday since she has such an important job. I think Satoko-chan stayed with her, so they're already at the shrine.
Right, I just remembered. Today was Rika-chan's big performance. She'd been practicing especially hard for this day. As a friend, I needed to make sure I went and cheered her on. Alright, let's go right away. Yeah! I have some tea again today. This time it is not cinnamon filled. And this time I have a spoon so I can stir it. I will not make the same mistake again. As we got closer to the shrine, we started passing by more people and seeing a lot of parked cars. It began to get noisier too. I thought I could hear something like a Bond dance song. Bond dance? Without being able to restrain my impatience, I dashed up the entire flight of stone stairs. Oh man, good idea, give me a moment.
Keiichi-kun, we're going too fast. Wait for me!
Man, Kei-chan, you're such a little kid. Whoa! The shrine grounds! They were packed with people! It was a festival if I ever saw one.
Wow! They went all out this year too! Amazing! Amazing!
They're coming from Hinamizawa. Huh? The bedridden old man from the Kimiyoshi branch family is here too. I think that old guy went home from Watanagashi last year and stayed in bed ever since. Yeah, there are a lot of villagers here that I didn't really know. They must have all been pouring in just for today.
Oh! It's Satoko-chan! Hey! Oh, if it isn't everyone! Yes, hello to you all!
Yo, Satoko! There's a lot of people today. Don't get lost in the crowd, okay?
Well, who do you even think you're talking to?
Satoko, too, seems somehow energetic. Of course, I'm the same way.
Huh? There's Rika-chan. She still has free time, doesn't she? Rika is giving her respects to the mayor and other important people. She shall come before too long.
I see. Rika-chan is the shrine maiden for today's festival, after all. Hello, Bailey. I'm glad you can make it this time. How you doing? It's probably a pain for her to say hello to all the elders.
It really is a pain. Hello, everyone. Rika-chan! Mochikaeri!
Rika-chan wore an immaculate shrine maiden outfit that looked fresh off the shelves. It was a perfect fit for her somehow mystical appearance. How does it fit? It's not too long, is it? My grandma gave me some safety pins just in case the sleeves are too long.
It's alright. It really is comfortable.
As she spoke, she began to do some twists and stretches.
It's great! It's great! It's so cute!
There was approximately one person here getting a nosebleed from watching Rika-chan move.
It's good! Don't you think she's cute? Don't you? If you don't, then she'll be all mine and I can take her home with me!
I think she's really cute. Totally cool. Enough that I want to pretend to be her big brother or dad and take pictures with her. Okay, at least you just want to take pictures and you're not as sus as usual, Kei-chan. If we take a picture from two different places and make it a stereoscopic, we can eat, or rather stare at, a real-life Rika-chan at our house whenever we want. What? Why did you say eat? Why did you say eat, Kei-chan?
That sounds great! That sounds fantastic!
Rena's eyes and mine glittered with stars as her nose bled and we drooled.
Rika, you'd best stay away from them. Yes, or I might get locked away in a basement somewhere. Funny you would say that. That's a really funny thing for me to say, haha, quirky.
You look like you're enjoying it though, Rika-chan.
Me, you're being harsh.
We all laughed together again. Okay, let's not hang around here. Let's get to the festival. There's not much time until Rika-chan's big debut. You're right, great. Let's go, everyone.
Yeah!
Yo! If it isn't the daughter of Sonozaki, eat up! The yakisoba is packed full of pork. This year we filled up as much as we could. We even put in fried calamari. Ooh, that sounds good. Gotcha, old-timer. The yakisoba this time looks like quite an achievement. You have squid too. You put a ton of time into this, didn't you?
Wow, it's tasty!
Yeah, the squid is delicious, but the aroma is just fantastic. It wonderfully compensates for how soft it tends to be. There's a delightful amount of squid and pork in it too. Yep, not bad at all, I say. Kei-chan, you sound like you could walk into a cooking program and become the host.
Yeah! When I see Kei-chan acting like it's so good, it somehow tastes even better.
I don't discriminate among delicious food, so anything that I say is tasty has got to be worth trying out, right? Yeah, I accidentally didn't change it to the old style, so we have it in the new art style. And I think a neat idea would be to kind of switch it in between each chapter. Kind of keep it fresh and help keep it divided. Yeah, it's a choice.
Then Keiichi, please give us your opinion of this yakisoba again.
I'll do it in 2 words. Absolutely scrumptious. If I had a second stomach, I'd buy another one right now. Having heard my 3-star rating, a whole line of people suddenly formed in front of the yakisoba stand. Wow, that's amazing. Kei-chan said it was good. That a little crowd started to form. Not bad. It was nothing to brag about, but I still decided to stick out my chest and put on airs.
Oh, is that so? Then perhaps I shall try it out. Mister, could I perchance bother you for one takoyaki?
Satoko bought a stick of takoyaki balls of fried octopus from the adjacent stand, and after blowing on it, put one of them into her mouth.
How is it, Satoko-chan? If you give it a good rating, then Netta will buy it too.
Chomp chomp. Chew chew. Gulp. Now it's time for the Hinamizawa Michelin Judge Satoko Hojo to give her impressions. Though she was all for it a moment ago, Satoko hesitated to give her thoughts.
Oh, you got some honey tea? Nice.
Hey now, what's the matter? Everyone else takes one for their own and puts it into their mouths. Oh no, we got some bad takoyaki.
Huh? Then I got chipped. Mine's bad too. There's no octopus in it.
Oh yeah, that's right. This takoyaki vendor. Could this be some sort of summer festival only octopus-free takoyaki stand? An evil takoyaki stand that skimped on the octopus because they figured it would make them good money today. Ah, mine has some. Yeah, it's pretty good considering there's octopus in it.
How am I supposed to explain that this octopus-free takoyaki is any good?
Everyone wondered about that. Our quizzical look seemed to be drawing equally dubious stares from the people in line.
How about this? Takoyaki without any octopus is really healthy. And even people who don't like octopus can eat this delicious takoyaki.
After hearing that, several surprised guests left the line. It had the exact opposite effect. Alright, then I'll give it a try next. A self-inspired take on takoyaki, in which you can clearly taste the simple flavors of the flour, green onions, and pickled ginger. The unaffected taste is bolstered by the absence of octopus. It wasn't half bad, but after hearing the "there's no octopus in it" clause, even more people left the line. Rika-chan, any good comments? You can be honest.
400 yen is too much for this.
Yeah, $4 for no octopus in your takoyaki. Yeah, that was too honest. Even more customers leave the line, dealing a lethal blow. There were other takoyaki stands around after all. Well, I mean, we might not want to be doing this. Hey, Satoko, you started all this, so give us a great big turnaround.
I cannot do it. How do you expect me to lavish praise upon takoyaki without any octopus in it?
Gah, you idiot! Satoko's angry outburst was the finishing blow. Hello, Crimson. How you doing today?
The customers are all gone. Huh? The guy is staring at us. Why is that? Why is that?
Probably because you turned away every single customer he had. There's no saving this crowd. Perhaps I, Keiichi Maebara-sama, will lend a generous hand. I am doing good, Crimson.
Keiichi-kun, you could do it. We want you to save the takoyaki vendor who didn't put any octopus in.
Don't smile as you say something so bitter. Alright, fine. This may be the only chance you'll get to see a pro at work, so watch carefully. Yeah, maybe actually put the taco in your takoyaki. I shoved the stick into the octopus-less takoyaki and crammed it into my mouth. As before, there wasn't any octopus in it, but Mion's had some in it. That was the important point. The man who runs this takoyaki stand, he truly loves takoyaki in every meaning of the word. No, it could even be said that he adores it. Everyone gasped in surprise, including the takoyaki vendor glaring at us. This man truly does love takoyaki, and because he loves it, he doesn't want to create half-hearted random ones. Isn't that right? The takoyaki vendor looked down, unsure. Those watching were listening intently, wanting to know why octopusless takoyaki deserved such a high rating, and especially the cost of 400 yen.
Keiichi-san, if you really and truly love takoyaki that much, why did he make takoyaki without octopus at all? Is he not betraying that very takoyaki?
You may be right. In one sense, it is betrayal. However, it's the best possible compromise this man could find. This man is making real takoyaki today, as he always does. However, only 1 or 2 of them on each stick are the real ones. Well, you're right. The one I ate had octopus in it, and considering it did actually have it, it didn't taste bad at all, you know? Right. That was a bona fide takoyaki. And as for the other ones, it was the biggest compromise he could make against the bias of the general populace, who all think that there need to be 8 pieces on the stick, or else it's not real takoyaki.
Huh? Keiichi-kun, I don't understand what you mean. Why is one of them the real thing and all the others are fakes? Why?
The secret lies in the octopus. Mister, this octopus. This true Akashi octopus, isn't it? In recent years, the number of octopuses caught in the Akashi has decreased, and their prices has risen drastically. The prices are now so high that you wouldn't think of using them in takoyaki. Then the man, who had been looking down this whole time, mumbled. Yeah, that's right. Akashi octopus. It's very expensive. But this man absolutely had to have the Akashi octopus. He could have bought much worse quality octopus for cheaper, as much as he wanted, and he could have still been able to fool everyone. There are plenty of other scamming takoyaki vendors who claim theirs are from Akashi, even though they're not. But this man wouldn't accept it. He wouldn't tell lies. The Akashi octopus are supreme. He would never relinquish this one stubborn conviction. This man loved takoyaki. That's why he never lied. Yet, there is one point that he absolutely had to compromise on.
What might that be?
The number. The popular opinion is that a stick of takoyaki should have 8 pieces on it. Even if it's real Akashi octopus, he couldn't charge 400 yen for just 1 piece, could he? If he didn't have 8 pieces, nobody would buy them. This man wept over it. In order to make just 1 true piece of takoyaki, he wouldn't even let himself lie through the other 7. Oh, whoa! The octopus-free takoyaki vendor burst in tears. I gently clap one of his shoulders. No matter what anyone else says, I will never forget how genuine you are. You, sir, are a true vendor of takoyaki. You are the only one in the world with the right to call himself that. Pachi, 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 pachi. As I remembered, as I embraced the shoulders of this man, shedding his manly tears, those watching delivered a round of applause, moved by my speech. Everyone, I beg of you, please, eat some of this true takoyaki vendor's takoyaki. If we don't treasure genuine men like this, then how can we protect the true path of takoyaki? If nobody else will eat them, then I will eat them all!
I did it. Wah! Wah! Everyone watching is lining up! Keiichi-kun, you did it! You did it!
I think it's more they thought Kei-chan's propaganda speech was interesting rather than the takoyaki actually looked good. Kei-chan, you could probably sell plain old rocks if you tried.
You would go over it well at the entrance of the Akihabara station. Rika, I have never heard of this Akihabara. Where is it?
Absolutely stunned at my successful pitch, the guy manning the stall next to this one called out to me. Just gonna be a salesman for each of these vendors. Hey, you guys, do that for my sweets too. Great, you all get the gist of it, right? It's your turn this time, Renata.
Okay, I'll do my best. When apricot sweets are cold, they're really, really good. The apricot is sitting so quietly and nicely on top of the syrup. Oh, it's so cute. I want to take it home. Oh, matsukairi.
It looks like she lost herself in this midway through, but a girl giving it such natural praise was itself bringing in some customers. A line was quickly forming behind Nana. Next up is the okonomiyaki stand. Satoko, you're up.
The crunch of the fried tempura batter mixed with yakisoba is simply to die for. With a huge piece of bacon laid on top, when you bite into it, it all comes flooding out.
Yeah, that's freaking great. Now I want to try some too. Then a huge line formed at my words. What on earth is this? So basically, all these onlookers are just following us around all these stands?
When people hear about food from others and then try it for themselves, it tastes a lot better than it normally would.
So that's it. Even Rika-chan was gorging herself on the food, getting sauce on the bib she'd put on to prevent her shrine maiden outfit from getting dirty. Good idea. Nice! The older guys are getting into it too. Okay, Kei-chan, which one should I do next? Which one should I do? Right, Mion, you go to the stand next to that. Show them the depths of your power.
Huh? But Kei-chan, the stall next to that is...
Whoops. A goldfish scooping stand. A bit out of our element. No, as club president, I won't flee no matter who or what my opponent is. Let's get started.
I look forward to a splendid performance, Mion-san.
The onlookers were also watching Mion with hopeful eyes. Welcome, welcome. Here's your net and bowl. Okay, here we go. The goldfish are energetic today. They really look delicious. Small things like these, you could crunch them down whole. Mutter, mutter. Needs wasabi. Yeah, a little bit.
Mion-san, what in the world are you saying? Mi-chan, you eat them? Did you eat the one that Anna caught last year too?
No, I didn't say anything like that. Mion's face went red and she shook it vehemently in denial. Well, I mean, you just said so yourself that they really look delicious. Yes, you did indeed say so. My sister is omnivorous. She eats anything that can go into her mouth.
If they taste good, then maybe I'll try one next time. No, Rika-chan, don't! You'll get sick!
Wait a second. Hey, what the hell? Shion, how long have you been here? Hey, Kei-chan, Mion, everyone, good morning, good evening. Where did you come from, Shion? I've been here since the bit with the yakisoba. You were all so loud that I found you right away. Jeez, you've got nothing to do with this, do you? Go somewhere else already. Jeez, Mion, don't treat me so cruelly. Right, Kei-chan? You're okay with me being here, right? She asked, grabbing my arm and pushing her chest into it. Bounce.
Keiichi-kun, you're a pervert. Your nose is bleeding.
When you squish a jelly donut, the jelly comes out, right? It's the same. This isn't something I have any control over. Yeah, the boing boing. Is that right? Then will more come out if I squeeze harder? I squeeze. Shion's, her cleavage, it's right up against my chest. Drip. Yeah. Shion, what the heck are you trying to do?
How vulgar! I seem to have misjudged you. What about my flat chest?
Rika-chan clasps onto my other arm to rub a plentiful plump feeling on my... No, Keiichi, no! Plentiful plump feeling on my left shoulder and the sour sensation of a young unripe fruit on my right. Keiichi, no. How? Boom, boom, bang. Shion, Rika-chan, and I, our faces now bruised, fell to the ground, limbs sprawled. Nice job, Rena.
Everyone's so dirty.
Right? Keiichi, don't.
Rena punched me. It really hurts. Rika, you get what you deserve.
Sheesh. Now that Shion was here, the energy around us had increased by 120%. Your friends are so much fun, Mion. I never get bored of them. Right. If you weren't here, it would be way more fun, you know. I want to stay with you all, but if I continue seducing Kei-chan, my sister looks like she's literally going to bite my head off. So I'll retreat for now. I'll be back. See you, Mion. Don't be back. Get the salt. Someone get the salt. After teasing her older sister so much, Shion ran away into the crowd of people and disappeared. Causing all this trouble for us, Shion.
I feel that I have borne witness to a rare side of Mion-san. When Mi-chan is with Shi-chan, she looks kinda cute.
Nana smiled happily, earning her a whack on the head from Mion. Don't say dumb stuff. Let's get to the next stand already. We went about just like that, really noisily and lively to the other stands. We were paying money towards the beginning, but midway through the guys running the shops thought we were just too funny and we ended up being able to fool around without paying much more. Nice. Free food. Thump. The vigorous sound of a big taiko drum echoed throughout the air.
Rika, it looks like it's about time. Yep, looks like it.
Right, it's just about time for Rika-chan to appear in the offertory dance.
I'm a little nervous.
Believe in yourself. All your sweat will definitely amount to something, Rika-chan. Mion slapped hard on Rika-chan's back.
That's right, you'll do fantastic, Rika. I'll do my best. Yeah, that's the spirit.
I ball my hand to a fist and raise it into the air. We're rooting for you, Rika-chan. Go for it, yay! Remember? Go for it, Nipa! I'm assuming that's where the Nipa would be. Rika-chan gave the best smile I'd ever seen, then pivoted on her heel and ran off.
Okay, we should get going too.
Right, let's go cheer her on.
You mustn't. You must keep silent during the performance.
I got it, jeez. I rubbed a hand on a hand through her hair. She was worried about her good friend up to the end. Then we'd better hurry. All the good spots will be taken. Come on! Mion ran off, and everyone else followed a moment later. A large amount of people had already clustered into the tight space to watch the edifying dance. Wow, this is a lot of people. I turned around to look at everyone else, but nobody was there. Where did everyone go? They probably got lost amongst all these people. Finally, I spotted the back of Mion's head on the other side of the crowd. That might be Shion. You've been confusing them for a week. It definitely doesn't look like I can get over there. Well, we got separated. No big deal. We could just meet back up when Rika-chan's dance is over. I gave up on finding the others and wandered around, trying to look for a place where I'd be able to see better. It didn't take long for me to realize I'd have to settle on watching between the heads of the people in front of me, though. It is how it goes, though. Thump! Once again, an even louder taiko drum resounded. This one was to announce the beginning of the dance. I couldn't see very well, but it seemed like Rika-chan had come on stage with the elders, who were in priestly garb. I heard low exhaltions of admiration and the seniors rubbing their prayer beads in gratitude. Everyone's heads were in the way, and I couldn't see. It was really frustrating. I didn't realize Keiichi was so short. We should have cut playtime short and come here to get good spots earlier. After Rika-chan intoned... Oh, thank you for the host, Crimson. After Rika-chan intoned the prayer, she took the festival hoe and walked to the pile of quilts stacked on the altar. That's right. The point of the ceremony was to purify bedding and to hold a memorial service, wasn't it? Then the solemn offertory dance began. She had practice using a mochi-pounding mallet. The awkwardly shaped festival hoe Rika-chan had held seemed really heavy. Back and forth, up and down. It was doubtlessly difficult to even lift in the air. But she sweated and waved, raised, and dropped again and again. She couldn't just deal with it and do it grudgingly. As the shrine maiden, she needed to retain the dignity and solemnity present at this festival. There must be a ton of pressure on Rika-chan's shoulders right now. Damn! Why am I cheering her from a place I can barely see her? I'm her friend, so I should be right up in the best spot rooting for her. Kei-chan, over here! Someone tugged lightly on the back of my shirt collar. It was Shion. She beckoned me outside in the crowded ring of people. She had a mischievous grin on her face, and I took it as her saying she knew a good spot nobody else knew of. Shion? What's up? Shh. Just be quiet and come with me. After she told me so, She ran in a big detour around the throng. Man, it's great to have someone who knows the lay of the land here at times like this. Impressed though I was, I nearly lost sight of her right away. No more getting separated from me. I ran after her so that I wouldn't be left behind. We going on an adventure. As I wondered in anticipation what kind of secret spot Shion had in mind, we left the crowd of people and went around to the back of the shrine grounds. Hey, wait. Where are we going? We're getting further and further away.
Shh. Just stay quiet and follow me. You'll understand soon.
Shion gave me a wink that reminded me of Mion as she said that. No sign of people and not much moonlight. It was dark. We had gotten pretty far from the crowd of people on the shrine grounds. How are we supposed to see Erika-chan's dance from here? I see. There's some high spot around here, isn't there? Like a rooftop or somewhere where we can look down at it, right? What? Why do we have to climb onto a roof? Well, how else are we supposed to see Erika-chan's dance? Did you really want to see Erika-chan's dance? Kei-chan, could it be that your strike zone is really low? I don't think we're understanding each other here. Weren't you going to show me somewhere where I could see Erika-chan's dance from easily? What? Who made that promise? What's going on? Why me? Why do I always misunderstand Shion? Is it my fault? Am I just reading the wrong things into it? Then why did you call me all the way out here? With an expression that indicated she wasn't fooling around, Shion pressed her index finger to my lips and said slowly and quietly, "This place is a dark, dead, empty spot. You can't see it from the festival grounds, and now a male and a female of the same age are all together alone." Could this be? Shion, she's not planning something crazy again, is she?
Shh, look over there. See?
Shion whispered, pointing into the dark underbrush. And there we saw 2 figures, one male and one female. What's that? Is that?
We're right at the scene of a rendezvous, of course. See? Look closely.
Can you tell who they are? I peered intently into the dark at Shion's suggestion. Oh, it's Tometake-san and Takano-san. The 2 of them were clearly breathing quietly and glancing around to make sure nobody knew they were there as they crouched before the entrance to a wooden storehouse-like building. Wait, Shion, could this be what you wanted to show me?
Kei-chan,
you can see Erika-chan's dance any year, but you won't ever get another chance like this, okay? I had thought that the Sonosaki sisters each had their own personalities, but at times like this, they seemed all too similar. I'm going back. Don't call me for something like this again.
If you move now, they'll see us.
At our noisy argument, Takano-san suddenly turned around. Oh my! Who might that be? We held our breaths and tried to wait it out, but it seemed like Takano-san was now acutely aware of our presence. Shion and I exchanged glances, then gave up and climbed out from behind the bush. Well, hello there. The moon sure is beautiful tonight, isn't it? My. Or I guess this would be the moment for... Ara. If it isn't Shion-chan and Nabara-kun. Good evening. Yes, the moon certainly is pretty. What's this? Keiichi-kun, you sure are smart, you know that? Having a secret date in a place like this? Then I guess we accidentally interrupted something important. You're the ones who were meeting up secretly. Tometake-san and Takano-san laughed to themselves, and it got on my nerves for some reason. Wait, so you 2 weren't having a little rendezvous then? Of course we weren't. Though I don't dislike that kind of romance. Unfortunately, this wasn't the location of a rendezvous either of you would want to see. Sorry for not living up to your expectations. If this wasn't a rendezvous, then what were you 2 doing? Tometake-san, were you messing around with the padlock on the door just now? Huh? After she said that, I looked at the 2 of them again, and I definitely saw it. They were hunched in front of a warehouse door, fiddling with a pretty heavy-looking padlock. Guess we've been found out, huh? We were trying to break into the warehouse, but didn't tell anyone, all right? Or don't tell anyone, all right? Don't tell anyone. Are you thieves or something? I demanded unthinkingly, just because of how absently Tomitake was grinning. Nah, never. Thieves are people who steal things, right? It's not like we were trying to take anything out of here. I see. Then why are you trying to unlock the door? This is the forbidden storehouse for ritual tools. They say only the Furude family and a mere handful of others are allowed in. Forbidden storehouse. I took a few steps back at that and looked at the entire warehouse. It certainly looked like one built removed from any signs of people, almost as if in secret. It was filthy, revealing how little it was ever opened. And it was built to be durable, giving it a strange, overpowering impression. Now that I looked at it more closely, it was certainly different from normal warehouses. This place, they're called the ritual implements. Basically, this is a warehouse where they store such tools used in rituals. Well, more accurately, maybe it's a temple where the implements are enshrined. The ritual Horika-chan is using for the offertory dance was inside here until today. Of course, if anyone but the Furude family enters, they bring impurity into it. So absolutely no one is allowed to a single step inside it. It's a sanctuary. Shouldn't we absolutely not be coming to a place like this then? However, Takano was wearing a childlike expression, an innocent smile at best, and terribly cruel grin at worst. I told you I was researching Hinamizawa's folks' tales and legends out of an interest in them, didn't I? A lot of answers to questions I'm curious about are hidden away inside here. I've waited all this time until today for this chance. A chance. Everybody's eyes were fixed on the dance at the shrine grounds today. This was the ultimate blind spot. I see. I didn't know you had lockpicking skills, Tomitake-san. Stop it. I don't want to be doing this, okay? Sorry for taking you along with me, but this was all thanks to you, Jiro-san. I really am grateful. Sheesh. This is the only time, understand, Takano-san? I don't want to be sneaking into places like this. You really are a good person, Jiro-san. Clink. Tomitake-san undid the padlock and placed it to the side. It's open. Thank you. At long last, Takano-san gulped with an unusually excited air about her. She gave the heavy door a shove. The sharp smell of mold and dust flowed out from the gap in the doors. I had claimed curses didn't exist, but in this situation, I could believe in them. If we went into such a holy place with our shoes on, it feels like we could be punished somehow. How about it? Your accomplices, too. You came all the way here, so why not come in and take a tour? It'll be a little field trip to a museum of precious cultural artifacts that conceal the secret history of Hinamizawa. And it's only open today. We're not accomplices or anything. Aren't you interested, though? Come on, let's take a peek, Shion said predictably, linking her arm with mine. But we definitely shouldn't be doing this. This is a holy warehouse, isn't it? You said ritual implements, right? I really feel like we shouldn't go in. I'm a part of the Sonozaki family, so I have a good guess as to what we'll find in there. But I want you to see it too, Kei-chan. You want to show something to me? I thought it was just a ploy, but Shion's eyes looked extremely serious. Of course, she was the sort who could lie with a straight face. Of course, I was an average boy, too. My curiosity was at least twice that of a normal person. Sleeping, forbidden treasures, never to leave this warehouse. Chances like this don't come around too often. If I had to choose, then I want to see. Until the locked door is open, though. I don't know about this. If you're not interested, Kei-chan, then you can leave now. I think you'll wonder about it later, though. Tomitake-san spoke about listening to our discussion, himself having sat down on the stairs to take a short rest. I'll keep watch here. Go in and check it out with them. I'm not too interested, but it might be pretty interesting for a young guy like you, Keiichi-kun. He said, laughing mischievously. There was no ill will in his laughter. Tomitake-san, do you know what's in there? Kind of. Takano-san told me about it. Must be a pain to have to go along with your companion's unique hobbies, huh? Tomitake-san didn't answer to that, only responding with a panicked smile. Takano-san had this kind of scary air about her, like she'd drop absolutely everything else for something she had an interest in and go straight for it. But Tomitake-san, on the other hand, seemed like the gold standard of what a normal person should be. Having him tell me so frankly to go check it out suddenly made the guilt feel lighter. Okay, but just a little. If it's not interesting, I'm leaving. You got it. Shion gave me another Mion-like wink. Looks like we're decided. Shall we go inside? Chiro-san, we'll leave this to you. Tomitake-san waved her hand to see us off. We are in the warehouse, everyone. The inside was pitch black, but Takano-san turned on the battery-powered lantern she'd bought, revealing a pretty cramped storefront. It's so dark in here. Everyone, take care not to trip over anything. I appreciate the concern. Okay, doorman, keep a good watch. We're shutting the door now. Takano-san smiled spitefully, as if leaving Tomitake-san out of something fun, and began to close the door. Man. All right, everyone, have fun. There was a low, heavy, and loud noise, and we were completely cut off from the outside world, covered in silent darkness. Takano-san's lantern was the only light we had. It'll be fine. It's an outdoor lantern with backup batteries inside. It won't go out or anything. Looks like Takano noticed my uneasy expression. I couldn't help but blush a little and avert my gaze. Deeper inside, there was a heavy and old but sturdy door with solemn decorations on it. It was the last door sealing away what was within. Strange how it was an antechamber, even though it's just a warehouse, isn't it? I believe it's set up this way so that you open one door at a time, never letting the room with all the tools be seen from the outside. Takano-san explained this, awfully impressed by the construction. I feel like they changed it a little bit in the anime. That or they changed it for the newer 2 seasons. I don't remember the originals too well. But still, it's really dark in here. Huh? That, over there, I spotted a circuit breaker hanging from a clump of wiring, clumsily attached to the wall. Oh, here. Isn't this a light switch or something? I flipped the biggest switch I can find, and with a click, the pitch-black room was illuminated by an old bare light bulb. Everyone scrunched up their faces at the sudden strobe-like brightness. Don't! Before she even finishes, Shion slapped my hand and flipped the switch back. There was another loud click, and the room returned to darkness, with only the lantern for illumination. Ow! You can't, Kei-chan. We snuck in here, remember? If you turn on the light, it might give us away. I am scolded by Shion fairly harshly. It looked like she was worried about whether someone had seen them from the momentary light. It's all right. It was only for a moment. Takano-san remained a relaxed adult. It seemed like she was confident she could talk her way out of it if someone did see us. Let's go in. Here we go. There. The even heavier door opened, and this time, it wasn't just the dust that came out with the air. There was also a nasty smell. One smell was like opening a dust-filled cupboard in the back of a kitchen that hadn't been opened in years. And the other smell, the nasty one, was hard to explain, but it was like a raw odor of a fish market. Oof. From how the sound echoed, this room felt far larger than the first. Takano-san held up her lantern and revealed the contents of the expansive room. Whoa! At the back wall of the storehouse, right in front of us, was a Buddha-like holy object, standing there, looking down at us. I was taken aback by its unseen force, lit up by the slender beam of the lantern. That's the guardian god of Hinamizawa, Oyashiro-sama. It's far grander than the one at the shrine. Oyashiro-sama. So this is the spirit protecting Hinamizawa, the one guarding the holy land of Hinamizawa from the impurities of the outside world, and the one delivering punishment after punishment upon those who attempted to sully the land with the dam construction. It looks like there are far more tools stored in here than I thought, but... This is sad. Oh, I guess it's her talking. None of them have been maintained. How unfortunate that they're in such a state. Even in the dim light, I could see a lot of strange objects lighting the wall, ceiling, and shelves. Takano-san, speaking as if in a trance, was infatuated by the various implements filling the dark room. They weren't very festival-like or traditional, but instead, this was more like the workshop of a blacksmith or a carpenter. There were a lot of large wooden and metal tools packed in here. Putting it bluntly, it was all pretty boring stuff. I'd imagined that there were more artistic things in here from the Heian period, but these are a far cry from being cultural artifacts. My expression betrayed my dashed hopes, and they caught on right away. Oh, is this not interesting for you? I'm not into literature or art, so I can look at the stuff, but I don't really understand its value. Keiichi-kun, you really do look like you don't get it. I guess it's only natural. Takano-san reached into a paper bag that she'd been holding the whole time, took out a worn scrapbook, and began to flip through it. Then just for you, Keiichi-kun, I'll tell you an old story. It's a common tale in this region. If you go to the library, it would even be on the recommended reading list. Telling stories in such a dark, creepy place. She must have a horror story in mind. Shion's face belied nothing but calm. If she had the same personality as Mion, she'd have found fault with me being scared. I'll endure it for now and pretend to be calm. Okay? All right, I'll read it. After confirming that I was going to be quiet and listen, she began to speak softly like a kindergarten teacher reading a picture book. Long, long ago, in a certain village in the mountains, there was a swamp. This swamp was very, very deep. Some even called it bottomless. People said it was connected to hell, the land of demons. The rumors said it was deeper than the ocean, and that anyone it swallowed would sink into the underworld, a bottomless swamp. Its name is Onigafuchi. Wait, I thought back to the story I heard yesterday about the sacrifices sinking to the bottomless swamp. Could it be that the swamp she's talking about? So then the village was Hinamizawa, right? You catch on quickly. That's right. Though it was called Onigafuchi Village at the time. Onigafuchi Village? That's a pretty auspicious name, or inauspicious. It evokes quite the image, doesn't it? I hear that the name was changed in the Meiji period. The name of the swamp connected to hell was called Onigafuchi, which meant the demon's abyss. And the true name of this village, Hinamizawa, was Onigafuchi Village. The villagers belonged to the abyss, or hell in other words. They lived their lives worshipping the swamp said to connect to it. But then, one day, demons began to appear, one after the other, from deep in the swamp. The villagers feared that hell was overflowing. The demons mercilessly attacked the villagers. They could only watch in fear. They could do no more than hide themselves and tremble. So, did someone exterminate them? Unfortunately, there is no Momotaro or Superman in this fairy tale. Then, did they get the whole village together to fight them? Heavens, no! The villagers aren't nearly strong enough to fight on equal terms with the demons. Then, the only recourse would be to flee the village. They couldn't do that either. To the villagers, it was their beloved homeland. It didn't matter how terrifying the demons. They wouldn't have run away so easily. Then, what did they do? Wouldn't they just get wiped out? Unable to fight and unable to run, all they could do was wait for the village to be destroyed. Then, when everyone had lost hope, their god, Oyashiro-sama, descended onto them. I see. So Oyashiro-sama came down from the sky and beat up all the demons then? You're such a boy, Kei-chan. You always jump straight to using force to resolve things. Shion sighed, a little annoyed. Embarrassed, I held my tongue. The thing about Oyashiro-sama, he wasn't a violent god who would beat them up, like you're saying. He was a kind god, filled with love and benevolence. The strength of Oyashiro-sama descended from the heavens couldn't be compared to that of the demons. They didn't even fight, they simply prostrated prostrated themselves before his radiant authority. Oyashido-sama urged them to go back to hell from whence they came. The demons wept and challenged him, saying they could never return. The world of the demons, too, has harsh commandments. They claimed they had been banished from hell. Demons, who didn't have a place to go, either in hell or in the human world. Of course they were at fault for attacking the village. They deeply reflected on it and were sorry. As the villagers conversed amongst themselves, little by little, they came to pity the demons, and, after talking with everyone in the village, they decided to live alongside them. A lot of fairy tales have them being exterminated or driven away, but you don't often hear one where they live in peace. You're right. Demons are supposed to symbolize all evils. A story where they decide to live together with humans is certainly strange. I'm gonna take a sip real quick. When the demons first heard the villagers' invitations, they doubted their ears, but soon burst into tears of joy. The villagers had given them a place to live. It was said that in payment for this good deed, the demons shared their many kinds of power and secrets with the villagers. Oyashido-sama was very pleased with this happy exchange. He gave the demons the bodies of humans so that they would be indistinguishable from the villagers. He himself decided to stay on the surface and watch over the everlasting peace between them. A land in which man, demon, and god live together. I had thought the word demon was a noun meaning evil that needs to be exterminated. God may have meditated for them, or mediated, but you don't often hear happy endings like that where both sides live in harmony. I see. I guess it's kind of interesting. Although the normal fairy tale ends there, it was revised quite a bit during the Edo period into a much longer story. After that, the humans and demons intermixed, and eventually there was no difference between them. So the demons ended up disappearing? No, not at all. Half of them stayed just as they were. The knowledge the villagers had received from the demons basically made them into something inhuman, what people call transcendent. They were all well aware the power they had was heresy, and as those below worshipped them, they lived out their lives in secrecy. This story is the root of many derivative tales and pieces of fiction. It's the foundation, I mean. The basis. What do you mean by root? She means the part of the villagers having demon blood. What I mean is, all of these legends from around here are based on the premise that the villagers are descended from demons. There was a hint of amusement in Gion's face as she said that. It was like she wanted to say that she too had demon blood in her. Is there any proof, though? Maybe it's somehow rooted in historical fact beyond just fairy tales. Oh, Maibara-kun. Maibara-kun. Then do you believe that demons really did come out of the swamp and breed with humans? Well, it's not that I don't believe it, but when she said demon, she meant the ones from hell, but in ancient Japan, the word wasn't necessarily used to denote that kind, right? The more well-known use involves the drifting foreigner theory. As the story goes, Westerners who were shipwrecked in nearby seas had such markedly different customs that they were called demons. Japanese people were relatively similar in the appearance of other Asians, but everything about those from the West was different: their physiques, their faces, and their skin color. In Japan, terms like red demon or blue demon evoke images especially of Westerners. Lacking in skin pigments, Westerners would sunburn easily and turn red. Being fair-skinned, I think blood vessels appearing on their skin would look blue, too. A handful of accidental aliens would drift into Japan and come under persecution, being called demons. They would flee into the mountains to survive, then turn into bandit groups, and attack villagers for food and the like. How does this explanation sound? Maybe it's a bit childish. Takano gave me a weird smile when, having come up with such an impromptu hypothesis, I unconsciously followed up with self-deprecation. Still, she didn't smile as if to make fun of me. It's not ridiculous. There are a lot of people who subscribe to the drifting foreigner theory. Even so, nobody actually knows what happened. Were there groups of foreigners who had turned into banditry, or were they really demons who had come from the bottom of the world? Then, Takuno-san, which one do you believe? The truth of the matter aside, I'd rather believe the more fantastic explanation. It's more fun that way, isn't it? Her answer made her sound a wee bit like a romanticist. Here, I had thought she'd rejected unrealistic stories like that. Now then, this is where the fun begins. Takuno-san brought an end to her storytelling and waits for a moment as to tantalize us. Suddenly, Shion looked around as if something had caught her eye. Her head bobbed to and fro like she was making sure nothing had changed. What's wrong, Shion? I'm sorry. Please don't worry about it. Shion pretended as though nothing had happened. Takuno-san also made sure nothing had happened, then cleared her throat and broached the next subject. I explained that half of the villagers have demon blood. That blood, they actually say that it's the blood of the kind of demon that eats people. Man-eating demons? That escalated quickly. That blood still runs through the villagers' veins. They say that sometimes the blood awakens from its slumber. I thought the fairy tale had a happy ending with the humans and demons living in peace, but it began to suddenly change into a brutal, bloody story. Well, they eat people. They say that every decade or so, they can't help but want to feast on human flesh. The villagers can't eat other villagers, so when that happens, it's said that they descended on the human villages and conducted onikakushi. What's an onikakushi? Broadly speaking, it's when a demon kidnaps someone, when a person is demoned away. They say that the villagers of Onikafuchi would overwhelm unfortunate human villages in order to kidnap sacrifices. Takuno-san's explanation was plain and simple, but when I imagined what it must have been like, it was terrifying. They lose their human reason. The villagers turn into real demons en masse. They attack the villages they loathe in the dirty world of the masses below, and then they kill and eat their sacrifices. So they're no different from demons after all. What did Oyashiro-sama do? Wasn't he supposed to be staying in the village and watching over them? Oyashiro-sama knew about it, of course. Onikakushi isn't indiscriminate. The villagers apparently never kidnapped anyone other than the sacrifices decided upon by their god. In the text, it's usually 1 or 2 people. A village inhabited by those both human and inhuman. It was like the heartwarming episode's color had inverted like negative film, revealing the painful and ugly truth. So on the nights when they raided the villages, they would feast on their kidnapped sacrifices, which is why the nights came to be known as Watanagashi. Watanagashi. Tonight's festival was Watanagashi. I just couldn't reconcile the fun festival with the horrible tale Takuno-san was telling me. Watanagashi, well, wasn't it about giving thanks to the futons we use over the winter or something? Kei-chan, Wata has another meaning, you know. It means entrails. Shion, who had been silent up until now, spoke up. Entrails? Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Like fish guts. Wait, what? Like a jigsaw puzzle, the fun times I had today in Takuno-san's grotesque tale clicked together in my mind. Watanagashi, so gut spilling. I didn't think saying that could ever feel so nauseating. Yes, it's as you imagine, my Berakun. Right now, the Watanagashi festival might just be a somewhat early summer festival occurring every June, but it used to be different. It used to be a ghastly, cannibalistic feast held on the night the villagers had collected their unfortunate dinner. That can't be true! I had no reason to say that, but I couldn't help it. Maebera-kun, you said that Watanagashi is a ritual about purifying futons, right? What do you think the futons filled with cotton with wata represent?
Futons are futons. They're beds. They're things we're sleeping in. What else could they possibly represent? I was rattling on, desperately attempting to deny the horrible festival that Takano-san was describing. Deep down, however, I found myself understanding all too well what she meant. Futons, stuffed with cotton. If the cotton represented entrails in both pronunciation and meaning, then entrail-filled futons would have been humans. Why do you think back to the offertory dance Rika-chan's performed? Do you know what she was doing up there? No, I don't! I didn't even watch the whole thing anyway! Shh! Kei-chan, you're getting too worked up. Shion grabbed one of my ears, reminding me that it wasn't somewhere I should raise my voice. Even so, I still couldn't suppress that agitation I felt. Rika-chan was carrying a festival hoe. You've probably realized it already, but it's not a hoe for plowing fields. It's a tool for dissecting human bodies. I didn't see the dance all the way through, so I don't know what kind of performance Rika-chan was putting on after I'd left. When I told this to Takano-san, she kindly explained Rika-chan's dance to me. To summarize what she said, after what I'd seen, Rika-chan would pierce the futons with that hoe, cut them open, and pull out the cotton inside. She'd cut the cotton out, one bit at a time, set it afloat. That's the kind of ritual it was. Broadly speaking, it was quite the bombastic ceremony where they'd rip out the guts and throw them into a basin, and then the ritual was over. It's thought that afterwards the villagers, each with a different role, dismantled the flesh piece by piece and feasted upon it. At Takano-san's strangely happy giggle, I felt for some reason violent pleasure. Rika-chan, every day during our lunch break, she'd take a rice-pounding mallet into the schoolyard, and she'd work so hard, sweating bullets, to practice for the offertory dance she had done today. All that effort, all that work, Takano-san disgraced it, even though she'd worked so hard to practice for today. Takano-san, I think you should choose your words more carefully. Kei-chan is pretty naive, so please don't tease him so much. A moment before I opened my mouth to express how angry I was, Shion stopped me. Shion must have been fully aware of how that story made me feel. I'm sorry. I thought you'd like a story with that sort of shock value, since you're a boy. Takano-san spoke without a hint of malice in her as she smiled gracefully. After hearing that, did you figure out what kind of stuff is in the storehouse, Kei-chan? See? Look. Shion pointed out to one of the walls vaguely illuminated by the lantern's light. There was. Mere moments ago, they hadn't held my interest. They were just boring-looking tools lined up on the shelves. All these uninteresting tools that I didn't understand how to use, they all suddenly took on a new meaning, and I couldn't help but let out a groan. At first, they all looked like carpentry tools, like chisels or panes. However, when I thought back, I'd seen pictures of these sorts of tools before. Yeah, they came up in a Japanese history textbook.
Okay, Cave.
Yes, on the page introducing the Kaitai Shinso, or the new text of anatomy. These sorts of things, they're printed realistically in the literature of Germany, capital of the medical world. These aren't carpentry tools. These strangely shaped tools, they're for dissection. Everyone knows that in the Edo period, they would dissect the corpses of those who had been put to death in order to gain knowledge about Western medical techniques. Illustrations of the dissection tools they used at the time came up in textbook supplements. The things hung up on this wall all looked exactly the same as those. If you want a scarier way of looking at it, think of them as cooking utensils. Takano-san, holding the lantern, the only light source in the room, led us along the wall. She had the only light, so I had to walk after her whether I liked it or not. Look, Takano-san illuminating a coiled chain which left a bigger impression than the other things we saw. The chain in itself was nothing unusual. But further along were metal fetters that were like hinges, clearly meant for binding people. Kei-chan, look at that. Shion tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to a restraining table. that was clearly shaped like a person. My spine froze. My blood felt like it was turning into sherbet as it crawled up my back. In each of the joints, there were things like chains or in each of the joints, there were things like chains and iron balls attached. It was like the table was searching for its next sacrifice, ready to spread their arms wide and close them in. It's probably a chopping block. I think you'd strap the sacrifice down to prep them for eating. The words chopping block sent a jolt through my body. When I looked more closely, there were many dark slices carved into it, as though from a knife or a saw. They were the most clear-cut signs of usage you could ask for. It proved these tools weren't just for show. They were used for their original purpose. If someone was strapped tightly onto this table, they probably wouldn't be able to move even a muscle. Their guts would be defenseless. You'd take one of those eerie cooking knives lined up there and stab them with it. And then you'd slice open their belly and dissect them? I'd heard stories, but this is incredible. Before coming in here, Shion had mentioned she had a good guess of what was inside, but it seems to have exceeded her imagination. There's still more. How about it? More fascinating than a wax museum, isn't it? Takano-san had this happy expression, like she was visiting a toy store for the first time. Okay, but what if the demons were cute? I mean, true. If the demon was cute, I would probably let her eat me. I don't get it. This Mio Takano person had nerves of steel. Are these bizarre, grotesque objects that fascinating to her? I, for one, was not enjoying myself. I'll be frank. This was all too weird for me. Still, there was something even more horrifying than all of this. That would be none other than Takano-san herself. Takano-san, holding the lantern giving off such a thin beam of light. If she suddenly turned it off, then what would I do when the next moment everything went totally dark? That's why I was scared. Takano-san had the only light, and anyway, I was scared. At some point, Shion had started holding onto my shirt sleeve. It was a little annoying to walk like that, but I didn't shake her off. That minor sensation allowed me to feel the presence of an ally, here and now. Before we had even walked halfway through the storehouse, the air felt on my skin changed completely. These cruel tools lined up, all crammed together in this place. Some were horrible ones made to take away sacrifices' freedom, and some were tools made to efficiently disassemble and prepare the bodies for consumption. Those were just the things I understood. There were plenty of other strange-looking objects that I couldn't even guess the purpose of. Now that I was here, I didn't have the slightest desire to hear the details about what sort of terrifying reasons they were meant to be used for. At the very least, they were all completely different from the sort of clean, simple killing functions of a katana. Tools to kill people were obviously constructed in such a way that they could kill people. If that was the goal, then the person you used them on would obviously end up dead. The kinds of tools here, however, were different. The tools that were here were for cutting people, for crushing them, for boiling them and cooking them, and for grinding them. They were tools for torture. They weren't made to kill people. People dying was just an incidental result. Actually, they might not even kill them. If the sacrifices could die during such a horrifying ritual process, that would be nice, but they don't even die in the end. They remain in a state of hellish pain. Perhaps they were only being allowed to live. Only now, in this moment, did I fully realize just how terrifying and fearsome that difference was. People, you see. Most of these wouldn't kill them if used properly. Takano-san, as if reading my mind, displayed a shocking smile. Burning at the stake, the famous method of execution for witches, will kill people immediately. When the body suffers extreme burns on the skin all over, the decomposition of the skin's chemical makeup produces poison-like symptoms and causes an immense shock to the victim. Though I suppose it's still very cruel compared to the guillotine. You have to wait far longer for that to happen. She described such horrors in a strangely medical way. Shion immediately answered the question I had. Takano-san is a nurse. There is a saying that nothing can scare a doctor. I guess it's true. Oh, and also, there was a method of execution in ancient Rome where they would grill the person, just like a barbecue. They would cover the person in wire netting and slowly cook them over a charcoal fire. To think the memories of when I went to day camp with my family would come home rushing back now, of all time, so vividly. Well, that if the demon or Helltaker demons, that doesn't sound too bad. I mean, true. You're not wrong there, Crimson. The one downside is you would live through the whole thing. That's what it's like. Apparently, they wouldn't die too easily for some reason. According to one source, if they had roasted one side of a person to a crisp for an entire night, they would still be conscious and able to speak fluently. That's insane. You'd grill someone the whole day and they'd still be conscious. It's said that ancient Rome, famous for their executions, thought of plenty of ways to execute someone while having the victim stay alive as long as possible. Among them, there was one method where they would open the gut, pull out the intestines like sausages, pull them up with a winch, and put them on public display. Shion was behind me, clinging to me. Not just because she was scared, she was protecting her stomach. You would think someone with their intestines pulled out would die instantly, right? Actually, as long as you do it tenderly and thoroughly, it's apparently possible to pull them all out while the person is still conscious. I felt a sick feeling in my stomach. It was like my organs were coiling up just from Takano-san's stare. As long as the demon waifus and chocolate chip pancakes, that sounds like a dream and Hinami's all right. Though pulling them out with a winch was a rather exaggerated method, in a more barbaric way they might slice open the gut, then cut the intestines out and throw them everywhere. It's quite imaginable that they did dreadful things like that too, isn't it? However, those being put to death are conscious. It must be far more terrifying than painful. Yeah, probably, I would imagine. Like, it'd probably be painful having them pulled out, but once they're out and being thrown everywhere, you're probably gonna be like, what the heck? Why are they doing with my guts? Those were in me! She spoke with pleasure, as if she had come here on a sightseeing trip. I heard Shion gulping multiple times near my ears. Perhaps Hinamizawa, or rather, Onigafuchi Village, did something like that for the Watanagashi festival. Listen, if you try hard, can't you hear it? I wanted nothing more than to not hear anything at all. So why? Why only at times like these do I begin to hear things I shouldn't be able to? Ooh.
Mississippi.
Takano-san, having realized she'd scared Shion and I enough at this point, smiled soothingly. Then she turned on her heel, raised the lantern, and began to walk again. If Takano-san left us here, we'd get even further away from the light. Shion and I, no matter how scared we were forced to follow Takano-san along on our field trip through the ritual storehouse. Man, you guys messed up.
I suppose we've seen a bit of everything. See? This place is interesting, isn't it?
She says, raising the lantern high in the center of the storehouse. The dim lighting didn't change. Pardon me. But for some reason, it felt like I was able to see all those horrible tools at once.
Kid-chan, look up.
Shion stammered while grabbing the nape of my neck. I couldn't tell because it was so dark, but there were a lot more tools hanging from the ceiling as well. They all looked like they were made of iron bars. But then I figured it out. Cages. For cages, they were very small. Cramped cages for one, like a casket. If you got locked up in there, no, you wouldn't get locked up inside it. It was another tool meant for restraining people, where the iron bars would squeeze you tightly. So many big and large things of all shapes were hanging down. Takano-san's mention of execution by grilling crosses my mind. We weren't just surrounded on all sides by these terrifying instruments. Things crowding the ceiling were even hanging over our heads.
There are many sorts of these bird cages amongst European torture devices. I'm surprised to see them in Japan as well. Kecha, is there something in there? A person? A mummy? Where? Shion desperately pointed to one of the many human-sized bird cages hanging from the ceiling, but I couldn't tell which one she'd meant. Being that dark, there wasn't any way you could tell if something was hanging there in the first place. I don't see anything. You sure you're not just seeing things? Shion didn't seem convinced, but without a means to confirm ourselves, we couldn't do much to wonder. Maebara-kun, after seeing things, have you come to believe in all of it? The countless terrible rituals passed down in Hinamizawa? It's got nothing to do with believing in them. Now that I've been shown the real thing like this, there's no possible way to deny it. Even the nations of Europe, with their beautiful landscapes and legends, were like a maelstrom during the terrible witch hunts in the Dark Ages. It's well known that the era gave birth to countless gruesome forms of torture and execution. Japan was the same way. Didn't have its own era of hellscape, like torturous feasts because of religious suppression and things of that nature. Hinamizawa itself had such a period. It had that much history behind it. Even in Europe, land of the witch hunts, that was all far in the past, no more than a series of historical events, and in this age, nothing that abnormal would ever happen. It must apply to Hinamizawa as well. Just as Europe had its dark age, Hinamizawa had one too. That's how it should be taken. Even if these things all really happened in Hinamizawa, they're all long past. They don't have anything to do with the people living in Hinamizawa right now. Maebara-kun, you really do like this village. It didn't sound like she was making fun of me. Takano-san gave me a light smile. Takano-san, you're researching whether those customs survived into the present. You are, right? Shion suggested something that made my heart leap into my throat. Are you telling me that all these horrible things are still going on even today? What I'm about to tell you is a secret, all right? I told you, Shion-chan, because you're an understanding person, but the other villagers don't want to hear it. If things go awry, I could be ganged up on and punished. Shion flashed a devilish smile as if revealing an immortality of it. A reveling, rather. Maebara-kun, you can keep it a secret too, okay? If this gets out, I could suffer Oyashido-sama's curse, or be made into a sacrifice. It's the curse. If it's the curse, then I wonder what kind of death it'll be this year. If it's the sacrifice, then Will I be thrown into the Onigafuchi swamp while still alive? It is tonight, you know. The night of Oyashido-sama's curse, Takano-san said, bringing her face right up against ours. As if to say that if she had the choice, she'd rather suffer the curse. That was what she seemed to be implying. Takano-san took a fairly worn notebook out of her paper bag and then began to flip through its pages. There were all sorts of references and newspaper clippings attached to them, and it had a manner of things written inside. The letters were very small and bunched together, so I couldn't tell at a glance what was it all about. What I'd really like to do is search through the National Library for newspapers from the era, but here it is. A photocopy of a page from some book was slid into the notebook, and it too was written in small, tight lettering. Like the other pages, I couldn't tell what it was about just by glancing at it. This is a story that actually happened. It was around the end of the Meiji era. They discovered an unknown mangled corpse, the victim of murder in Onigafuchi village. An old newspaper clipping attached to the page spoke of something that was no more rumor or fairy tale. We didn't have much police documents from the time anymore, so it's all based on oral traditions and memories. See? It's not very clear, but it looks like a cutout of a newspaper from the Meiji era. Never before has there been a corpse treated with such cruelty and inhumanity. Could it be the work of a demon? Being a copy of a copy, it was very hard to make out, but it was more than enough to make me feel strangely tense. Near the end of the Meiji era, in Old Onigafuchi village, a mangled corpse was discovered. The identity of the corpse was unknown. It wasn't even in a state where it could be identified in the first place. It was missing a head, and each limb was separated from the body. Skin had been peeled off the entire body, and there were markings that implied terrible torture in every possible place imaginable. Not only that, but the belly had been cut open by a sharp knife, with the entrails completely dragged out. The police immediately began an investigation, but since they couldn't even determine the identity of the victim, much less the criminal, finding answers was extremely difficult. Do you understand what it must have been like? I couldn't imagine such a strange sight, even if I had tried. This was the first time I had ever been thankful for my lack of imagination. Keiichi, you have an extreme, overactive imagination. What are you talking about? You imagine Rena eating your brain like an apple. What? The victim was skinned while still alive, underwent all kinds of torture, and was killed brutally. The author here also thinks that even after death, the remains were divided and dissected even further, the epitome of inhumanity. I'm of the opinion that the entire process was performed while the person was still alive, though. What do you think, Maebara-kun? She spoke in a way intended to make me imagine even more vicious things. As my brain was already far over capacity, however, there was no way I could imagine anything more brutal. Then, when I broke my gaze from Takano-san's, those strangely shaped tools were all around us. I wonder if you could faithfully reproduce the mutilated corpse discovered at the end of the Meiji era with the tools found in this place. I want to deny it. I don't want to admit that something so terrible could have happened at all. Even so, they were so strange, so terrifying, these tools. And as if they had seen through my attempt to escape from them, they did nothing but ridicule me silently. So, that creepy incident, what was it in the end? The author says that, regarding Onigafuchi village's dreadful customs, they've survived into recent post-Meiji days, and that perhaps they lasted until around the beginning of the Showa period. This corpse, which at a glance had been brutally killed after a period of torture. In actuality, however, it was the pitiful sacrificial remains of a man-eater's terrifying feast. The corpse was just leftovers. It was so fantastic, so strange that it didn't feel real. Was this an extension of the legends too? It happened in the Meiji era, though, which is just too recent to be called a legend. Also, there's a newspaper clipping right here suggesting it. Okay, but even if it really happened, it was a long time ago, right? I mean, the Meiji era ended 100 years ago. That's all. Only 100 years ago. Besides, it kept happening even after the beginning of the Showa period, like with the uproar around the post-war canned flesh incident. Oh, I apologize. That story was taboo, wasn't it? Takano-san immediately stopped talking as if worried about Shion. Shion briefly looked somewhat angry, but that expression soon disappeared. Huh? Takano-san, what did you just say? Canned flesh? Just then, there was a huge creaking noise. Everyone whipped around to look. It was Tomitake-san, who had opened the door slightly. Did I startle you? Oh, Jiro-san, could you not resist peeking inside? This is a splendid treasure trove of torture devices. I'll pass on that. I'm bad with the sort of thing by nature. Takano-san held her stomach and had to muffle her laughter as if she wanted to make a comment about his masculinity. In any case, the dance and ceremony are over and everyone's going down to the stream. The festival will be over within minutes. Oh, that's no good. Maebara-kun was just such a good listener that I couldn't help telling stories. I'd really rather you not mention me in a place like this. Jiro-san,
Chido-san, could you wait out front? I want to take a few pictures. Or, I don't know, which one of those. There was actually a lot of tools I'd like to bring home, but we obviously can't do that. Takano-san took the camera out of her paper bag and began to snap photographs. Man, she has a lot of stuff in her paper bag. She looked like she was having fun, like she was on a scavenger hunt. Keiichi-kun, are you leaving too? I've seen enough. Shion, you're good too, right? Let's get out of here. I want some fresh air. I agree. Let's leave. I did feel a bit of hesitation at leaving Takano-san by herself in this darkness. When I thought about it, though, I realized that whatever kinds of evil spirits and ghosts lurked in the darkness, none of them could hold a candle to how scary she was. Even if a phantom were to appear, she'd be overjoyed and flash her camera at it. It seemed like Shion shared my somewhat rude mental images. We exchanged glances and smiled painfully. We left Takano-san there, bathed in her strobe of camera flashes, and decided to go leave the ritual storehouse. Yay, we're finally out of there! We were walking around that storehouse for like an hour. Everyone at the festival seemed to have gone to the stream, so their voices were very distant. The voices of the bugs, on the other hand, were clear, lending an empty feeling of isolation to the place. How was it? Interesting? Tomitake-san gave us a somewhat mischievous grin. He could have been able to tell by looking at how pale our faces were. I should have kept watch outside with you, Tomitake-san. Tomitake-san laughed so delightfully that it wiped away our dark feelings. How did you fare, Shion-chan? Were you scared? I was prepared for it, so I wasn't too afraid, but seeing the real thing was powerful. Shion spoke like she wasn't scared at all. She really had been quite afraid, but seeing as how I was in way worse a state than her, I didn't have much room to talk. As Tomitake-san grinned candidly, my mind, exhausted and locked up by nervousness, began to calm itself. Was Tomitake-san an adult about this little expedition? You know how she seems like a child sometimes. I was worried she'd be way too excited. Both Shion and I laughed and left that as her answer. Hopefully she was only looking at things. I'm worried she'll sneak something out there or mess with a ritual implement too much and break it or something. Right, that's quite possible. She is alone in there right now. She might pilfer something small and easily concealed, hiding it in her pocket. Yeah, I can see that. Shion said what I was thinking. You sure she didn't break anything? I could clearly hear some noises, like someone jumping up and down. I was getting pretty nervous. I'm sorry. I ran out of film. Jiro-san, if you have any more, could I use some? Takano-san suddenly appeared while we were talking about her, taking everyone by surprise. Tomitake-san smoothly grinned and responded as if nothing had happened. He's pretty mature. I'm all out of spare film. Sorry about that. Jeez. You won't win any Pulitzer Prizes by not stocking enough film for any occasion, you know. I suppose that's it then. Tomitake-san scratched his head apologetically. Without film, we're done here. Takano-san seemed to have given up because of that too. We checked carefully to make sure we hadn't left anything inside, then closed the door and turned the heavy padlock we'd left beside it. Takano-san, you didn't sneak anything out, right? How rude. I'm trying not to be that childish. Kerclink. Tomitake-san set the padlock back to the way it was before. From a cursory glance, it didn't look like thieves had snuck in at all. Okay, let's get over to the stream ourselves. If we don't at least set some cotton afloat, there won't be any point in coming to the festival. Tomitake-san spoke brightly, urging us all on. Setting cotton afloat down the stream, I shake my head a few times, driving away the dismal thoughts as to the double meaning. Takano-san, looking a little let down, kept turning back to glance at the ritual storehouse. Let's just leave it at that, alright? You saw enough to state your curiosity, didn't you? Oh, not at all. Everything I found only renewed my interests. All those stories and legends suddenly hold water. After today, I'm going to have to change the way I look at all this. Wow, she's truly indomitable. Her curiosity really is something else. Still interested in all this, through and through. Oh, is it time for me to... No, okay. What? Eventually it'll be a scene change and I can take my sip of my tea. We descended the stone stairs and all the people crowding the stream came into view. Near the bottom of the stairs, we could clearly see people receiving cotton that had been cut out for them, then wishing upon the cotton and setting it afloat down the stream. The festival was already over. Damn, I missed my chance to photograph the best part of Watanagashi.
Oh, but it's not too late. I'm going to go and set some afloat. Perhaps you could take pictures of me?
Takano-san, with an impish expression, brought her head to Tomitake-san's shoulder. Despite his age, he looked embarrassed. I felt an honest respect for Tomitake-san, man to man, for dating such a handful of a woman. Goodbye, then.
Maebara-kun? Shion-chan?
We're going down to the stream. Would you like to come with us?
No. I couldn't get in your way. Please, take your time.
Shion waved her hand at them with an expression just as impish as Takano-san's. Tomitake-san, on his part, seemed to want us to come, but whatever. Shion gave a big stretch and sat down on the stone steps.
I'm pretty worn out.
Same here. I'm exhausted, too.
Kei-chan, this is your first Watanagashi, isn't it? You go on. Don't mind me. I'm tired, so I'd like to stay away from the crowd.
Yeah, if we were to go now, we'd barely slip into the end of the cotton drifting ceremony.
My sister and your other friends might be looking for you, too. Go on.
Oh, yeah, right. They've been by themselves ever since we got separated. I'd feel bad if they were looking for me. Then Shion suddenly got a playful look on her face, then put her index finger to her lips as if telling me to keep this a secret.
My sister is the type to get really jealous. If she knew I was hugging you all this time, she'd never let me hear the end of it. So keep tonight a secret, okay?
Keep tonight a secret. Don't say things that are so embarrassing.
Not only because of that either. Considering what we were doing tonight, we really need to keep it a secret. Oyashido-sama's curse might happen tonight, and we four would be the prime candidates.
The loosening threads of tension became taut again. Shion, however, burst out laughing.
All right, I'm going to get out of here before I run into my sister. I really am tired, so I don't have the endurance to put up with her anyways.
I can't tell if you get along with her or not.
We get along.
Though as she said that, her vague expression explained that there was a lot of oddities in the relationship between twins. I'm an only child, so I don't really get it. Make sure you get along with her, okay?
Right. Thank you kindly for your meddling. Okay, I'm gonna go. You should hurry up if you want to make it, Kei-chan. Watanagashi really is about to end.
Shion stood up and brushed the dust off her backside. After watching her do so, I returned my eyes to the final ceremony of the Watanagashi festival below me.
Seriously, though, what was that sound anyway? It was kind of unpleasant and creepy.
Huh? What sound?
The sound. You know, the banging noise. It was really loud, wasn't it?
I was giving her a blank expression, so Shion stared hard at me. I stared hard at her, too. Sorry, Shion. Could you give me the short version? What was making noise?
Wait, Kei-chan,
it didn't bother you? When all's said and done, it was like we were speaking two different languages. Shion, explain it to me, without jokes, from the beginning, will you? What's this about a noise?
Kei-chan, you quit joking around too. Really, honestly, it didn't bother you?
Neither of us giving any ground, and both of us were staring at the other in disbelief. We were answering questions, with no sign of actual conversation in sight. Baffled, I held in the urge to shout at her, and asked politely one more time. I'm going to ask one more time, okay? I'll ask the questions. Shion nodded silently. Okay, here goes. You said that there was a sound. What are you talking about?
The banging sound. It was like a kid was jumping up and down on the floorboards somewhere far away. It really didn't bother you?
There was nothing to be bothered by. When did you hear this? I never heard anything.
Wait, Kei-chan, are you serious?
Shion, as if she didn't understand my plain and simple answer, pressed me further, her expression serious. I have no clue what she's talking about, but if it was Shion acting like this, whatever it was, it gave me the creeps and sent a chill down my spine. I mean, Tomotage-san also heard it. Like, he brought it up when he let us out. It was while we were looking around in the inside of the ritual storehouse with Takano-san. About the time she started her stories, I think it was. Little by little, louder and louder, off and on. She heard a banging sound like a child jumping on distant floorboards. That can't be true. Don't start trying to scare me like that. I didn't hear anything at all. In fact, it was so utterly silent in there that my own heartbeat was almost deafening. It probably was, Yashiro-sama. Please don't try to scare me either, Kei-chan. It was like something was making noise in time with Takano's scary stories, and I was totally creeped out the whole time. The chill rose from my spine to the back of my head. My blood turned cold as it crawled up my body. When it reached my head, my mind froze over. You and Takano-san weren't paying any attention to it at all, so I pretended not to hear it either, but you heard it, right? It happened a bunch of times, and it was really loud. Shion's eyes were begging me to tell her I heard it. I had no doubt, however, that my own eyes suggested something entirely different. A "you've got to be kidding" look. In that storehouse, we were surrounded by brutal ritual tools that looked like they were from another planet, listening to terrifying old stories. The whole time, Shion had been hearing a sound that we couldn't hear by herself. Should that make Shion, who heard it, tremble? Or should it make me, who didn't hear it, tremble? I didn't know the answer to that at the time. For now, Shion seemed to have made that decision before I did. What are you laughing about? I really got you, Kei-chan. I was fibbing the whole time. What? Shion laughed, saying how easily scared I was, and clapped me on the back. Her smile seemed somehow artificial and actually made me feel worse. Then, after leaving me with 2 or 3 generic, diplomatic goodbye phrases, she left almost like she was running away. All I could do was look at her, my mouth agape. At the end of the day, I didn't have a clue what was going on. Shion laughed it off and said she'd been lying, but she couldn't possibly have been lying. Of course not. And now that I think back, Tomotage-san said the same thing, didn't he? Yeah. I could clearly hear some noises like someone jumping up and down. I was getting pretty nervous. Tomotage-san, the most neutral party present at the time, had said he'd heard something. Then, that noise, it was real? The banging sounds as though a child was jumping up and down on some kind of floorboards far away. Oyashiro-sama's curse, which happens every year, might happen again tonight. The most plausible victim candidates were Takano-san, Tomotage-san, Shion, and me. The bustling of the people sounded further away than I would have liked, and the sounds of the insects sounded too close for comfort. I'm near so much human warmth, yet I can't ever go back there again. That was the ominous idea that sprouted in my mind. Then, all of a sudden, I was pounced on from behind, causing my heart to lurch.
Keiichi, we found you.
It was Rika-chan. When I turned around, Mion and Rena were there too. Mion sighed and said, "We've finally found you. Now we need to go find Satoko."
Everyone got split up this year. We should make sure we'll have somewhere to meet up afterwards next year. How?
You're right. It's a festival, so we should all be together. I listened to Mion's happy declaration with a little bit of guilt.
Keiichi, did you root for me while I was dancing?
Yeah. I saw it all. You did a great job, all the way through. No mistakes either.
Yeah. That's right, Rika-chan. That didn't count as a mistake.
I tensed up as I realized I had made a mistake of my own. Mion slapped a hand onto my shoulder a little roughly. A gross sweat broke out over my entire body. Did you do it, Kei-chan? Did you get some cotton and send it down the stream? I hadn't yet, right? Is what I could feel her saying. Without the courage to tell any more lies, I lifelessly shook my head.
Huh? You haven't, Keiichi-kun? You should go now or it'll be over. It'll be over.
Sorry. This is my first Watanagashi, so I don't really understand the rules and stuff. That's right. I'm sorry. Mion took my hand and we started walking down the stone steps. Hey, Keita. What? Did you see Shio? My heart skipped another beat. Maybe Mion could sense my surprise through my hand. No. Oh, well, sort of. I think I saw her. You two look so alike, though, so it might have been you. You wouldn't have gotten that wrong. We're wearing different clothes. Huh? Oh, that's right. Mion's momentary silence was like a death grip upon me. I just can't do anything about that, Shion. Well, it's her we're talking about, so we just can leave her be. Mion's expression returned to her former, usual smile, and we continued down the stone steps, her firmly pulling my hand along. Now is it a scene change? Oh good, I can have my tea. Let me actually stir it this time.
But yeah, this time it's a peach-flavored tea.
I probably should have had it steep for a little bit longer.
Okay, now to save and go on to the next part. I let out a great big yawn. It was like morning had arrived just as I got to sleep. As Mom set up breakfast, she gave me a pained smile. What's the matter, Keiichi? What time did you go to sleep last night? Higurashi when I drink tea.
Hello, Yuru. How you doing?
Well, I wanted to get to sleep at midnight, but I had some trouble with it. You were probably all worked up from the festival. No, that's not it. I crunched down hard on the pickled radish to hide my embarrassment. After all that happened yesterday and our discussion about the sound Shion heard, that banging noise, like a child far away jumping up and down on a wooden floor, the story wouldn't get out of my head, so I had trouble sleeping. It was a long night, and I kept jumping at slight sounds of faraway tree branches which should have been either unhearable or too insignificant to notice. When I woke up in the morning sunlight and birds chirping, it made me feel pretty ashamed about it, but I felt far from refreshed this morning.
Keiichi-kun, good morning. Huh? Keiichi-kun, your eyes are all red. Why is that? Why?
Oh, hey. Good morning. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm sleep deprived today.
The festival yesterday was a lot of fun. Rena's excitement took a long time to get to sleep, so I took a long time to go to sleep too. To sleep.
In Nenna's case, her excitement seemed to be wide awake. They should have this kind of festival more often.
So we can have lots of fun together again. Oh.
Yeah. Renna's talking about the festival yesterday made me remember everything I had nearly forgotten from last night. You're not gonna forget any of that, Keiichi. The inside of the ritual storehouse had been so utterly different from the relaxed, bright, everyday life of Hinamizawa. All those stories that Takano-san told me, too. The mysterious incidents that occurred on the day of the Watanagashi festival every year. The strange incidents where one person would die and one would disappear. The old stories of Hinamizawa flickering like a candle behind them. The numerous and horrifying traditions of Onigafuchi village. The villagers with demon blood in them. The horrible, cannibalistic feasts. The poor sacrifices kidnapped from human villages, victims of the Onikakushi. To quell the rage of Oyashiro-sama, the ritual involving living sacrifices. There were also many, many others. There were so many stories that just remembering them put me in a foul mood. Most of them weren't fiction either. They were true. We didn't need to fear them just because they were real, though. Since it all happened so long ago. Such a very long time ago.
Where's Mi-chan? She's late.
Huh? Before I realized it, we had arrived at the place where we'd usually meet with Mion. Probably because I was so lost in thought.
We'd agreed that if she wasn't here by now, we could go ahead, right? Should we?
Mion being late wasn't too rare of an occurrence, but today she was unusually late. A few of the ominous tales from the night before came back to life in my mind again. Who would die this year and who would disappear? It couldn't have been Mion?
What should we do, Keitsu-kun? If we don't get going, we'll be late.
She'll be here. She didn't call to tell us she'd been staying home today, right? Let's just wait 5 more minutes, okay? Nana looked at her watch and seemed a little worried, but then she nodded with a satisfied smile. If we had to wait 5 minutes, we'd have to run as fast as we could to school or we'd be late. As soon as I thought that, we spotted Mion, running towards us out of breath.
Mita! You're late!
You waited? You shouldn't have gone on ahead. You should have gone on ahead. Mion was breathing heavily. Her face was all red. Her home was right down this road, wasn't it? It wasn't far enough away for her to end up like this, was it?
Mita, are you not feeling well?
Huh? Now that she mentioned it, Nana pushed Mion's bangs away and put her hand to her forehead. Rena, your hand is pretty cold.
Mita, you're a little bit warm.
It's no big deal. Give it half a day and I'll be fit as a fiddle. Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know. What's this? Keita, are you worried about me? That's nice of you. That answer wasn't like Mion at all. She must have had it pretty bad.
I just think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. We can tell the teacher you had to take the day off.
I'm fine. I took some medicine. I think it's already working. Mion forced an energetic expression onto her face and flexed her biceps at us. Okay, then let's go. Don't overdo it. But, of course, there's the time.
What? Well, we need to run or we won't make it.
This morning sure is thrilling. Maybe it's just what I need to take up the slowness. Let's run. Hey, wait, you're sick. Don't go overboard. Mion began to run vigorously away.
Mita is older than us, right? She knows her own body better than anyone.
I decided to leave it at that and assume she was fine. Great, then we should get going too. We began to run after Mion. Sorry, my chair is so squeaky today. The school looked the same as always. The hours passed listlessly, and my lack of sleep took its toll. There was a sport where people competed for sleeping. I'd be the world champion right now. The trick to overcoming this sort of dangerous situation was to hold your pencil upside down. Why, you ask? If you don't draw some strange patterns all over your notes while half asleep. If you were holding your pencil upside down, that wouldn't happen, would it? Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. Something that felt like an eraser hit me in the head 6 times. Ow, ow. What was that for, Satoko?
I haven't done a single thing.
Who else would play a prank on me like this? Oh, it was chalk, not an eraser. Behind me, like a female outlaw might hold razors, was the teacher's shadow holding 3 pieces of chalk in each hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. My Maibara-kun, go and wash your face. Right. Gladly. That alone was enough to wake me up, but I flew out into the hallway as if shoved out by the pressure exuded by the teacher's sheer power. If I was going to wash my face anyway, then I would rather use the sinks out front rather than the ones in the dark restroom. Thinking that, I left the hallway and went to the entrance. You know, get up and stretch a little bit. That'll wake you up. The sunlight was strong, so strong you wouldn't think it was June. I turned the faucet, and with a lifeless bubbling noise, lukewarm water came pouring out. If I let it run for a few moments, would it get cold? I looked at it absent-mindedly for a little while. I knew you'd choose these sinks, Kei-chan. The ones out front just feel better, don't they? Mion. No cutting class now. I stuck my hand into the water to find it had gotten so cold it seemed strange it had ever been warm. I scooped it up and splashed it against my face. Once I was done, I moved out of the way and Mion did the same. Mion, how's your cold doing? You're sleepy because of the medicine, not from lack of sleep, right? Hmm? Ah, actually, this is a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in the party my relatives were having. And, well, I had a bit. A bit. She made a gesture like she was tilting a cup into her mouth, which means you didn't have a cold or anything. Are you hungover? How old are you? Give me a break. I really don't feel well, you know? I suppose she'd be feeling lousy either way. Still, you treat colds and hangovers in completely different ways. I was worried over nothing. Man, I guess that's just like you, Mion. Mion scratched her head like a little embarrassed. She didn't seem to be feeling well, but now that I knew it was a hangover, I didn't need to worry too much. It would go away with time after all. Oh, well, my head really is pounding, so the teacher told me I should go home early. Ah, you cheater. So, are you going home now, Mion? Now that I looked again, Mion had her bag with her. She must have been on her way home. Yep, I feel bad about it, though. I'll get some rest at home like a good girl. Sorry I can't make it up to the club. Would you take over as leader for today, Keita? I don't know if that will happen. We have that unspoken rule where we don't do the club unless everyone is there, don't we? We never did it when you had to go to your part-time job, did we? Mion laughed really, saying we didn't need to worry about her. No matter how much fun we have, though, I think that feeling guilty about friends who can't share in it is a sign of really fantastic friendship. In that sense, the club Mion has created is a wonderful thing. As I thought about it, the moisture on my washed face dried up. I suppose we were talking too much. If I didn't get back to the classroom soon, I could get in trouble. Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or a brook, got it? I left it at that, turned around, and started heading back to the classroom. Oh, one more thing, Keita. Mion stopped me and I turned my head to listen. What's up? This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it. Well, that depends on what it is. Last night, near the end of the festival, did you see Tometake-san or Takano-san anywhere? I suddenly tensed up. You know Tometake-san and Takano-san, right? You remember, Kei-chan, where the four of you were talking during setup the day before? If I could, I wanted to forget about sneaking into the storehouse that night as soon as possible, so hearing the names of the people I was with at the time really got to me. Besides that, though, why was Mion asking me a question like that? I ended up staring at her, unable to answer immediately. Was she asking to see if I'd seen them or not, or was she asking the question knowing I had? I couldn't tell. Well, maybe? I might have seen them around. I don't know. My vague response was clearly not to Mion's liking. What answer was she expecting from me? There was no way for me to know. I see. Then, one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion? My heart leapt into my throat again. The tiny needles buried underneath Mion's words prickled into me. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you I wasn't sure if I had or not. Did you? I guess I just thought I'd get a different answer if I asked you again. I suddenly noticed something in Mion's eyes, something indescribable. Tometake-san and Takano-san, Shion too. She was asking me about them. There was no doubt about it. Last night, the four of us snuck into the ritual storehouse. She knew everything. So what? There's not really a curse anyway. That's right. Even Shion and Takano-san said yesterday during the festival that there was no curse, and that rather than a curse, it was the doing of the villagers. My blood curdled. Mion was, almost without a doubt, aware that we snuck into the storehouse? It was nothing strange. I screwed up bad flipping on the light switch last night. If Mion had been searching for me, it was simple to imagine if she had seen that momentary light and come to find out what was going on. Did you really not see her? Why are you so intent on knowing if I did or not? It's not important. It's just that there are some people who are speaking poorly of Tometake-san, Takano-san, Shion, and you, Keita. I didn't really hear what they were saying, though. Unpleasant sweat dripped down my arms, and the sound of it hanging from my fingertips was so annoyingly loud. What sound does that even make, Kei-chan? I don't believe you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay? I found myself unable to reply. My reaction must have made it obvious that the truth was, and yet I couldn't explain myself. Kei-chan, you weren't with Tometake-san, Takano-san, or Shion, right? Yeah. I finally wrung out an answer between ragged breaths. Mion's expression softened a little. That's good. I'll have to tell them. You weren't involved in anything bad, Kei-chan, so I'll make sure to tell everyone. Yeah, please do. Tell them I wasn't doing anything bad. To everyone. Make sure. Everyone. Everyone. Who is everyone? Okay, later. I'll be better tomorrow. Bye-bye. Who's she gonna tell? Wait, Mion, what do you mean by everyone? Just then, a freezing cold hand touched the back of my neck. Hey, you're late, Maebaru-kun. How long does it take you to wash your face? It was the teacher. I was taking so long she came out to get me. I'm sorry, I was just speaking with Mion. I turned around, but Mion had crossed through the schoolyard without me realizing it. Was now standing at the gate. Come, back to your studies. Quickly now. The teacher was being insistent. We turned to the entrance. I looked back one more time, and Mion was nowhere in sight. Dun dun dun.
Keiichi, you haven't seemed well all day. It's clearly because you had far too much fun yesterday.
I don't want to be told that by the one who got lost. Your face was all red and you were nearly crying.
Satoko was so cute last night.
My friends did their best to try and cheer me up, but it didn't lighten my mood. Was it far worse than I thought? Had I really done something that terrible last night? Those thoughts remained with me for the rest of the day. Just that day. No other days.
Bye, Keiichi. I'll see you tomorrow.
By the time I realized it, I was in front of my own house.
Mi-chan had a cold, right? Could you have a cold too, Keiichi-kun? Could you?
Huh? I'm fine. I may look scrawny, but I've never missed school because of a cold.
Both you and Mi-chan didn't look so good today, though.
Thanks for worrying about me. I'm fine. Idiots don't catch colds, remember? Adana smiled, then waved to me and left. Whew. With my shoulders bobbing up and down from breathing heavily, I entered the house. As soon as I got back in, Mom called out to me. What? Keiichi, I'm sorry, but could you go to the library and return a few books for me? Mom, I just got home. Huh? I don't feel like it. Your dad and I have to wait inside the house for a phone call right now, so we can't leave. We need to return them today. Could you please do it? Sheesh. Did it have to do with Dad's job? No point in arguing if they bring that up. I guess so, but I don't know where the library is. Oh, you don't? It's a little past Okinomiya Station. Just then the phone rang. My parents' faces immediately turned grim. Oh no. Mom snatched up the receiver. Hello? Maebara speaking. I'm sorry? Yes, he's right here. Then she thrust the receiver at my face. It's for you, Keiichi. Don't take too long, okay? I tried to ask who it was from, but asking the person on the phone directly would be faster. Hello? Ah, this is Onozaki. Well, the younger one. Hello. Do you have time to talk right now? It was Shion. The older sister had a hangover today, but the younger one made no reference to it. Shion? I thought you'd be sleeping in today with a hangover, same as Mion. What? Mion had a hangover? That's so like her. She laughed warmly, but Mom glared at me, silently telling me to finish up. Whoops, sorry. My parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk for too long. What do you need? There's something I wanted to talk about, but if you can't talk long, I guess that's that. She sounded a little disappointed. What would Shion want to talk to me about? Now I was interested. Then how about we meet in person? If you could show me where the library is too, that would be great. You mean the public library near the station? Yes, that's fine. I go past there on my way to work anyway. Okay, then you know where I usually meet up with Mion? At that intersection where the small path from the Sonozaki house splits.
Oh, Kei-chan.
Did I not tell you? I don't live at the main house. I live in Okonomiya. If we could meet by the ticket machines at Okonomiya station, that would be great. Main house? Living in Okonomiya? Now that you mentioned it, it's always seemed like the Sonozaki sisters weren't communicating. Did they live in different houses? Also, now that she mentioned it, Rena did say she'd never met the younger sister despite going over to play sometimes. Let's meet at the station then. I'll go there right away. Bye! I set the receiver down and Mom immediately thrust a large pile of library books in my face. 6 volumes of long-form mystery novels. Mom had her own hobbies. I am curious of mystery novels. Thank you, Keiichi. Be back by nightfall. Got it. Okay, I'm going. I supposed I'd change my clothes and grab my bike key. I climbed the stairs to my bedroom. Shion had been waiting for me already, so meeting up was a smooth process. Wow, Mion never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly. Making my sister the standard for everything will get you in trouble. Shion seemed a little unsteady too. She was drinking with Mion last night, wasn't she? You were drinking last night too, weren't you? Don't try and hide it. You definitely went home from school early. Oh, too bad. I've been at home all day in the first place. I'm smarter than Mion after all. Hey, I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter. You should finish your errand first. We don't have that much time. We're going to the library, right? Yeah, thanks. My mom had to return some books by today. Is the library far? No, it's really close by. As she said that, we spotted the signboard for the library almost immediately. If it was this easy to find, then I guess I didn't need Shion to show me where it was after all. I mean, you could have walked past it. We rode around a bend and the building was right there. Shishibone Public Library. We lived in the country, so I hadn't expected too much, but it was pretty big. The first floor was actually a government office, so the library was only the second floor, but it still looked large enough to fit a decent collection of books. That's good. Actually, it was a nice-looking library from the front. We passed through the automatic doors and were greeted by the cool breeze of an air curtain. The cicadas had been loud outside, but it was so quiet inside the library. The air conditioning inside was keeping the temperature at an ideal level for the books, which had that mildewy smell unique to old paper. I guess every library is basically the same. If there was one difference, it was that people studying for tests weren't taking up all the seats. I was one of those people, but now it seemed like a distant memory. Hello, I have books I'd like to return. The librarian went through the process of checking them in, and then returned my mom's library card. Wait, like you wouldn't just drop them off in the book return and they're like, okay, cool, I know exactly who had these books. Shion was going around the bookshelves with a deeply interested look on her face, like she wasn't the type who went to libraries very often. Sorry for the wait. I'm all done. Libraries sure are nice and cool, aren't they? I want to work in a library one day. I don't know whether to call that boring or dependable. It's a pretty small dream compared to your sister. Mion would definitely want to be a hardworking employee for an international trading company or some other crazy job that involved her running all around the world. Compared to that, what Shion said is pretty heartwarming. Well, we need to keep our differences dear to us. We're not copies, we're 2 different people, called Shion and Mion. Twins have a lot to think about, huh? Still, it sounds like fun. I don't have any brothers, so there's just me and my parents at home. It can get a little uncomfortable. That's the same for me. I don't live with Mion after all. Oh, right, she said something like that, didn't she? Why though? Sisters living apart is unusual. We were getting tired of talking while we were walking. We ended up going to the lounge area, which was vacant, and continuing the conversation. Yes, Mion lives at the main house and I live in Okonomiya. What do you mean by the main house? You make it sound like you're nobility. It's just the main house, the Sonozaki family's main house. Mion's the successor, so she lives with Nana and apparently studies all kinds of things as preparation to be the head of the family. Mion, the head of the family? It kind of fit her personality, but kind of didn't, too. Kei-chan, you just moved here, right? This will sound like I'm boasting, but we of the Sonozaki family are kind of personages around here. Huh? Seriously? The word personages didn't really match the extremely sociable air that Mion and Shion gave off. From what Shion explained, the Sonozaki family goes way back to the beginnings of Hinamizawa. After the war, they had a bunch of successful ventures and extended their influence to a wide area. The Sonozaki house is a foundation under which the entire family cooperates, though the current family head, Grandma, was the one who built it. The entire family would provide backup to help one relative with a business venture. They were like a huge living company. This let them avoid tax-related problems and help relatives' ventures succeed, one after another, using large amounts of money. That sounds so convenient, but also probably would make people be like, they buy their way into their success. If you ever go for a walk through Okinomiya, pay attention to the signboards and stuff. There's a ton of shops that are managed by members of the Sonozaki family. Now that you mention it, that toy store looked like it was managed by relatives as well. Does that mean your relatives operate Angel Mart too? Even what few shops I was familiar with were involved with the Sonozaki family. It was definitely surprising. The family is particularly strong in finance and real estate. Even a lot of members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry either have the last name Sonozaki or their relatives. There are Sonozakis in the city council and the prefectural assembly too, since they have the Okonomiya area giving them strong electoral support. Wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Her relatives operate shops downtown Okonomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate? On top of that, a lot of those in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even people elected into local offices? So then, the Sonozaki family, it's pretty famous in this area? Yes, hello, I am here. It's crazy. All of a sudden, a cigarette-smoking, overweight old man interrupted our conversation. Wait, I know this guy. Hello, good afternoon. Are you on a date today? Ah, what I would give to be young again. If you thought we were on a date, then why are you bothering us? Oishi-san. That was it. He was Oishi-san, a police officer. I thought it was this person who came to my rescue when I got involved with those delinquents before. Now that I thought about it, Mion didn't seem to like him very much. No, I apologize. I heard a familiar voice, so I came over to see. Oishi-san laughed coarsely, not showing any sign of giving up. As Shion watched him do so, I didn't feel the same sense of malice from her as I had from Mion. Maibara-san, right? You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you? No, I'm not two-timing anyone. I turned around to look at Shion and had pled for help, but she grinned and maintained her silence. Her gaze wandered. She looked at the clock. I'm sorry, Kei-chan. I really need to get to my job. Huh? Oh, did you? Wait, did Shion have something to talk about today? Now this weird man is here, though. Yep, I'll see you later. Oh, I'll give you a call after I'm done. It'll be okay to call at night, right? Yeah, probably okay. Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye! It's all coming back. I know this chapter now. I'm excited to get to the later part of the chapter in a little little sadistic sense. Shion left so fast she was practically running. Oishi-san was waving at me with a grin. I felt like I had been left here as bait so she could get away. Maybe she was lying about having to go to work. Probably. You're quite the big shot being so close to the Sonozaki daughters. Maybe I should rethink how I talk to you, too. I get PTSD from this. Oh no. Oishi-san put a coin into the vending machine as he said something a bit appalling. Is iced tea okay with you? Do you want milk in it? Huh? Oh, no, I'll put some in then, alright? Here you are. He handed me a cup of tea, filled to the brim with ice, as I looked on absent-mindedly. I don't think I'm obligated to have a guy like this buy me a drink, but he did get it for me, so I'll thank him. Was Oishi-san just killing time? We didn't know each other very well, but he still engaged me in conversation about all sorts of dumb things. When I thought back onto how I talked with Shion, this seemed like a total disaster. Well, oh, okay, I was like, are we done? And did Oishi just show up and it's like, okay, cool, here's some tea, bye. Maebara-san, how much do you know about Sonozaki-san? Other than what I heard just now, nothing? Until then, I hadn't known anything about either Mion or Shion other than the fact that they were interesting. I really did only just learn that she was the daughter of some prestigious family. The Sonozakis are a Yakuza group with this entire region under their thumb. Plus, her father is a high-ranked executive in the ex-Yakuza Association. Did you know that? What? An executive? Have you ever seen where Shion-san lives? It's the very picture of a gang boss's house, protected by high walls, barbed wire fence, and security cameras. If you have the chance, you should go and visit her. She'd mentioned Mion being a successor, but to a Yakuza group? No. Not at all. A boring old Yakuza group isn't the only thing Mion Sonozaki-san will inherit. She's inheriting the Sonozaki family itself. I'll leave it to you to mull over what exactly that means. Oishi-san had spoken lightly about all this from start to finish, but what he was saying wasn't light in the least. It was abrupt and unbelievable. If Mion-san wanted to, she could kill someone in the middle of the street and still cover it up. Not only would witnesses not show up, but she'd put pressure on the police, too. Mion would never kill someone. She wouldn't. I'm just speaking hypothetically. Your name, it was Oishi-san, right? Yes, that's right. Then, Oishi-san, whatever family Mion comes from, it doesn't change the fact that she's the best friend I could ever have, and I'm proud of that. I don't appreciate people speaking ill of her. I let my quiet anger show through in my gaze as I stared at him. Of course, I could never seem to tell what he's thinking, so I didn't know if it had any effect. Let me be frank. If Mion-san was suspected of a handful of incidents, what would you think? Suspected? Incidents? You can't just say terrible stuff like that on a whim. Then it would be a misunderstanding, of course. Mion says some dangerous things, but she's not the kind of person who would do something like so awful. Maebara-san, keep your voice down. We're in a library. Oishi-san shushed me, but in a state of heightened excitement as I was, I wouldn't be calmed so easily. Please calm down. As I said before, the Sonozaki family holds a lot of power in this region, for better or worse. So if anything happens, they would immediately be suspect. I'd appreciate if you understood that. Well, I know what Oishi-san is trying to say. Combining it with what Shion told me before, the Sonozaki family was huge and controls everything from Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. I'm gonna move my mic real quick, so if it makes a weird sound, I apologize. There we go. Mion, meanwhile, and the successor, who apparently holds strong influence over the entire family. Still, that's all? That's the only reason they're suspecting her? I'm just doing my job here, not to doubt Mion-san of anything, but to clear up suspicions surrounding her. Please think of it like that. He could talk a dog out of a meat truck. He was the definition of a shrewd, unfair adult. I mean, he's a cop. At this point, I began to think that it was no coincidence that I'd met him. Oishi-san, do you need something from me? Yes, I do. Keiichi Maebara-san, he answered in an absent tone of voice. Mion's being suspected of something, and you came to hear from a friend of hers. Me. Is that it? The other way around. Keiichi was the one who said that. No, that isn't it. I didn't come to talk to a friend of Mion Sonozaki-san. I came here to talk to Keiichi Maebara-san. It would probably have bothered you if I had visited your home. To me? What do the police want with me? Having realized this faked coincidental meeting had me as its target, my mood immediately turned foul. You don't need to be so tense. Calm down and just answer a few questions. Am I being questioned? Let's call it a chat with the guy you happened to run into. Oishi-san freely suggested that I relax. That said, behind his eyes was a light, which I could only see sometimes, that was sharp as a hawk. If I tried in vain to run away, he might actually take me in and bring me into an interrogation room or something. That was undoubtedly unpleasant thought. You had a roaring good time at the Watanagashi festival last night, didn't you? Don't beat around the bush, please. I can't do small talk right now. Last night, during the festival. Did you see Jiro Tometake-san and Mio Takano-san? I could plainly feel myself give a start. Huh? Where did I put those pictures? Oh, here they are. He opened a small notebook and removed 2 photographs. I didn't have to look. Well, who knows? I might have seen them around, I don't remember. I was asked the same question for the second time today. I gave the same answer for the second time, too. Your memories are blurry. You couldn't have possibly been drinking or anything. Here, too, I got the same answer as I had from Mion. I realized that he wasn't taking my vague reply well. Well, because you're not answering like, oh no, it was totally not me. You're answering like, I don't know, maybe. I might have seen them, I don't know. Was I there? Huh. Why is he asking me the same thing Mion did? The dark feelings I had nearly forgotten due to my conversation with Shion came rushing back in a hurry. We snuck into the sacred ritual storehouse, a punishable act. It was on a tiny impulse. While it may not count for much now, I do feel sorry about it. I'll ask you again. Did you see Jiro Tometake-san and Mio Takano-san at the festival last night? His tone was soft, but there was a dreadfulness in his voice, clearly different from the first time he asked. I'm scared. This was exactly how I felt. Even if you repeat the question, my answer won't change. I don't really remember. There wasn't any better answer I could give him. I didn't have the balls to say I didn't see them, nor the courage to admit I had. I see. I just thought that maybe I'd get a different answer if I asked a second time. I'm too scared to look Oishi-san in the eyes. I'll change the question. Come, Maebara-san. Relax. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders and squeezed them as if trying to give me a massage. It mostly just hurt, though. Still, why would he ask the same thing as Mion? If he's asking the same things, then the next question must be... On the same night of the festival, did you see Shion Sonozaki? Clatter, clatter, clatter. I wondered what that sound was, and I looked down. I saw that it was the unmelted ice in the cup I was gripping in my hands. My hands were trembling, rocking the ice back and forth. Realizing that, I hastily put the remaining ice in my mouth and crunched down on it. Sorry, I may have seen her, but, well, you know, she looks just like Mion. I might have just mistaken the two. But that can't be. Suddenly, Oishi-san grabbed both my shoulders and hunched down to give me a level stare. This must be what it's like to be a deer in the headlights. I want to look away, but I can't. This is the first time I've experienced such a piercing stare. Mion-san and Shion-san wore completely different clothing. You wouldn't mistake the two so easily, I would think. Maebara-san? His voice was harsh. Harsh, the same as when Mion said it. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. When I realized he could feel it through the hands of my shoulders, I got even more scared. Why are Mion and Oishi-san both asking about last night? Was sneaking into the storehouse so bad? Ugh. I couldn't let Takano-san talk me into it, or I shouldn't have. Tometake-san casually said to check it out too, so even Shion, if she hadn't encouraged me... No, I understood. I was the one most at fault here. I shouldn't have let my curiosity get the better of me. I shouldn't have gone into the forbidden storehouse. Oishi-san, I think that's our cue to get out of here. A young man wearing a suit came into the lounge. From the way he held himself, I knew immediately that he was Oishi-san's subordinate. Hmm? Oh, so it is. Closing time already? I hadn't realized it until he said something. The jingle and the announcement telling patrons the library had closed had started playing without me realizing it. I was so irritated, so overwhelmed, that I couldn't even hear it. Well then, Maebara-kun, we're out of time, so allow me to take my leave. I'd like to talk with you more about this at your leisure, when we have more time. This isn't a joke. If I never saw him again, it would be too soon. Oishi-san followed his subordinate and left the lounge behind him. However, he spun back around. Oh, right. Maebara-san? What? What is it? Those 2 questions I asked you before. You don't remember well enough to answer either of them, correct? Right. Just so you know, you saw them all yesterday. You were walking along, the 4 of you, having quite a pleasant time. Near the stone steps. I saw you with my own eyes. Ugh. I caught my breath, and my heart seemed like it was about to stop. What a detestable person. He knew, and he was testing me. We'll meet again. Have a good year. I sat there like a rock, unmoving, until I could no longer hear the clacking sounds of their footsteps, rather. Man.
I might as well drink some more.
My model did some sus things there. Anyway, I was on my way back home. The cries of the Higurashi accentuated the already lonely evening. More time has passed than I thought. The orange of the dusky sky was being chased down little by little by the indigo color approaching from the east. Exhausted from the slow climb towards Hinamizawa without even noticing, I'd gotten off my bicycle and was pushing it uphill. I don't understand any of this. No one had told me to my face that I'd done something wrong. No, in fact, it might have been much easier on me that way. What happened yesterday really was just my curiosity. It really was no more than a quiet prank, no more than having a courage to cross at a red light as long as you did it with other people. The storehouse for ritual implements, hollowed ground, only accessible to the family of the priest. For sure, I'd seen terrifying things that I'd never imagined would be true. Or there, rather. Thinking on it now, though, it didn't matter what was stored away inside. It didn't make the wrong I had committed any more light. What the 4 of us did, Mion seemed to know about it. For some reason, even the police were trying to learn for what the 4 of us did. Did we do something bad? Really? It doesn't matter how wrong it is. I did something wrong. It was nothing more than that, and yet I couldn't accept it. I didn't apologize to Mion or Oishi-san. All I did was shield myself from it with ambiguities. I did something wrong yesterday. I set foot into a forbidden storehouse for a little bit of mischief. I'll forget everything I saw in there. I won't ever do something like that again either. I'm sorry. If I apologize like that, would they forgive me? The suddenly cool evening air left no room for such commitment. However, as it mercilessly chilled my feet, urging me to head home as soon as possible. In the end, the evening air was correct. If I trudged along such an isolated road, regrets would pile up on top of regrets, but nothing would change. Let's go home. I'll go home, go to my room, put on my favorite music or something, and then go to bed. It might sound plain and boring, but it's probably the strongest I felt all day. Whew. Now that I've made a decision, there's no point in dawdling in a place like this. I sat back on my bike. I pushed hard on the pedals. I rapidly advanced forward. I steadily gained speed. That is how a bike works, yes. The wind was cutting and mercilessly cold, but it actually felt good, as if it were slowly punishing me. Or softly, rather. Oh, now it's night. I didn't eat much dinner before excusing myself early and returning to my bedroom. My mom called me from downstairs. Keiichi, you have a call. It's from Sonozaki-san. Sonozaki? Was it Mio? No, it was Shion. I just remembered. She'd had something she wanted to tell me today. Oishi-san had interrupted us, so she didn't get the chance. Shion had said she'd call tonight. Hello? Is that you, Shion? Hello. Ran into a bit of trouble today, didn't we? She said it so plainly that I got a bit annoyed. She was the one who left me there and ran. Don't say that. I gave you the signal to run away with me, didn't I? You just sat there looking dazed, Kei-chan. I wasn't dazed. All of a sudden you left me there, and after that I had to put up with that Oishi guy for ages. Don't complain to me about it. I can't believe she passed it off like that. She looks just like Mion, and yet inside she's this different? I got a little irritated at myself when I realized I was, somewhere in my mind, hoping for the same reaction I would get from Mion, even though she's a different person. Sorry. Next time I'll run away first thing and leave you there. Hey, it's ladies first. Shion laughed refreshingly. When I heard her voice, I realized that she wasn't really that angry or anything. It was just as she said. The cause of my temper was because it was my own fault for not leaving immediately. I'll stop blaming it on others. Blaming it on others would be... Anyway, you had something to tell me, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, if you already know, then it's not something that bears repeating. Do you already know? Shion lowered her voice suddenly, as if she were glancing around. I had no idea what I could already know. Sorry, but I have no clue what you're talking about. At least give me a hint. So that means you don't know. She seemed to take my stupid-sounding question as evidence. However, her voice didn't sound disappointed or exasperated in the slightest. Actually, it's about last night, during the Watanagashi festival. My entire body jolted as I assailed by a terrible feeling. Is Shion going to ask the same thing? Hello? Kei-chan, are you listening? Yeah. I mean, why would she ask? Because she knows you guys were all hanging out. I am. What about last night? The four of us went in there, right? She didn't beat around the bush. Whether or not I wanted to admit it, that was the actual honest truth, and I couldn't act like it hadn't happened. Then after that, we walked away together, and then went our separate ways near the stone stairs, right? Takano-san and Tometake-san went to the stream, and you stayed there, Kei-chan. I went over to see some relatives. Yeah. Why do you ask? We won't make any progress if we keep asking each other questions, so let me ask this question first. Okay? You mean, did I see Tometake-san and Takano-san last night? Huh? Oh, yes. Did you see the two of them after that? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. This is the third time I've been asked this question today. Why? Why? What the hell is going on? Why? Why are you asking me that? No, Kei-chan, I'm asking the question. Please answer me. Did you, Shion? If you answer first, then I'll answer. My shabby response betrayed how scared and small I felt now, after everything that had happened today. Shion didn't say anything for a few moments. Just as I was beginning to think I'd really put my foot in my mouth with that response, she finally answered me. Of course, I didn't see them. My relatives were with me and they can vouch for that. I didn't see them either. People can vouch for me too, like Mion and Rena and everyone else. Now that we knew our answers matched, she let out a sigh that sounded more relieved than anything else. Thank you for answering me honestly. Okay, then, I'll tell you. Apparently, last night, Takano-san and Tometake-san died. Oh. Sorry, Shion. What was that you just said? Apparently, last night Takano-san and Tometake-san died. Takano-san was found burned to death. Tometake-san, it looked like suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my dad talking to a relative on the phone about it. Ah, heck. She got cooked. Late night. A police car was on its way back from festival security duty, had discovered Tometake-san lying in the middle of the road heading towards Okinomiya. He had clawed out his throat and died. Man, twice. Twice in a row. What? He clawed out his own throat? That bright, cheerful Tometake-san committed suicide? That can't possibly be right. The police did an autopsy. He did it with his own fingernails. He scratched at his throat so hard that he ruptured his blood vessels and bled out. He died in a pool of his own blood. That's what they said. I've never heard of such an insane suicide. You can't just scratch open your own throat like that. I realized I was yelling too loudly, so I lowered the force I was putting into my voice. I didn't want my parents to hear me, so I switched to the cordless phone and ran up to my own room. Sorry for yelling. So, was Takano-san... was that a suicide too? In her case, it's a little unclear. I mean, how do you cook yourself? Takano-san's body was found in the mountains of the Gifu prefecture. Employees at a rest stop nearby reported to the police late last night that they could see flames in the mountains. The firefighters dispatched there were the first ones to find her. An autopsy concluded that it was burned corpse of a half-naked female. They initially considered the body beyond recognition, but directly after, there was a request for a dental compromission from the prefectural police station in Okinomiya, and the results concluded that it was Mio Takano. The cause of death wasn't confirmed, but it was highly likely that it had been homicide, since she was in her undergarments and her clothes were nowhere in the area. But why would you take her clothes? Were you guys boinking in the forest before this happened? The oil drum had fallen over, so it was also possible she burned herself to death. It couldn't possibly have been suicide. If you're going to die, there are plenty of easier ways, aren't there? This can't be suicide. That's what I think. It's unthinkable that Tometake-san would kill herself, too. After the two of us rattled on at each other, there was a silence as we paused to catch our breaths. As we calmed our nerves. Right then, I understood that what Shion's story actually meant. I think it will end up being Oyashiro-sama's curse. We all did more than enough to deserve it, after all. Deserve? You've got to be kidding! It's not like Shion wanted to see it with me. I just went along with her. I tried to say that, but I felt silent. Nothing would come of me blaming others. It didn't matter how much everyone else encouraged me. I could have put my foot down. I lost to my own half-assed sense of adventure and agreed to go with them. Yes, it was my fault and no one else's. Shion. Last night, when we snuck into the ritual storehouse, did you predict things would turn out this way? Of course not. I mean, I thought it was pretty risky, but I never even dreamed something like this could happen. Shion's words were probably her true feelings. She knew she could get in trouble if we were caught. But that was the thrill of this little adventure. It was the same for me. Besides that, Kei-chan, think about it for a moment. Didn't Oyashiro-sama's curse turn out to be a little strange this year? It was already plenty strange, seeing as how Tometake-san and Takano-san died like that. Given all that, what could possibly be stranger? I mean, they found 2 corpses. Remember what I said? Every other year, one person would die and one person would disappear. This year is the first time 2 people have been found dead. That may be true, but it's not a huge deal, is it? It is, Kei-chan. Think about it harder. Listen, if 2 people died because of Oyashiro-sama's curse, then in order to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger, 2 people would need to be sacrificed. Is that how it works? So what? Tometake-san and Takano-san died, so now 2 people are going to go missing this year? I don't understand why, but when I said that, I felt my spine freeze. I don't think anyone's been confirming missing yet. I think that those 2 people have yet to disappear. Shion, like me, was obviously getting the same feeling crawling down her back. 2 people have yet to disappear? Shion didn't answer. I couldn't say any more than that either. A chill crept through in my clothes and tried to wrap into a fist around my heart. Cold hands feeling about on my chest. Neither of us could say anything. Tometake-san opened the lock and he died. Takano-san exposed the ritual storehouse and she died. If 2 more people were to be sacrificed, then they would be none other than the ones who entered with them. None other than us. No, this has got to be a joke. I wanted so much for her to pass this off as a joke even now. That, though, was such an incredibly difficult and selfish request. If Tometake-san and Takano-san had died in a common way like a car accident, I could tell myself this was coincidence. Instead, he clawed out his own throat, and she burned to death, drowned in oil, in the mountains. The 2 deaths were so out of the ordinary that I couldn't possibly dismiss it as mere coincidence. It was as if, in exchange for sneaking into the ritual storehouse, there must be someone punishing us. Some sort of cruel, with will working behind the scenes. Even so, I still didn't want to accept that terrifying truth. If I did, then I would have to acknowledge that a horrible crisis was growing near for Shion and I. That's why I argued against it. I argued, knowing I was running away. In the first place, it's not even in the newspaper, is it? Such a monstrous incident would be all over the newspapers and television. Magazine writers would flood the village, too, thinking it'd make for an interesting story. Of course, it's not getting reported by the media. That's how it was in the past, too. When the incidents occurred for the 3rd year in a row, there were some third-rate magazines that sniffed out the story and ran issues full of gossip columns about Hinamizawa. Fearing that the region would develop a negative stigma, they negotiated with the prefecture and the police. Since last year, it became a big conspiracy, where no information about the incidents was allowed to be leaked into the media. I hear the elders and the top brass from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the police. Then you mean their deaths are going to be dealt in total secrecy? And that's how it is. Of course, the police are investigating it. That's being performed in secret too, so I hear the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't do. You could essentially say they're interfering with the police investigation. The story was unbelievable. People died, and yet they don't publicize it or deal with everything in secret. If we break it down further, it means that no matter who dies in the night of Watanagashi, it won't go public. That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard!
Kei-chan.
Before, I said how the villagers could be the ones carrying out Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's what I mean. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of Watanagashi under the guise of it being Oyashiro-sama's curse. When someone dies on the night of Watanagashi, it turns into a curse of Oyashiro-sama. The curse turns into a serial murder incident. In order to avoid exacerbating the negative stigma surrounding Hinamizawa, those incidents are dealt with in secret. That's insane! Dead and missing people turn up every year! However bad the stigma gets, the police have to draw the line somewhere, don't they? You could say the incidents happening every year is mysterious, but the police can get the job done when they need to. After all, the incidents always get resolved individually. It doesn't end up being a string of incidents, you know? It just so happens that something unfortunate happens on the night of Watanagashi every year. That's all it turns into. Most of the criminals responsible for the original dismemberment were arrested. The last one managed to get away and stay away. But the events were totally exposed and elucidated, so it was, in essence, resolved. The The dam supporting couple who died in the incident of the second year, that was an accidental death, plain and simple. They made a lot of investigations into the possibility of it having been a homicide, but they didn't turn up anything. It ended up as an accident. It was resolved. On the third year, the priest fell ill and passed away. There were doctors present at the hospital on this deathbed, and they had all trustworthy medical certificates. They even did an autopsy. It concluded that it wasn't a homicide, that it was resolved too. Festival of Watanagashi is just Hinamizuwa's fancy way of celebrating the purge. I mean, I guess, but like in a very minimal way. Like, I haven't seen the purge, but I've seen like media that like parodies it or like talks about it, but like it's definitely not the same scope as as Watanagashi. On the fourth year, the sister-in-law of the dam-supporting couple was murdered. The criminal was an abnormal man with a history of regular psychostimulant usage. He confessed that he thought Oyashido-sama's curse was so interesting he wanted to try it out. The criminal died of an accident while imprisoned, so this incident was essentially resolved as well. That's right. None of the incidents had any relation to another, and each was independently resolved. Killing whoever you want on the night of Watanagashi and writing it off as, yeah, that man's died of Oyashido-sama's curse. I mean, yeah. But, you can only... Like, you can't kill too many or people will be like, okay, this is actually, like, people going around and doing this, as opposed to, like, oh, one person died and another person is gone. Oh, that's Oyashido-sama. Yep, we don't gotta look into this at all. Nope, bye. So then why does the unfortunate coincidence occur every year on the night of Watanagashi? You can try and say it's a string of related incidents, but they're not related. Yet every year, someone always dies and someone always disappears. The story Takano-san told me on the day before during the setup. Now that the curse really had occurred this year, I couldn't just laugh it off. Then, does that mean it'll come for us too? Just like how one person dies and one disappears every year? Are you saying we'll be taken along with Tometake-san and Takano-san and erased too? My lips had at some point become completely dry, and just saying that was difficult. Shion didn't respond. Oh yeah, Shira-sama was very angry that year. He did. But you have to make sure that people actually disappear, and you have to hide the corpses if you want it to, if you want to make it big, if you want to be a big shot in Hinamizuwa. Her silence, however, was the clearest form of confirmation she could give me. Sure, we went somewhere we shouldn't have. But we were just looking, right? We didn't steal anything or take anything out, and we didn't tell anyone that we looked, right? I was already regretting having committed such a wrong. Even so, was it really so bad that Tometake-san and Takano-san deserved such cruel deaths? Besides, I didn't care about anything I saw in there at all. Takano-san was the only one getting so happy over it, wasn't she? Takano-san was the only one at fault. I don't have anything to do with this. I'm not interested. I'm not involved. I don't give a shit about what's in there. I knew saying so wouldn't solve anything. I could feel myself, my cold self in the innermost depths of my heart, disgusted at my pointless howling. However, my emotions had broken through the dam, and I couldn't stop them anymore. I didn't have any interest in any of this from the start, damn it. All I wanted to do was watch Rika-chan's performance. You were the one who pulled me away from that, weren't you, Shion? I don't give a rat's ass whether those two were trying to steal something or trying to meet up secretly or whatever. That's right, you were the one who made me go in there in the first place, Shion. You were all, Kei-chan, you need to see what's inside, and you convinced me and pulled me in. Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have to do anything. I don't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? How are you going to take responsibility for this? Huh? Hey, are you listening? Ugh. Click. Without any warning, the phone cut off with a soft sound of a receiver being slammed down. Shion was just as terrified as I was. I just said some really self-centered things. My riled up emotions disappeared as if they'd never existed, and in their place, surged waves of deep regret at having run my mouth so irresponsibly. I could try to call out Shion's name from beyond the disconnected phone, but it was too late. What have I done? Shion was only trying to tell me as much as she could about this thing about to descend upon us. As for me, I could only whine like a child about it. I went to call her back, but then remembered she lived in Okinomiya. I didn't know her phone number. Since I had declared to Mion that I hadn't seen Shion last night, I couldn't just call Mion and ask for Shion's phone number. I was too scared. I couldn't even call her back. I was so stricken with hopeless regret. I returned the receiver to its stand and I simply prayed that Shion would call me back again. Please, Shion, calm down and call me again. Ring, 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 ring. Hello, this is Maibara. I swept up the receiver as though it wouldn't go through if I didn't grab it at the exact moment. Is this the Maibara residence? Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimiyoshi. Is this the head of the household? It was the voice of a middle-aged man. All my hopes rushed out of me. No, it isn't. If you need Dad, I'll go call him. I went to put the receiver back down, but the man stopped me hurriedly. Oh, no. If he's busy, then it's fine. This may be a strange question, but is my old man paying you a visit? No, nobody's here at a moment. I see. Again, I apologize for calling you so late at night. Goodbye. Clack. I don't know who that was, but what if Shion tried to call me while I was talking to him? I thought, bubbling with egotistic anger. Hey, wait. Give it a break, Keiichi Maibara. These are the selfish emotions that made Shion mad at me, aren't they? The more I thought about it, though, the more I thought about Shion. Had given up hope in the short time since we had our conversation, and didn't want to call anymore. Calm yourself, Keiichi Maibara. If Shion does call again, then first apologize in a calm voice. If you do that, then Shion should understand. However, no matter how long I waited, the phone didn't ring again that night. Rip. You ruined your chances, Keiichi. How dare you? First you don't give Mion that doll, and now you yelled at Shion over the phone, making her hang up on you. Like, how dare you? You're being so rude. Why are you always like this, Keiichi? Why are you like this? Why are you like this, Keiichi?
Okay, little save while I do a little sip.
Okay. Trying to think if I should do a break now or wait.
I'll do one more. Because these ones are a little bit long.
There was no way I'd be able to sleep. When she hung up the phone like that, I realized for the first time what kind of situation I was in, as well as who the only ally who would support me was. I waited with bated breath for Shion to calm down and call me back. What would I do if the phone rang while I was sound asleep? No matter how long I waited, however, it never rang. Exhausted, whenever my mind started to wander, I would jolt awake as though I heard the phone ring. In the end, I brought the cordless phone with me into my futon and went to sleep with it in my arms. Though it still didn't amount to anything. Morning came, and by that time, I was pretty sure she wasn't calling back. That was when a fierce drowsiness assailed me. Damn it. This is not the time for sleep, Keiichi Maibara. I slapped myself in the face a few times. Then I went to the washroom and washed my face, which was something I usually didn't do. That wasn't enough either, so I even brushed my teeth. After that, I was finally wide awake. When Mom saw how strange I was acting, her eyes went wide.
What's wrong, Keiichi? Are you going to go somewhere today?
Going somewhere? Yeah. To school. I was about to say that this was like the weekend. You don't have school.
Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good today. Do you have a cold?
I'm not sick. I just didn't get much sleep. If I space out and start talking nonsense, just humor me.
I wonder what kind of nonsense you'll say. I wonder. Now I'm looking forward to it.
I feel utterly shattered, and I still hadn't picked myself up back this morning. And for precisely that reason, Vena's honest smile was a sight for sore eyes. Yo, what's up, Kei-chan? Vena? Good morning.
What? Mi-chan, you look like you didn't get much sleep either.
Mion had gone home early yesterday with a hangover, but she didn't look too good this morning either. Her usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow. Yeah, I went to bed at like 3. I'm a little tired. 3? Hey now, you can't keep staying up late. You probably read the first volume of a manga, thought it was interesting, then read the entire series, didn't you? I understand. I've done that before. I joked, trying to shake off my sleepiness. I was trying to be considerate. However, neither Mion nor Renena smiled. In fact, they didn't even pay attention. Vena's expression immediately darkened.
What? Wait, is it about the mayor? He still hasn't been found?
Nope. Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about? You can't find the mayor? Even the classroom, which was normally bursting with bright, joking voices, seemed filled with a different sort of murmur today.
Good morning, Keiichi-san. Have you heard? It looks like something terrible has happened.
I don't really know this mayor person, but he's an old guy, right? Couldn't he just be wandering around senile?
The mayor is certainly not senile. He's a sprightly man who could teach both calligraphy and swordsmanship. He probably got lost somewhere like me. Lost Rika! Omochikaeri!
Getting lost is only cute because children like Rika do it. A worn-out old man getting lost isn't moe in the slightest. While my mind entertained dumb thoughts like that, our teacher arrived. Everyone rushed to their seats. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. The class greeting was normal, but the atmosphere in the room was heavy. Some of you may have already heard, but last night, despite the late hour, the mayor never came home. Is there anyone here who saw the mayor yesterday? 1 or 2 hands went up in silence, and they told her about seeing him. None of it seemed to be vital information, however, and everyone began whispering amongst themselves. If anyone has seen the mayor, please tell an adult about it, all right? Now then, let's begin class. After that, the same old lessons began. Wow! What a quick school day. The rumors, once quieted, blossomed in flowers again at lunchtime. I could hear a few different conversations. They were mostly related to the mayor's disappearance. Summing them all up, I came out with this. Yesterday evening, the mayor went to a meeting at the Shrine Assembly Hall. The meeting ended after the sun had fully set and everyone left. The elder's house was a bit far from the center of Hinamizawa. It was already late and Hinamizawa doesn't have a lot of lights outside. Nobody saw the mayor after the meeting. However, because he had been hungry, he wouldn't have taken any side trips. He would have gone straight home. However, no matter how long his family waited, he never returned. Well, that's one disappearance, so, either Keiichi or Shion should be fine. Wink. Some thought there might have been an accident. They left no stone unturned. They searched from the irrigation channels to the water wells, and even in the rice paddies. But they didn't find him. Of course, there was a limit to how far they could search in the middle of the night. The police were going to wait for daylight, then have the young men of the town help search. If, after all that, they still didn't find him, they were apparently going to go looking in the mountains. Even now, at this moment, the adults were probably all searching for him. And the more they searched in vain, and the more time passed, the only thing that came to my mind was the curse. The rumors of Onikakushi, of the demoning away. Had he become the year's sacrifice to Oyashiro-sama's curse, which had recently been occurring every year? That scary possibility, which everybody thought about but nobody could say aloud, was slowly but surely spreading throughout the village. Was he demoned away and offered as a sacrifice to quell Yashiro-sama's anger? My classmates were whispering to each other that the curse didn't happen this year, so there shouldn't have been any sacrifices. I, on the other hand, I knew The curse did happen again this year, and there were 2 people that died. This may sound strange, but I hadn't exactly thought the elder would be the one to go missing. My reason was clear. Shion and I had been a higher priority than him. The 4 of us were thieves that broke the taboo and set foot into the sacred ritual storehouse. If Tometake-san and Takano-san had suffered mysterious deaths, then it should have been mine and Shion's turn next. This time should have been Shion and me, eh? I laughed painfully to myself. I'd yelled at Shion over the phone that I didn't want to end up in such a terrifying situation, but now that someone other than me had disappeared, I could only think that I should have been the first to go. Onigafuchi, the bottomless swamp, said to have been the place where they drowned sacrifices long ago. Just as it ran through my thoughts, the villagers must have also considered the swamp. Maybe police divers were plumbing its depths even now. They probably wouldn't find anyone. Not a single missing person had ever been found. They'd always suspected Onigafuchi, but not once have they ever turned up a corpse from it. After all, it was a devilish bottomless swamp from which no one thinks who can ever return. I could hear someone telling their friend that in the classroom.
Now that you mention it, Satoshi-san, he left around this time last year, didn't he?
Huh? Satoshi? I've heard that name before. He was... Right, he disappeared before the last year's curse. The conversation was happening in the seat next to me, so I could hear it clearly.
Didn't we search the whole village like this for Satoshi-san too? We didn't find him either. What did we decide that was? A demoning away, right?
Yeah. I heard he withdrew all his savings and ran away from home.
Yeah, poor Satoshi-san.
Someone from the police said that there was someone who saw him get on the bullet train in Nagayo Station.
Ran away, huh?
I wasn't that interested in the reason, which seemed understandable in this case. Everyone else who disappeared had their own reasons, too. Either they still on the run because they were criminals, or they were a corpse that couldn't be found. It's not like any of them suddenly disappeared into thin air for no reason. But they disappeared. Someone disappeared whenever the curse took life, as if by design. They may have had various understandable reasons, but they still disappeared. From that point of view, it really might have been a demoning away at this time. The mayor's disappearance was first such incident without a clear reason behind it. Of course, coming to that realization didn't help to resolve anything.
It looks like I messed up the seasoning today. Sorry.
Normally, Lena would have devoured her lunch immediately, but today there's still a ton left. That wasn't because Lena's lunch didn't taste good or anything, though.
That isn't the case. Your lunch today is as delicious as always.
Satoko dips her chopsticks into Lena's bento box and pulls out bits of food one after another.
Yes, delicious indeed. Today in particular, in fact. Huh? You know those are pumpkin crochets, right? Are you okay? Yes. If it's your pumpkin, then it's delicious.
Did Satoko dislike pumpkin? Regardless, she forced herself to smile and shoved more into her mouth. I didn't actually... Oh yeah, I guess I remember that. Everyone knew. Nobody's lunch tasted very good today. Satoko kept shoveling it down, repeating her remark on how good it was.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow, Dolphin Burb. How you doing today? We are playing Higurashi. We are in the second half of chapter 2, which is the Watanagashi chapter. It's where Shion and Mion. But yes, hello.
If it's that good, then I guess I've got to have some too. Satoko's gonna eat it all if we let her.
It's just so good. So I would certainly like it if Keiichi-san were to eat some as well.
Well, sometimes I have to show my adult generosity, right? Okay, don't hold back on my account. Eat enough for the both of us today. Can't imagine many people not liking pumpkin. Right, pumpkin spice and pumpkin pie. Pumpkin's really good. She really, really hated pumpkin, didn't she? That made it all the more touching to see Satoko's own brand of generosity. I grabbed her head and started stroking it. Satoko, in a somewhat exaggerated fashion, was bawling, her tears streaming down her face. No way. You'll never grow up if you give away such good food. Rena, you eat too. I only have leftover vegetable stew, but it tastes great after having sat overnight.
Yeah. The daikon radish is such a pretty color going through it. It looks delicious. I guess I'll have some then.
Rena reached out with her chopsticks, and at last, the usual lunchtime atmosphere began to return. That was only at our desks, though. The dark tales of Oyashiro-sama's curse, which had recurred for 5 years in a row, didn't cease. The whole classroom remained stuck in its somber mood. Right, man? I have some pumpkin pie in the fridge. I might have that during my break. Cracked range, thank you. Oyashiro-sama's curse had happened for 5 years straight. Everyone had wanted the previous year to be the last. What was Oyashiro-sama's curse, anyway? They were going to build a dam in Hinamizawa. The people building it were bad, so they were cursed. I would admit that much. Still, the dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So why was the curse stubbornly persisting? I hit myself on the cheeks to perk myself back up. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood. I couldn't go straight back to thinking about the curse like that. I forced the grim story out of my head. Driving Oyashiro-sama's curse out of my thoughts was actually a good idea. In the end, that meant I would also be driving away the most terrifying thought of all, that I could be the curse's next target. Mion's taking a while, isn't she? How long does it take to wash your hands? Mion had said she was going to wash her hands and left, and she hadn't come back yet.
She's probably taking a little afternoon nap somewhere. I think she was up pretty late last night looking for the mare after all.
I smiled wearily and let out a sigh. Today was no good. However much we wanted to lighten the mood, things always came back to the mare. It was just a no-good day. I had just transferred here recently, so the shock of a curse happening 5 years running was an unimaginably big one. Maybe I do need to appreciate that.
When Meat-chan was really little, the mayor would always spoil her. When she was going through her prankster phase, he loved her like his own daughter. She told me that often.
I see. Mian was in shock, too. Someone disappearing at all because of a curse was a really scary thing. If the sacrifice was someone you knew, though, then the shock must be 100 times worse. Satoko, as if she'd come to the same conclusion, bit her lower lip and looked downwards.
Oh, Rika-chan is taking a while, too. Maybe they're taking an afternoon nap together? Rika wasn't out that late. As soon as she yawned, everyone gathered around her and started saying good night, good night.
Now that she mentioned it, there was a lot of old people rubbing their prayer beads in fervent gratitude towards Rika-chan during the festival, too. An image of the impudent elderly came to mind. Had Rika-chan discovered a way to get herself to be pampered like that? Is there a reason old people treat Rika-chan like an idol? Is she their ideal image for a granddaughter or something?
I don't know anything about that, but I want to see Rika-chan yawning. It's probably all like, Fuwa! Omochikaeri! I don't personally think that it's that cute. It's more like a glah, and she opens her mouth really wide so you can see the back of her throat. The thing in her throat! Oh, wobbly!
Nena's handy at times like these. I finally managed a heartfelt laugh. Oh, right. I'm on day duty, aren't I? I need to go water the flower garden. The garden is right outside the teacher's lounge, too, so they can immediately tell if you don't do it right.
I think Satoko-chan is cute. Not only Rika-chan,
Oh, uvula.
Can't breathe. I got a glimpse. It was so cute. Satoko-chan is cute too. Omochikaeri.
Rena was squeezing her hands around Satoko's neck and trying to get a look into her throat. You know, Rena is... I can't say it out loud, but she's a notorious isn't she? Hearing Satoko make a weird noise like a chicken being strangled was kind of hilarious, but I couldn't help but laugh. At some point, the classroom had erupted into laughter too. Maybe Rena was doing it on purpose? Even if she wasn't, this nonsense was a welcome sight. Anyway, let's get over to the flowers while I still have time. Slowly and quietly, lest I destroy the room's newfound peace, I left the classroom. The watering can was hanging out upside down outside the kitchen. This building had originally seen an all-male forestry service building, so there was apparently nothing so thoughtful as a garden out here before. When they decided to have a school share the space, they built one there as a modest gesture of appreciation. But, well, the flower bed, it was a little longer than you'd expect. It went all around. It went all over the place. It was so big one would need to refill the watering can 5 or 6 times to get it all done. I was doing this together with a kid who was also thankfully on day duty today. She was in the lowest grade, though, and a full size smaller than even Rika-chan. I couldn't make a kid who would struggle just to lift the watering can help me with this. For this, if one was placed on day duty with someone one liked, they'd do it all for you, so it'd be cake. No point in blaming her. I give up. I'll just get started. Watering can in hand, just as I was about to leave the building, the old man from the forestry office addressed me. "Sonny, there's a vegetable garden behind the warehouse, right? It's all just about dried up. Water that too, would you?" "Oh, you mean that curry vegetable garden? The one with the potatoes and carrots and other things that were only ingredients for curry?" It's definitely the personal garden of our curry-loving teacher, but making students responsible for its upkeep is getting them involved in her personal affairs. I couldn't say that to his face, though, so I gave up and decided to carry out my day duties. The sunlight out front was strong. The great chorus of cicadas was strongly underlying how nothing was different today than yesterday. I passed by the classroom, and I didn't know how it happened, but Rena and Satoko were in the middle of a huge melee. While I was gone, the kids had arranged all the desks in a circle, forming a ring, while everyone was cheering them on. Yeah, that's how it should be. Once school ended, we would need to return to reality, where talk to the elders' disappearance would once again be all over the place. I wanted everyone to forget about everything and have fun, just like yesterday, if only while they were at school. In that sense, Satoko's whirling elbow and Rena's backward flying spin kick made for a pleasant sight. Even if, as a result, they flipped over my desk. Ugh, that's my pencil box. I'll just let it happen today. I mean, you just went outside, so, no use in going back in. I set to work, hastily watering everything, wanting nothing more to be done as soon as possible. That should about do it. No sooner than I had thought than I remembered that I had to water the teacher's curry vegetable garden, too. That's such a pain, but I have a feeling that it'll come back to bite me if I don't. I gave up, filled the can with water again, and headed behind the warehouse. What are we gonna find? This was a place students didn't like to go. It was always damp here, and you couldn't discard the possibility of slugs and pill bugs being around. So when I ran across her in the place like this, I was surprised. Whoa! Oh, it's Rika-chan. Don't scare me like that. Rika-chan was just standing there like a puppet, devoid of life. I was the only one who was startled here. Rika-chan didn't even seem to react to my appearance. Rika-chan? Finally, she noticed me. Her expression was clearly abnormal. There was red under her eyes, stained with tears and dirt. There were blades of grass stuck in her hair, too, and her clothes looked as though she'd fallen to the ground. Rika-chan? Are you hurt? Did you fall?
No. That isn't it.
Rika-chan said in the brightest voice she could manage as she rubbed her eyes. She didn't look anywhere near normal, though. What happened? You weren't sleeping on the storehouse roof and then fell off or anything, did you?
Don't worry about me. I have something I want to ask you, Keiichi.
Rika walked over and clung to me. At first, I thought she was playing a trick on me. Eventually, however, I realized it was so that I wouldn't run from the question she was about to ask. I shuddered. What do you want from me? She looked straight into my eyes. Her upturned eyes bored right into me. It was as though they were trying to pull the answer out from my own eyes without actually asking me the question. It was scary, so I averted my eyes from hers.
Keiichi, did you do something bad on the night of the festival?
My body gave a jolt from its very core. Rika-chan, who was clinging to me, might have felt my shiver. A nervous tingle crawled up from my feet, and after going up my back and freezing my entire body, it made its way into my brain.
Katie? Do you really not remember?
My head began to throb. I don't understand anything. Mion asked me. Oishi-san asked me. Shion asked me. And now Rika-chan was asking me. We thought nobody knew about what we did last night, and in fact everyone knew? They all knew, and they came to ask me. Again and again, until I admitted it. When I thought about it, it was pretty clear the whole thing was out in the open. After all, didn't Tometake-san and Takano-san's deaths prove it?
Katie?
How should I respond? We never should have entered the forbidden storehouse, and even though I regretted it so much, was she saying it wasn't enough? However, I had all but decided what I was going to say. I'm not exactly a good kid, you know. I've done lots of bad things, so I can't remember anything specific. Just as I had with all the others, I evaded the question. Rika-chan stared up at me with innocent eyes. Her eyes were so painful that I had to look away. After a few moments of mutual silence, Rika-chan released me.
I'm sorry for asking you something strange. Please forget about it.
She said, smiling her usual smile. Then, tap, 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 she went running off, as if nothing had happened. As she retreated in silence, I could feel her accusing me. Rika-chan. If she didn't hear my voice, then I was going to give up. However, she heard it. Rika-chan swiveled around and waited for me to continue. I was the one who had questions now. Still, asking any of them could just be a half-assed way of admitting what I did. Hey, Rika-chan.
What is it?
If everyone knows anyway, then I should be able to at least ask this, right? Why is everyone asking me about the night of the festival? That evening. Had I done something that wrong? I felt bloody sorry about it, and I only looked... Anyway, I didn't break anything or steal anything. Really. Still, Tometake-san and Takano-san, they died so miserably. Since those two had come to such an end, there's obviously no way it would forgive only me. Rika-chan cutely tilted her head in confusion and waited for me to say something. If I were to admit what happened that night, though, she might suddenly do a 180, as if flipping a switch. That would make sense. Rika-chan was the shrine maiden. She was the least likely to forgive me for breaking the taboo, wasn't she? Upon reflection, wouldn't telling her be more terrifying than telling Mion or Oishi-san? Rika-chan could just give up and leave, couldn't she? She didn't. She only was quietly waiting for me to say it myself. Say it, Keiichi Maebara. If you really are sorry, then you should say so. Of course, it's normal to hesitate given the crazy way Tometake-san and Takano-san died. A pulping machine called chaos was grinding up my brain. The juice wrung out of it turned into big droplets of sweat, which began to fall. Keiichi, that's not how sweat works.
Keiichi?
Rika-chan suddenly straightened up, trying to pat me on the head.
I don't really understand what you're worried about, Keiichi.
I had nothing to say to that. I lowered my head a little so that Rika-chan's palm could reach it. She petted me, kind of like one would a cat.
Do you know about the big storehouse a little way behind the shrine grounds? It stores the implements we use for rituals.
My breath literally stopped. Rika-chan, though, wasn't acting in a coercive way at all. Apparently, on the night of a festival,
a cat snuck into the warehouse.
A cat?
Yeah, a cat. Nya.
Rika-chan knew. She realized I was in fear. I could tell she was desperately trying to choose the right words so that she wouldn't scare me.
cat always wanted to explore inside the storehouse, but I was mean to it and never let it go inside. So on the night of the festival, the cat couldn't hold itself back any longer and went inside.
The cat. It was clearly supposed to be Takano-san. Or wait, was it supposed to be me?
Inside, there were actually lots of things that scared the cat.
Rika-chan made a cute gesture like a ghost was coming out to frighten me.
The cat was both terrified and amazed. It ran away as fast as it could. Clatter, 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 shiver, meow, meow. It was terrible.
This cat. Who are you saying it was?
The cat is a cat. Meow, meow.
Rika-chan is still avoided saying it. The cat, though, was without a doubt me. Rika-chan, please, tell me. The cat, what should it do now? Maybe it was a desperate question to ask. I had sort of admitted to being the cat.
The cat is just a cat, so it can just keep meowing and everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine? That's stupid.
Shouldn't it just keep meowing?
Jeez. Rika-chan and I have put together an entire conversation using cat as a code word. I didn't say it directly, but I had already admitted it. I didn't want to end up like those two. I didn't want to be a sacrifice, like Shion said. That's what I thought, so I stubbornly remained silent. But now, that's enough. It can't just keep meowing. The dog saw the cat making mischief and sneaking inside.
The dog.
That's right. It was the dog. It keeps coming to the cat, trying to get it to say it snuck inside. After I said that, Rika-chan's expression clouded over. She was trying to hide it, but I already noticed her eyes darkening. Rika-chan. The silence was frightening, so I spurred her on. At this point, Rika-chan grinned.
It's alright. I'll protect the cat.
Huh? I thought for a moment that I had misheard those words, so dependable they were.
The cat is really scared, but it really isn't all that bad. I think all the dogs are just misunderstanding.
It's not all that bad?
The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure.
Rika-chan will do something about it? I don't even know left from right at the moment, so Rika-chan didn't look all that dependable.
It might be hard, but I'll do my best. Nipa!
She clenched her fist and stuck it in the air. Rika-chan said that the cat can just keep meowing. She said to leave it all to her. Is that really all it took? To resolve this whole thing? Will you really be all right, Rika-chan?
If I don't do my best, then something bad could happen to the dogs too.
I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about anymore. She had been talking to me under the assumption that I was aware of certain things, so at first I understood her. Around the middle, though, I stopped understanding anything. However, one thing I did know was to not worry and to leave it to her. Rika-chan straightened up once again, patted me on the head, and smiled. I was so moved by that reassuring feeling that I couldn't help but start to cry. I'm sorry. The cat, it really was just a little bit of mischief. It didn't think any of this would...
It's too much of a scaredy cat. That's why it should never have seen the storehouse.
She was right. It was far too shocking for someone to see based on that little bit of interest alone. That's why they made it so difficult to look at in the first place, wasn't it? Rika-chan, what will happen to the cat? Two of the cats that snuck in, well, that night, I heard Tometake-san and Takano-san's deaths were being kept a secret. Rika-chan might not have known about it.
Tometake and Takano?
I gave a start at the sudden mention of actual names, though it's weird to do that at this point.
You should forget about them.
My spine froze again. Forget?
Yes. It wouldn't do you any good to remember those two, Keiichi. The more you think about it, the scarier it will get. So you should forget about them as soon as possible.
She said something so enormously terrifying without letting the smile on her face waver at all. I don't know where you heard about it, or
I don't know where you heard about it from, but you should forget everything. Make your mind as clean as a scrubbed bathtub.
forget. Rika-chan, you know, don't you? You know how those two died.
No matter how they died, it has nothing to do with you, Keiichi.
Rika declared this with a flat voice. Nothing to do with me. So forget about it. The girl before me, she was innocent and lovable and even seemed trustworthy, but suddenly she took another dimension. Don't get involved with their deaths. I'll help you, Keiichi. Those two contradictory statements twisted and distorted my image of the girl in front of me. What about Shion? What'll happen to her? It might have been dangerous to mention Shion's name, but I couldn't stop myself from asking. Rika-chan saw through everything anyway. There was no way I was going to fool her or keep anything from her at this point.
The younger of the sister cats? Yeah.
Yeah, the little sister cat. Rika-chan appeared to think upon this for a moment. It was hard for me to endure this, even this momentary silence.
The big sister cat is angry. The little sister cat did something bad, so she's really mad.
The big sister cat. That could only be Mion. I recall being questioned by her earlier.
Keiichi, the big sister cat is not in a good mood at all. I think we should leave her alone for a while.
Not in a good mood. Those words sent a shiver through me. Mion was mad. She was mad that we entered the ritual storehouse.
Let's stop having club from now on.
Huh? Why?
I think we should leave her alone.
Rika-chan ended her sentence with such force that I couldn't say anything in response. Hey, Keiichi Maebara, don't disobey Rika-chan right now. She is the only one who said she'll help me right now. I'll leave things to her, just as she said to. I mean, she even said that the cat should keep meowing. I'll forget everything, like she said. I'll leave everything to her. I'll forget everything about Takano-san and Tometake-san and what I did that night. Just then, we heard a bell, far away, marking the end of our lunch break. I guess we should go back to class.
Keiichi?
As if she had noticed how miserable I was, about to leave everything to her and flee the scene, Rika-chan called out to stop me.
If the misunderstanding dog comes to try and bite the cat, please tell me, okay?
The misunderstanding dog. She put it on such a cute-sounding way, but the true meaning behind those words was an eerie one. Who is the misunderstanding dog?
The dog that bit the mare. I don't know why I did that. If I was going to bite anyone, it would have been the trickster cat at first.
The flow of blood in my body felt like it completely stopped for a moment. Rika-chan had admitted it. The sacrifices of that terrible calamity. She admitted that if they were to happen again, it would be Shion or I. I didn't know what was true about the girl standing before me. My suspicion gave way to fear and nearly began to change into anger. Was she a savior who would protect me? Or a stranger trying to capture and kill me for the sake of a horrible tradition? I had no idea what was true.
I'm sorry. The cat is already scared, and I said something to scare it even more. I'm really sorry.
Rika-chan bowed so quickly that it looked like her head had been pulled downward. Still, she was right. I was cowering. I could distinctly feel my body shaking violently. So when Rika-chan reached her hand out to pat me on the head, I pulled away without thinking. I'm so... Rika-chan made a very sad face, but I couldn't bring myself to put out my head again for her.
Man, poor Rika. She's trying to help you. Let her give you head pats.
That day, Rika-chan said that she wasn't feeling up for club activities that day, so she suggested we not bother. There's always vetoes when someone doesn't feel up to it. Lena and the others seemed really disappointed. The big sister cat is not in a good mood. I remembered Rika-chan's words and quietly stole a glance at Mion's expression. If I could forget the way she questioned me yesterday, though, her behavior was the same as it always has. Very suspicious. Oh, I am out of my tea. Just tilting an empty glass.
Water is just fine then. Let's see. Okay. Real quick, I am going to save because I think I need to get up and stretch. It is about a good midway point. So I will go ahead and, let's see. Do we want to do words today or do we just want to do a regular BRB screen? Because I do have like a clip show screen if we just want to go through that. But if you guys want to do words, I can pull that up real quick. I will leave it up to you. Whoever speaks up first. Because I do need to like stand up and stretch and then maybe get a slice of pumpkin pie. I don't know. Well, none of you have spoken up, so I will go ahead and transition to just the regular Be Right Back screen. Yeah, you guys can listen to some of the background stuff. So let me go and just whoosh on over there. And yeah, I will turn up. Actually, I'll mute the music once I start the clips. But yeah, I will be back in about 10 minutes. I will see you then. I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to play. There they go. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you anxiety. Hey. Hey, Nightbot. No bully. You can bully other bots, but no bully friends. Whoops. God. You good? Don't die on me. You're supposed to drink the water, not inhale it.
I'm sorry. This is the end.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins. Wait a second.
Beware the cows. Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past this sermon. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh, Neon! Neon! Lewd! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly.
scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain?
More than you do.
Stop talking about your bowels, sir.
No!
Scuff stream. Become the narwhal and run the up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Belly's in the way of everything.
How dare you?
Fat
Whoops.
freaking
Watch it.
yup. No, I'm not doing it.
It'll
It's
be
tempting, but I shall
fine.
be a sleepy girl. I'm not going to do it. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
It'll be fine.
Take my streamer word for it. You will be
And twice in 3, they were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing, and then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora, and he's like, what? and like I remember it showed up, and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen's to watch.
Ah! Don't smack me.
Smack your butt.
No smack.
Spanking. Didn't hear boots. Alright, we're good. This is starting off as a great
How-
stream.
Dare you?
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder. Oh my god, I swear it.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! I'm gonna be the new DLC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
That wasn't me that brought her to you guys.
Following?
Oh no. Ew.
Oh,
No!
fantastic. You
You got me
What
stuck.
the-
You got me stuck.
You got me stuck!
You got me stuck.
Running!
And then I blacked out.
Quack, 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 quack.
That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. Ah, I see. When it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack.
That's right, baby. Daddy's here. Alright.
What?
Here's what we're gonna do.
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder! Oh my god, I swear it.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! If it gets clipped, I'm gonna be the new DLC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
Become the narwhal and run the up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Puppy belly's in the way of everything.
How dare you?
Freaking
Watch it.
Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain? That wasn't me that brought her to you guys.
following.
Oh no. Ew.
Oh,
No!
fantastic.
No!
You
You got me
What
stuck!
is-
You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
Keep running!
Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh. Leon! Leon! Lewd! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiichi. Hey, don't. Hey, Nightbot. No bully. You can bully other bots, but no bully friends. Whoops. There they go. Scuff stream. And twice in 3, they were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing, and then Goofy and Donald were like, you're.
Hello, everybody. how was the little break?
That was the first time I had done the little clip show. Was it okay? I realized I accidentally left the music on, so hopefully it wasn't unbearable to listen to. If it was, I will make sure to mute it the next time we do the BRB screen. It was good? Okay, that's good to hear. It's like I was so used to doing words on stream, and it's like, well, that's usually not for the cool vibe streams, so I decided to switch it up a little bit. Okay, now we go back to Higurashi. I have now eaten a singular piece of pumpkin pie with lots of whipped cream. So now we go back. After dinner, without the energy to watch TV, I climbed into the futon in my bedroom and let my head be overtaken by gloomy thoughts. I told Orika-chan anything and everything. She had seemed trustworthy at the time, but had that really been the right choice? The more I looked back on it, the less I understood what Rika-chan was saying. Oh, also, hello, Purple Nidra. I don't know if you're still here, but I saw you said something when I, right when I went BRB, but hello, how you doing? Not only did she know about Takano-san and Tomatake-san's deaths, but she spoke of them as if she were a concerned party. After all this time in my futon, I began to tremble fiercely. Had I been lured in by Rika-chan's sweet smile and told her things I shouldn't have? I should have continued to feign ignorance. I shouldn't have shown her such a weak side of me. My emotions were a mix of regret and fear, and it colored the darkness of the night with an additional layer of fear. Suddenly, a knock. I might have yelped. That's how surprised I was. Keiichi, I've been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. It's from Sonozaki-san. It was Dad. I reached out for the cordless phone through the gap in my door. Sonozaki-san? Which one? The older sister or the younger? I don't know. Ask her yourself. I took the receiver and buried myself in my futon again. Hello? Mion? Or is it Shion? It's me. Shion. Good evening. I practically jumped out of bed. It was Shion, who I had hoped so desperately would call me back last night. Shion! Sorry about last night. I got all riled up. I heard what sounded like a deep sigh on the other end. You and me are in the same position, aren't we? I shouldn't have blamed you for everything like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, so please, cheer up. I called you because I'm in a better mood. If you're sorry, then I'll forgive you, so please stop apologizing. Shion's tone still sounded a little angry, but for the moment, she said she'd forgiven me. You're right, too. We're tied to the same fate. Making sure the other is alright is the only way to guarantee our own safety. Yeah, I agree. We absolutely need to share whatever information we have, so that we don't die like Takano-san and Tometake-san did. I forced myself to swallow a solid drop of saliva. Then, let's continue where we left off. You'll listen without getting angry this time, right? Yeah, I'll be fine. Firstly, it seems sneaking into the ritual storehouse was more of a taboo than we thought. Takano-san and Tometake-san's miserable ends, terrible enough that you could call them a warning. They were more than enough to make me believe that. The culprits killed those two, and the ones responsible for sullying the storehouse, and they'll come for us next. I know you want to deny that, but please accept it. It'll be too late to believe me after you've disappeared, okay? I got it. You can never be too careful after all. I don't want to accept it either. To think that sneaking a peek at that museum of torture devices deserves a death like that, I don't want to believe it. That's what a taboo is. For those who honor it, if one breaks the taboo, no matter how small or innocent their intentions were, they won't be forgiven. Let's report anything we noticed that seems strange. If we connect all the tiny pieces that we have, then just maybe we'll find out who killed them, or maybe even the truth behind the incidents of the previous years. We could find the key that'll resolve everything. You're right. You're right about that. All I was doing was waiting in fear, but Shion had already thought that far ahead. Given how trustworthy she felt, I became embarrassed over how passive I was being. Then I'll start, since I suggested it. I feel like somebody has been watching me lately. What? It might be in my imagination, but I'll tell you anyway. I think it's just me, but if you feel like you're being watched too, Kei-chan, then maybe it's not just my imagination. Well, don't worry. At the very least, everything's been fine for me. I think. As I spoke with Shion, I thought back on today. I had no grounds to say that everything was fine. I see. Then I suppose it was my imagination. But you be careful too, Kei-chan. Be especially careful if you're by yourself in public. I'm in Onokiyomiya, so I won't be alone very often, but you live in Hinamizawa. There will be a lot of times you'll be alone. Please be extra careful. You're right. Yeah, I'll be careful. Also, about my sister. Has she been acting strange lately? Your sister? Oh, Mion, right. What do you mean by acting strangely? Well, yesterday she came to me and asked me where I was on the night of Watanagashi. What? She asked me too. The day before yesterday, I think, Mion asked me. I see. I told her I wasn't there. What did you say? I did the same thing. I just dodged the question. Both of us gave a quiet sigh of relief. Ever since the night of the festival, my sister has been acting strangely. We can't be too careful, so just be aware, okay? Mion was acting strangely. Aside from her asking me about the night of Watanagashi, she hadn't seemed too out of the ordinary, at least from my point of view. Her twin sister, though, was saying she was acting weird.
Maybe it was just a slight change that a stranger like me wouldn't be able to notice. Got it. I'll start being careful. I'll always have Rena with me on my way back from school, so I shouldn't end up alone with Mion very often. Please be careful. If there's anything that's bothering you, you can tell me. All right. Keita, you're gonna be in danger. Okay, then is there anything you want to tell me, Keita? My turn. That's right. Maybe I should report on Oishi-san asking me the same question at the library. Oh, that time you were too slow to escape? Yeah. Oishi-san asked me pretty forcibly whether I was with Takano-san or Tometake-san that night, and whether I had seen you. Oishi-san seemed to have seen the four of us together. From the police's point of view, that would make us the last people who had seen them. I suppose, given that, it's only natural they'd been interested in us. I evaded the questions too, though that might have just made them more interested. There was no way I could have tricked that sly old fox Oishi-san. My troubled countenance would have only made him even more certain. Hey, Shion, since they're the police, shouldn't we just tell them? I mean, considering our situation, I think having them on our side would be a good thing. Shion didn't answer right away. For a few moments, all I could hear was her breathing as she thought about it. Now that I think about it, Oishi-san said there was something possibly shady about Mion. At least I think that's what he said. Yeah, he definitely did. As I explained yesterday, the Sonozaki family holds a lot of influence over Hinamizawa. Oishi is under the impression that the whole village, with the Sonozaki family is at the center of it all, is responsible for the recurrent freak deaths. The whole village is behind them, the Sonozaki family at the center? Please don't get angry like you did yesterday and just listen. I hammered that home before I got too upset. During the Hinamizawa Dam Wars, the priest who everyone was anticipating to lead the anti-dam movement acted as though he were unrelated, so the Sonozaki main house rose up to take charge. My sister told you about all the battles that happened, right? Yeah, all of Hinamizawa got together and fought as one. They held protests, brought it to court, and even appeared on TV. In reality, there were many things that happened that were far more extreme. Under the surface, the Sonozaki main house was doing all sorts of illegal things to oppose it. They were acting illegally? For example, they would sneak into the construction site in the middle of the night and steal equipment or break it, or put sugar cubes in the gasoline tanks of the construction vehicles. Sugar in their gasoline tanks? Why would they? You don't know? It's practically the representative guerrilla tactic. It used to be underground organizations in France in World War II, for one. When you put sugar in it, engines get burned out and breaks down. That's pretty bad, though, isn't it? It was destruction of property and nothing less. When they beefed up the guard at the construction facility, the family turned to attacking important construction personnel who worked there. The government officials who had been given permission for the construction, for example, received all kinds of threats. Not just people from the prefectural office, either. Apparently, this reached as far as the military of construction. Or ministry, not military of construction. As far as I've heard, they even kidnapped a child once. Kidnapped? Yes. The child of an important person in the Ministry of Construction who was in charge of the Hinamizawa Dam got spirited away. Then, one day, all of a sudden, he was rescued in the Katsudo Mountains, which were upstream from Hinamizawa. Apparently, there were never any criminal accusations, but people whispered that it had been a threat to stop the dam construction from happening. Besides that, there were stories about so many different threats that I couldn't possibly list them all. That's sort of bad, isn't it? Only sort of. Right in the middle of the whole thing, the first incident happened. That's when the dismemberment of the construction manager occurred. People whispered that the Sonozaki family had brought out the principal offender, but of course he fled and still hadn't found him. When she put it that way, the Sonozaki family definitely seemed suspicious. Oishi-san even seems to think that the criminal was erased so he wouldn't talk, which is pretty reasonable of him. It's even enough to make me think that the Sonozaki main house is doing some really shady things behind the scenes, even though I'm related to them. Are you telling me to believe that? Pardon me. The Sonozaki main house where Mion lives has done all these bad things? You're telling me to believe it? Even if you don't, Kei-chan, the villagers do. While they opposed the dam outright in upright, lawful ways, the Sonozaki house did the dirty work for them. Everyone believes that they fought at the front and they'd take the brunt of the criticism. So they're respected as sort of heroes of darkness. I think I only know one part of it. For example, the really bad stuff like the kidnapping. I think only a handful of people even know about that, including Grandma. The Sonozaki family is secretive after all. Secretive, huh? A family so unforthcoming that even Shion, who is related to them, doesn't know anything about them. The Sonozaki family. Unlike Shion, her older twin, Mion was deeply involved with everything, and that was not a fun thought to entertain. My sister, though young, was the one who acted as at the center of the illegal resistance movement. Mion was? What do you mean? Well, our dad is a big shot yakuza. Even when she was little, my sister managed to subjugate a bunch of young street rats. Then she played all kinds of tricks on them and just generally got in the way. Mion did that? Now she's pretty laid back, so it might be hard to imagine. They put her in charge of everything from property damage to threats and even acts of violence. Though, since she was a kid, they could get her released pretty easily. She learned that her age could be used as a weapon. It may have been indiscreet, but I couldn't help but chuckle dryly. She may have been young, but she was certainly still Mion. Even back then, she had already been known for her craftiness. It's nothing to laugh about. Please, take this seriously. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Shion had gotten pretty angry at me. Well, her delinquency soon got her into a position of authority in the Sonozaki main house. It's not unthinkable that Oishi suspects them for the dismemberment incident and the later ones, too. For a few moments, I was dumbstruck at the tales of Mion's past. None of them matched the image I had of her. A younger Mion, dirtying her hands with all sorts of crimes, giving the dam construction project hell. As the successor to the Sonozaki main family, she was always right at the center of the vortex of strange incidents occurring year after year. Was that really the Mion I knew? Maybe the one I know isn't the real Mion? I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't bring myself to accept these things, images of Mion was hearing from another person. Well, back to the main subject. I just wanted you to know that my sister is someone worth being cautious around. Please be careful. I didn't want to understand. Mion was a fantastic friend. She would never do something to back me into a corner like that. She did ask me pretty harshly about the night of the festival, but even that, it wasn't like she'd said it in a mean way or anything. All right. I'll make sure to be careful. We're sisters related by blood, but within the Sonozaki family, we're basically of a different class. I want you to recognize how distant they are from me. Please? The more Shion tells me about Mion, the less I understand who Mion is. The Mion I know wasn't a dangerous person. She joked around, smiled a lot, and was full of passion. Now that I had realized I held such a view towards her, Shion was telling me to change it. To be careful around the best friend ever. To doubt her. The idea was very sad and painful. Now, about Oishi. If you think it's a good idea, then I think we should give him the information he needs. I think getting the police on our side will work in our favor. You thought so too, Shion? It's just, at the moment, like I explained, the police have their eyes on the Sonozaki family already. Oishi in particular completely believes that they're the masterminds behind the Cirella incidents. That includes me, of course. So, I don't really want much to do with Oishi. I see. If Oishi-san had found out about the Sonozaki family's strife-filled history, then he probably wouldn't be very happy with Shion either. At last, I understood Mion's instinctive dislike for Oishi-san. It's
probably out in the open at this point, but try not to give my name to him. If you agree to that, then I don't think there's a problem with you telling him anything. I got it. I won't mention your name. The police investigative ability should be quite a reliable weapon for us right now. If Oishi tells you anything interesting, then let me know as well. Of course, yeah. We'll share information and investigate together. Who killed Takano-san and Tomatake-san? Who was after us? Until we know, we need to defend ourselves. Anything else? Besides what Oishi-san told you, I mean. If anything has happened, no matter how minor, please tell me. Aside from my discussion with Oishi-san? Oh. Should I tell her that I revealed everything to Rika-chan? Rika-chan was acting like she knew something I didn't. She told me to leave it to her, but what? Ah, that's right. When I was talking to her, I mentioned Shion's name too. Was that a mistake? I felt like Shion would get angry. Nothing else? Kei-chan? I had remained quiet for a little while, so Shion encouraged me to speak, unable to bear the silence. As I struggled with what to say, Shion addressed me instead. It doesn't sound like it, so can I ask you something? I just heard this myself. Is it true that old man Kimiyoshi went missing? The old man Kimiyoshi? My gut told me that was the name of the mayor. You mean the mayor? Wait, Shion, you haven't heard? I don't know anything. I just overheard my dad talking about it on the phone again. I realized I shouldn't have said that. Here in Hinamizawa, the things that happened around this time, when Oyashiro-sama's curse would occur, would all be covered up. Yeah, actually, last night, after the meeting, he didn't come home, so all of Hinamizawa was confused. They searched all through the village, but if they found him, then I haven't heard. The police should be searching for him as well. Why didn't you tell me something like that important right away? She shouted angrily at me, bringing all her emotion to bear. Sorry, I thought you already knew. I didn't want to hide it or anything. The receiver was silent. Did Shion get mad again and hang up? Hey, Shion? Hello?
Kei-chan,
What should I do? Shion's tiny, confused voice sounded like it belonged to a different person than the one yelling a few seconds ago. What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Shion hesitated for a long time, but then she confessed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it. It was just that, the conversation got turned around, and we're on the same side, right? I won't get mad, so please tell me honestly. Shion still hesitated for a few moments. Then, in a resigned voice, she continued. Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. Shion seemed to think I would yell at her right after she said that, so I heard her catching her breath. Contrary to what she thought, I was a little relieved. Shion had done the same thing I had when I confessed everything to Rika-chan. So, in as gentle a voice I could, so as not to set her off, I responded. Old man Kimiyoshi. He's someone you feel comfortable confiding in, Shion? Yes. When I was little, he was really nice to me. Shion felt the same pain as the rest of us from the mayor's disappearance. She had a different kind of strength from Mion, and as she continued, her voice sounded truly sad and pained. All I did was play tricks on him, but he would always smile. He listened to anything I would say. He was such a kind person. Calm down, Shion. It's not like he's dead, right? Don't lose heart so easily. Yeah, it's not like he's dead. He's just missing. Shion didn't answer. Even as I said it myself, I didn't think we'd ever find the missing mayor again. We probably wouldn't even figure out if he was alive or dead. Shion must have been thinking the same thing. That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone saw us and was out to get us. Does the mayor know how absurdly Takano-san and Tomitake-san died? Yes, he knew about it. I told him that they died by Oyashiro-sama's curse, and that I could be made a sacrifice to calm his anger. I just said it straight out. Right. What then? Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled, then he told me if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Until Shion stopped sobbing, I was unable to find any words for her. I couldn't imagine what kind of person the mayor was, nor what Shion's relationship with him was like. Words of comfort, however, mean so much to us when we're about to be crushed by anxiety. Today, Rika-chan taught me that too. If someone who gave me such a sense of security were to disappear, then I could guess what kind of shock Shion was in. It's my fault, because I revealed everything. Stop it, Shion. It's not your fault. No, it is my fault. I told him everything. Old man Kimiyoshi found out about everything. So he has to have been killed. It was right after I told him, after all. He disappeared the same night that I confessed, and he told me everything was going to be all right. He found out. So he became involved. I should have never told him. All of this should have just been our fault. Only the four of us. It wasn't something I should have told anyone else. He got killed because I told him. He got killed because he knew. He got killed because I revealed it. Hey, stop. If they were doing that, then they would obviously have killed you before killing the mayor. The order is all wrong. You and I should have been killed first. Why the hell would someone else get killed first? No, it's in order. They must be planning to kill us last of all. What? What? They're not killing the first people who came in mind. They start by killing those we're close to. And then after they've caused so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. I said calm down. Shion, you're in shock. You're panicking. The mayor's disappearance has nothing to do with you. It's unconnected. It's not related to Takano-san or Tabatoke-san dying at all either. My words came out as a scream, as if I were shouting them at myself. No! It's connected! It just has to be! I told him, and so he was killed! He got killed because he knew! I confessed it to him, so he got killed! She's repeated the same thing as before, as though she were in a delirium. Despite my trying to console the crazed Shion, for some reason the shadow at my feet began to freeze. From that shadow, a cold arm reached out, so cold it seemed like it would freeze even my heart just by touching me, and grabbed my ankle. The heat generated by my body. The arm was absorbing it. Yeah, Keiichi, you said you don't have a good imagination. What the heck is going on right now to you? Explain this. Explain this, Keiichi. It was a horrible chill, a freezing cold, numbingly frigid. It was an unavoidable chill of fear. Though I sympathized with Shion, I had been naive in thinking it was something only she had to worry about. In my head, Shion's eerie words repeated again and again. He was killed because I told him. He was killed because he found out. I confessed everything. So he was killed. These words echoed through my head like a monotone mantra, and finally, these words, even repetitions, took on meaning. The quiet shaking that had already overtaken me turned into a violent shudder that shot up my spine. Man, your spine pretty chill. You need to have like a sweater or something. Rika-chan! It's Rika-chan! What? What did you say just now? The truth is, I told her about it. I told Rika-chan. Today. Rika-chan? You mean Rika-chama? The one from the Furude Shrine? Yes, Rika-chan. I felt so scared and uneasy that I did it. I told Rika-chan. When you did, what did she say?
The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure.
That's what Rika-chan said, and then she smiled. She smiled just like the missing mayor had when he encouraged Shion. I'm sorry, Shion. I'm a bit I'm worried about Rika-chan. Right. If you're that concerned, then don't worry about me. Please, go find out whether she's safe. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll call you again tomorrow at the same time. When I do, you'll know I'm all right. I got it. I'll be waiting. Okay, bye. Sorry. I'm hanging up. I put down the receiver without waiting for Shion to say goodbye. The danger to Shion and myself was secondary at this point. My sixth sense was blaring alarms in my head. I don't like this feeling. It's really bad. It's definitely bad. Damn it. Please be safe. Rika-chan! Well, guys, do you think we're gonna find her? Do you think we're gonna find Rika-chan?
Some nice water.
And their punishment isn't over. Probably. Who knows? Place your bets, people. Are we gonna find Rika-chan? Is she gonna be safe? After hanging up on Shion, I searched for Rika-chan's phone number on my school's contact list. There it is. My fingers trembled with urgency, and I failed multiple times to put in the simple 5-digit number. Keiichi, are you calling someone at this hour? It's late, and it's being rude to the other person. That doesn't matter right now. I shouted angrily at my mother, listening to the dial tone. Pick up. Come on, pick up. Come on. Pick up. The time was 11 p.m. It certainly wasn't early. It was essentially the middle of the night. Had Rika-chan already gone to bed? Her phone would be ringing constantly, though, so would she get back up for me? Rika-chan didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. She didn't pick up! Maybe she just happened to miss it. Maybe her bed was just too far away from the phone. The sound of a phone ringing gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then... the bathroom? Yeah, she must be taking a bath. If that was the case, then even if she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick up. It was a little late to be taking a bath, but it was possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. I'll wait 30 minutes, then try calling again. Man, I'm surprised it didn't go to like a voicemail. That caught me so off guard. Even if I was thinking that, I called her house over and over again. I kept calling over and over again and again. I kept on calling her, but she didn't pick up even once. I think I kept trying for about 30 minutes, yet she wasn't picking up. Were my phone calls so persistent that she had gotten scared of picking up the receiver? No, that couldn't possibly be it. There was no point in doing this any longer. The best thing to do would just go there in person. Where was Rika-chan's house, though? Shit, I've never even asked her where she lived. Her residence was written there in the contact list, but it was an address with mostly numbers, so I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Isn't there a map or something in here? Rika Frude. Her last name was Frude. It was a bit of an odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Thinking that, I rummaged through the drawer with the phone book, but could only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishments. Shit. I tore one thing after another out of the drawer, but I couldn't come up with any clues as to where Rika-chan's house was. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. If you don't know, then just ask. Ask somebody who doesn't know. Ah, that's it. Rena's gotta know. I looked up Rena's phone number on the contact list. Rena Ryugu. There she was.
Come on, Lena. Come on. Oh. Hello? This is Ryugu.
It was the voice of a grumpy Oh. Hello, this is Ryugu. It was the voice of a grumpy sounding man. It must have been Rena's father. I'm calling in the middle of the night. I need to be polite. I'm sorry for calling so late at night. This is Maibara. Is there any chance Rena-san is around? Rena is taking a bath. Oh, she's done? Rena! There's a friend of yours on the phone. Oh, Right. Rena Ryugu is her real name, wasn't it? I had gotten so used to calling her Rena that hearing her real name caught me a little off guard.
Hello? This is Rena.
It's me, Keiichi. Sorry for calling so late.
Huh? Keiichi-kun? What do you need at a time like this? Like this?
Well, actually, I wanted to know where Rika-chan's house is. Rena seemed a little appalled that I'd call her for something like that at this hour. However, she spoke her next words seriously, as if she'd caught on to how urgent my need was.
Okay. Sure. You know the assembly hall on the grounds of the Furude Shrine? There's a little 2-story shack used for storage behind it. That's where she lives.
I couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew she lived on the shrine grounds, I'd just have to take a look around. Got it. Thanks. Sorry again for calling so late. Apologize to your dad for me too, would ya?
Okay, but Keiichi-kun, why do you want to know where Rika-chan lives?
Rena asked in an unusually sharp way, halting me before I could hang up the phone. I hesitated for a moment about whether to tell her. He was killed before I told him.
Keiichi-kun? Are you still listening? Could you answer me? Why are you asking where Rika-chan lives at a time like this?
Rena affected her usual tone, but beneath her words lay a certain tension, like she'd intuitively sensed something was going on. What will you do, Keiichi? If it's Rena, can't I tell her? He was killed before he found out. I revealed everything, so he was killed.
Keiichi-kun, Rena is being serious. Please answer me.
Rena asked me once again in a tone so forceful I couldn't imagine her ever using it normally. I was taken aback by her vigor. Rena was Rika-chan's friend too. She had the right to be concerned about Rika-chan's disappearing. If I told Rena, then, even if only for a moment, I could drive away my horrifying fears. Rena, well, I can't exactly tell you why, but...
Yes?
Rena's tone was seriousness itself. Just from that tone, I could feel her saying, "No matter what you say, Keiichi-kun, I'll believe you." That subtle sense of security gave me the courage to reveal the truth. I have a feeling that Rika-chan is in danger.
You mean like a premonition? Or do you have some reason to believe she's in danger?
I really didn't have time to go back and forth with Rena about this. Still, I think listening to her calm voice soothed my pointless impatience. I don't have much reason, but yet I still hesitated. I had told Rika-chan that we had snuck into the ritual storehouse. The mayor, to whom Shion had confessed before that, had already disappeared. So it was possible that Rika-chan also I didn't know how to explain that to Rena. While I was tongue-tied, Rena spoke up.
Sorry for asking something so weird. I thought about it, and it isn't like you need to be sure.
Rena laughed a little, seeming a bit absent-minded. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so this time I was dumbfounded. Rena continued in a cheerful yet still purposeful voice.
You're worried about a friend. I don't think you need a reason to go check on them. Even if Rika-chan was asleep and you ended up waking her up, if that's why you did it, then none of us will get mad.
Rena, thank you.
Okay then, Keiichi-kun. Just one thing. You called Rika-chan's house, right? Then you just couldn't get through, so that's why you asked me where her house is?
Yeah, that's right. I must have called her for over 10 minutes. She could just be sleeping and not have noticed.
Rika-chan's house is really small. She would definitely hear the phone ringing, even if she was asleep. Satoko-chan is there too, so there's no way neither of them would notice.
Huh? Satoko, you mean she's living with Rika-chan?
Yeah. You didn't know? Well, we can talk about that later. Anyway, if you called that much and no one answered, then something's definitely wrong.
Rena understood that the situation wasn't normal far faster than I could have ever imagined her to. It made her seem dependable. However, the fact that Rena had acknowledged this also meant that the best case possibility of it all just being the result of my own needless fears went out the window. I'll go to Rika-chan's house right now. Will you come with me? I can show you the way.
Sounds good. Let's meet up at the same place as usual. I'll be waiting for you.
No, wait. I'll come get you at your house. You just wait there. And tell your family you're coming with me to Rika-chan's house, okay?
Will that be okay? We might lose time if you come here.
Whoops, I think I switched who was talking.
Did you call Mii-chan too? She's really dependable at times like these. If you haven't, then I'll give her a call.
My thoughts froze for a moment. Shion had just told me to be careful about Mion during our phone conversation a little while ago. If the Sonozaki main house was somehow lurking behind the surface of the annual freak deaths, then the current heir to the family, Mion, wouldn't be uninvolved. So wouldn't that mean she wasn't uninvolved in what happened this year to Takano-san and Tometake-san and also the mayor's disappearance?
Okay, bye. I'll be right over. Wait for me.
That's all Nana said before hurriedly hanging up. Now wasn't the time to be doubting Mion. I needed to make sure Rika-chan was safe. I got changed and grabbed the key to my bike. I figured things would go more smoothly if we met up in a place we usually do before school. Then I wouldn't need to come all the way to my house. My parents would probably have objected if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. The night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. She said that Rika-chan and Satoko live together, right? Huh? Then it wasn't only Rika-chan. Satoko wasn't there either? Realizing what them living together really meant caused my thoughts to immediately take a turn for the worse. That can't be. Satoko is... She's got nothing to do with any of this. Even if there was a reason for Rika-chan to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Satoko.
Oh, hello. Thank you for... Oh, Kazi, how you doing today? We are playing Higurashi. I don't know if you've been lurking around or if you just showed up, but hello, how you doing?
Even if there was a reason for Rika-chan to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Satoko.
Keiichi-kun!
Arena was really fast. She approached me on her bike at an amazing speed. Her breath was ragged, painting a clear picture of just how hurriedly she'd been going. Sorry, I've been busy the last few weeks, finally. Yeah, I get that. It's definitely the time of year of just everything happening at once and being super busy. Hey, Dena, let's get going.
Keiichi-kun, I thought I told you to wait at your house.
Dena's expression was all business. Was she mad? It came out of the blue, and I faltered for a moment. Well, I just realized it would be faster to meet up here.
Keiichi-kun, don't you get it?
Nana shouted, clearly angry. I'd never seen Nana like this before. Do I get it? What's the problem? Nana seemed to notice she was scaring me, took a couple deep breaths, then continued as if admonishing me, but her expression didn't soften at all.
Keiichi-kun, the whole village is in an uproar now that the elder disappeared, right?
Yeah?
Now you're telling me that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan aren't where they're supposed to be, right?
Yeah. That about sums it up.
Then you need to be more careful. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to be standing out here alone in the middle of the night?
I began to understand where Rena's anger was coming from.
You told your family you'd be going to Rika-chan's house with me, didn't you? So that in the worst case scenario, if you and I were to disappear, people would know when and where we did?
Rena was perfectly level-headed in this emergency situation. Ever since the night of Watanagashi, every night, someone had died or disappeared. On the night itself, Takano-san and Tometake-san met strange ends. On the next night, the elder vanished. Now, on the next night after that, Rika-chan and Satoko were nowhere to be found. I hadn't been thinking of anyone but myself, but it wasn't enough to say that Hinamizawa was a little weird at the moment. It was, in fact, extremely strange. Nana had even anticipated our own disappearances and had told me to tell my family where I was going. I was embarrassed at my own carelessness, and the need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the night. Sorry, I didn't tell them yet.
Okay, then let's go tell them together.
With Nana beside me, I wheeled back towards my house. But you're losing! You're losing, Moonlight! Ah! The moon seemed strangely high in the sky, a sky that was uselessly vast and cold, so that no matter what, it could never seem to me like a dream. This cruel fact had already confronted me. On such a crazy night, Rena had been unimaginably dependable. Hinamizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Rena's caution me against carelessness, was, to me, the most fearsome thing of all. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. We met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, was unsure whether to believe me about Rika-chan and Satoko's disappearance. Kei-chan, are you serious? I'm going to get really mad if this is a joke. Mion was clearly displeased. If this were a joke, it wouldn't be very funny. I understood how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika-chan and Satoko disappearing after all that was something you just couldn't say, even in jest.
Mi-chan, if it really is a joke, don't get mad. Smile. It would be a joke after all. You need to go make sure whether it's a joke or not.
You're right. Sorry for getting upset. However indiscreet a joke it may have been, if we learned that our friends were safe, it would end up nothing more than a funny story. Having been warned about that by Rena, Mion gave us a dry smile, the tension she felt loosening a bit. She mounted her bicycle as well. Our 3 bicycles' lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside. Kei-chan, why did you suddenly decide to call and ask about Rika-chan's house at a time like this? Mion asked me the same thing that I had trouble explaining to Rena. Would it be weird to call it a premonition? I couldn't quite tell because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smile very ambiguously. I definitely understood that she wasn't convinced, though, despite the darkness. Well, I had this bad dream while I was snoozing, and I couldn't get it out of my head.
So, did Rika-chan get kidnapped in the dream?
Well, it was more of a vague feeling sort of thing. If Rika-chan had answered the phone, I would have called you and Rena after that. Lies smoothly babbled out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. I was lying because I thought telling them I was connected with Shion would be like silently admitting we'd stolen into the ritual warehouse together that night. I mean, I don't know if stolen would be the right word. You broke into there, but I don't think you stole into there. Mion didn't press me any further. I don't know whether that convinced her, or maybe she figured that making sure Rika-chan and Satoko were safe would be faster than making an issue out of it. I felt relieved and immediately a little guilty. Mion hadn't really been acting any differently these last few days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from her for some reason. It was only because of what I heard from Shion and Oishi-san that she was the successor to some kind of super extravagant gang family. No. Was I just trying to force myself to forget? Don't do that, Keiichi Maibara. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask about the night of Wata Nagashi? In such a harsh tone at that? Have I already forgotten the terror I felt? At the time, Mion looked like someone different from the Mion I knew. When I think about that Mion, then Shion and Oishi-san's descriptions of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. What on earth was going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that, rather. While disregarding the very first thing, the thing I should have been looking at most, wasn't I? Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how hard I looked at her back, it never gave me answers to any of my questions. We went all the way to the stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. I don't know if you heard that. I bonked a glass. Whoops. Of course, we weren't going to want to haul our bikes up there, so we parked them beside the staircase instead. So this is the Furude Shrine. Everybody comes and goes as they please, so as if it were a park. But this place is actually a grand estate owned by the Furude family. So this entire shrine is private property. It really makes you feel the passage of time. 10 or 20 years ago, it would have looked the exact same. Then wouldn't that mean that the Furude family is really old? With a history going back for generations?
Yeah, they're gone. That's odd.
Nena said something clearly disquieting, so I ran over to her. What's wrong, Nena? Oh, what? Oh! Thank you for the $5, Kazi. Thank you for the first donation. I don't know why it's not showing up on the thing. I'll have to look into that, but thank you. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan always leave their bicycles here.
See? They're gone.
I forgot who was talking for a second there. I took a look around. Indeed, there were no other bicycles aside from the one we'd taken to get here. Could they have parked them somewhere else? Could they have brought them up the stairs?
Those girls couldn't do that, Keita-kun.
Just as she said that, I couldn't imagine Rika-chan and Satoko lugging their bikes all the way up there. We hadn't yet knocked on Rika-chan's door, but reality was already sparking some ideas that weren't what you call good. Maybe they were just parked under some trees and we hadn't noticed them? I refused to believe that not being able to find their bikes here was proof that they'd disappeared. Must support friendles? Well, thank you. Let's go. The only way to be sure is to check their house. We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. We passed through the red arc and came out onto the shrine grounds, which was covered in neat gravel. It was so quiet here, as though the Watanagashi festival had never happened. So, where's the house they live in?
Over there. Come with me.
Nena took the lead and sprinted off. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine, then looped around behind it. In the darkness of the night, we found a small prefab 2-story shack that looked like a warehouse. Wow, they translated that like 1-for-1 into the anime, my goodness. It's like I'm looking at it, and it's like, yep, that's their house. The lights are off. Are they sleeping?
Let's knock.
Nena and Mion neared the shack, which didn't really look like a place people would live. They had such a beautiful shrine, so I'd figured they lived in an equally beautiful house. It was far from what I expected.
Rika-chan! Satoko-chan! Are you there?
Nena shouted up towards the second floor. Her voice was restrained at first, but it steadily grew louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any sort of activity in the house at all. They might be sleeping. Let's wake them up. Mion banged on the shutter with both hands, and the loud sounds echoed into our surroundings. They would have to have noticed this much noise. They would turn on the light in their room, fling open the windows, and yell, "What time do you think it is?" That, however, wasn't happening. There was absolutely no response. Mion stopped slamming her fists on the shutter, and a sudden silence fell over us. The silence aroused terrible thoughts in us. I could feel the blood draining from my face.
It's locked. I wonder if we can get into it somehow.
Nena showed no signs of stopping. It didn't look like she would admit they weren't there until we went inside and saw for ourselves. That refusal to give in gave me strength. The second-story windows wouldn't be locked. I'll give him a try. Kei-chan, a ladder. Mion brought over a ladder that was standing against the house. The footing was a little unstable for me to be climbing it, but Mion held the ladder firmly in place for me. This chapter might be longer than I thought it would be. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. My inexperience with them exposed, I climbed up one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor.
Mie-chan, I'm going to go check the main house just to be sure, okay? I'll be right back.
And then I darted away. What? A main house? It's the Furude family actual house. After her parents passed away, I think it's been left like that. Ah, right. Rika-chan's parents. They passed away, huh? At that point, I recalled something else. Wasn't Satoko living here too? Satoko's also an orphan. Her parents fell from the cliff because of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Then her older brother, Satoshi-kun. He disappeared. Satoshi. I've heard that name before. I remembered. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the curse. Ever since then, Satoko and Rika-chan have been living in the shack. Neither of them has any family, but at least they're together. They help each other out. Rena said main house, didn't she? Wouldn't it be easier to live there? The curtains were drawn, so I couldn't get a good look inside to see, but 2 young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough life. I think she tried that at first. She said it was hard, though, because it reminded her of her parents. I had no idea. I feel really bad for them. They were normally so cheerful at school that I never even realized an atom of this. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, they have it hard, huh? She's cursed. Huh? Suddenly, Mion said something in such a low voice that it sounded like she was really cursing someone, and I didn't let it slide. I turned around on the ladder to face her and asked again, Mion, what did you just say? I said she's cursed. Mion, still holding onto the ladder, brought her head up to look at me in the eyes. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute zero jolt of electricity surged through my body. Mion's eyes clouded over, and within them boiled and bubbled a stew of chaos. They whirled around and acted like a raging sea, the bubbles floating to the surface. I had at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on a dead-end street. Mion, why are you making that face? I intended to follow that up with, you're going too far with this joke, and give her a forced smile. However, on such uneven footing as I was, the only thing that came out of my mouth was a hoarse groan as I desperately struggled to not let nausea overwhelm me. Satoko Hojo. She's been cursed by Oyashiro-sama.
Oh, thank you for hosting, Peach. How you doing? I haven't seen you lurking around. Did you just sew up? How you doing?
Mion answers, with a response of something I never asked, as if replying to somebody else's question. The only people who fell from the park observation platforms were her parents. Only her parents, who treated her like dirt, died that day. She was the only one to survive.
You were doing good, just chilling. That's good.
This is a good... I was gonna say it's a good thing to chill, but I mean... I don't know, it's a...
Oh, hello, Ellie. How you doing? We are playing Higurashi. I don't know if you know about the series, but stuff happens.
That's very big. Then she went to live with her aunt, who treated her cruelly, and the aunt was killed on the night of Watanagashi by some deviant who beat her to death so violently her brains were everywhere and her head was in an entirely different shape by the end of it. Then Satoshi-kun, who always protected her, he suddenly disappeared on her birthday. Someone made him disappear, even though he wasn't abusing her. The police judged him to have run away from home, but Satoshi-kun wasn't the kind of person who would do that. He was always earnest. He would never ask for anyone else's help. He would always drag himself through everything with hard work alone. Stuff happens, proceed to read about brutal death. Yeah. It do be like that in Higurashi. He worked so hard he nearly ground his bones into dust, all for his one and only little sister, and yet someone made him disappear. She was the only thing he lived for, and yet someone made him disappear. Poor, poor Satoshi-kun. He was never rewarded, that Satoshi-kun. Nope, dark spoopy visual novel? Yeah! It's I want to say it's very old. Like, I don't remember what year, but it was definitely turned into an anime in... I mean, I watched the anime in 2007, so it's definitely, like, more than a decade old. Debating whether to stream myself. That is something to debate. If you are streaming by the time I end, then who knows? Maybe I might raid you. Who knows? He was never rewarded, that Satoshi-kun. How ungrateful that child is. She's cursed. All who get near her suffer the same fate. The curse kills them, or the curse makes them disappear. She cannot have any relief. She cannot have any relief. It's probably Satoko's fault that Rika-chan disappeared too. It has to be it. 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 It has to be. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be. It has to. Has to. Has to. Has to. Mion was mumbling words over and over that were no longer coherent. Her shoulders were trembling so hard I could feel it through the ladder. I almost lost my footing, which made me realize just how far away the ground really was. Calm down, Mion. I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't sure if she even heard me. Mion rocked back and forth. That rocking and trembling was becoming even more violent. Help me. The ladder, it's falling. Help me. Help! Just then, I heard the sound of many people running towards us. Oh, hey! Over here! I very nearly said help me outright. 4 or 5 adults, led by Dana, ran over here with flashlights.
Keiichi-kun, Mi-chan, sorry I took so long. I borrowed the key.
Oh, nice one! Seems all the windows and doors are perfectly sealed. I was getting worried. When I heard Mion was talking like nothing had just happened, I again felt a chill run through me. The person currently holding the ladder in place, it was definitely Mion. It was the real Mion Sonozaki. Then, the person muttering to themselves, just a few seconds ago. Who was that? The person who was mumbling about terrible things like curses. Who was that? I jumped down from the ladder as if running away before Mion turned into that person who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys on a keyring as they tried to open the big shutter on the first floor.
Rika-chan's house used to be a disaster shelter for the town council, so the key to the shutter is still kept in the mayor's house. We rummaged through a missing man's house.
It's Rika-chan and Satoko's private residence now, though.
Well, this is on Rika-chan's property anyway.
Nobody complains about it. Mion gave me a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an exhaust expression. Or aghast? I guess it would be aghast. Mion was acting all too normal now, but that only contrasted all the more sharply with her earlier un-Mion-like creepiness. Bang! Boom! Clatter, 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 bang! The shutter opened up for the first time in a very long while. Then I located a light switch and wasted no time going inside. I followed her in.
Rika-chan! Satoko-chan! If you're here, say something!
We climbed a narrow staircase. It had looked like nothing more than a warehouse, but now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. Somehow, the scent of the two of them filled the place. It was definitely where Rika-chan and Satoko lived. The scent of your friends? That's a little sus, Keiichi. The first floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was a space entirely for living. Just like a one-room apartment, past the kitchen was a living room taking up about 150 square feet. Dressers, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space, and in the corner there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have just been taken in from drying outside. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table, and on it were small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of a frugal lifestyle drifted from all of it. It was strange that they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults, climbing the stairs one at a time, began to make a fuss and talk amongst themselves. So? Not here?
Yeah, they're not here. This is definitely weird.
The village had just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. Then today, even Rika-chan and Satoko had... Were they out playing somewhere together? That can't be. Their bicycles aren't here, though. Where would they have gone so late at night? Have they just not come back yet? Where did they go? What, you never give your friends a good sniff? True, I did nibble on Peach's hair one day, so... The adults put forth various possibilities, and the house immediately developed into a state of confusion. Or evolved. Yeah, devolved, not developed. Eventually, Mion settled them down. I don't want to believe it, but the Mayor Kimiyoshi disappeared yesterday. We can't say that this is unrelated. The adults' faces paled at Mion's declaration. Mine and Rena's did as well. Let's see. They could have gone nearby for some tea or something, and then accidentally fallen asleep. Whoever invited them might not be able to wake them up all too. Let's eliminate that possibility first. Makino-san, please go around the houses near the stream. Keitaro-san, go look near Ojaga Lake. Okamura-san, too. Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. The adults followed them without hesitation despite her age. Remain here and call up anyone who can think of on the phone. Okay, everyone, you have your orders. Got it. The adults all roared and replied and pounded back down the stairs below.
Wow, Micha, you're not only chairperson of the school, but Hinamizawa too.
No time for jokes. Hey, step aside. This old man is using the phone. Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver, and got started. Rena gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for not doing all this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated, since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonozaki family successor's impression that Shion and Oishi-san had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi Maibara. None of that matters right now. The most important thing is to make sure Rika-chan and Satoko are safe. Let's see, couldn't there be a clue hinting as to where they might have gone somewhere in this room? Still, though, I wouldn't know what to look for anyway. We toured the whole place apart and figured out what was different from before. We might be able to speculate, but there was nothing strange about this room, and there were no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. There was no way for me to know what was different if I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi Maibara. Stop thinking and start looking for something. In search of something, I tried pulling up in the dresser drawers and opened the windows. I didn't uncover anything meaningful, though. Rena, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I was. Rena, I don't think you'll find Rika-chan by opening the refrigerator or the cabinet underneath the sink.
I just thought they might be hiding.
As we were searching, it got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mion had called. I'll go tell everyone what's going on. The police will be here sooner or later, too. We'll need to explain the situation to Oishi. Mion began descending the stairs, and we followed her out of the front of the house. There were already around 10 adults there, and all of them looked uneasy. I suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well, and they were praying for Rika-chan's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This has gotten bad. This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore. Mion-chan, is it true that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan aren't anywhere to be found? The villagers all formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raised her right hand as if silently telling them to calm down. First, let's check every house according to the town's council notification division and see if they're visiting someone. After all, they could be fast asleep at someone's house and totally unaware that we're looking for them. It would definitely be hard for someone to wake up Rika-chan if she had eaten a good full meal and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice it would be if that were the case. I don't want to think about this, but it's also possible something bad has happened. Mion's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults. We should divide up the work, too. We'll go around to all the places we went last night while looking for the mayor. We'll go look around the dam construction site as best we can. You guys go search around the school. Right. Let's get a move on. Come on, let's go. All of you were up All of you were all up last... Why is the sentence so hard? Hello? All of you were up all night looking for the mayor. I know you're all low on sleep, but please do your best. Got it! With that as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. I figured should scatter somewhere as well, so I started walking unsteadily in a direction no one else had gone in. I was getting farther and farther from people. I didn't feel scared or anything, though. If someone were made to disappear, Shion and I would be first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why was that? It was because tonight, someone had already disappeared. So nobody else would disappear tonight. It would take some time before I, exhausted as I was, would feel guilt at the cause of my own selfish sense of relief. Well, do you guys think we're gonna find either one of them? Place your bets. Unless you've already seen the anime, then don't place any bets. Suddenly, my vision cleared, and a cold wind caressed my body. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill, I could see the lights on here and there, and knew that the entire village had woken up from its slumber. First Takano-san and Tometake-san, then the mayor, and now even Rika-chan and Satoko had been sacrificed. Pardon me. And word of it was spreading everywhere. Nah, they all sound dead as heck. Yeah. I mean, no, they're perfectly fine. The strength in my knees left me. This could no longer be a joke. We could have found them. Mion would have told me if I was a worrywart. Nana would just be glad we did. And they would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I were awakening from a dream. That was the view I could see was telling me. Following my knees, my arms both bent forwards onto the ground, and I clawed at it with my nails. I couldn't figure out if I was feeling sorrow or frustration. Is this my fault? I couldn't endure the burden of my own sin, and I had just told Rika-chan about it. They had nothing to do with it, but Rika-chan and even Satoko had been sacrificed. It was like a cross that Shion and I would each have to bear the weight of until we ourselves were erased. Well, if I'm going that far, then the problem started long before that. My original sin of breaking taboo and entering the ritual storehouse without asking. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start, yet I lost out on cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who made the noise, despondent as I was.
Keiichi-kun? Keiichi-kun, are you okay?
It was Rena. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look as though I was having stomach pains. She ran over and rubbed my back like she was trying to make me feel better. This is all my fault. It's because of me. It's my fault.
Keiichi-kun's fault? You didn't do anything wrong. Please don't blame yourself for this.
I could tell Rena was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keiichi-kun, you know why Rika-chan and Satoko disappeared, don't you? Is what she really meant to say. Because it was an emergency, Rena had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika-chan was safe, but now that we'd actually confirmed her disappearance, it was only natural Rena would start to wonder about why. However, with the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I didn't want to admit that Rika-chan and Satoko had disappeared, but I couldn't let Rena disappear either.
Keiichi-kun, if you stay out here in the wind, you'll catch a cold.
Rena sat down, bringing her eyes level with mine.
They told us that children should go back home to sleep.
Rena showed me her watch as she'd said that. It was long past 1 in the morning. Time was passing too quickly. Had I been crawling around here for that long?
If we don't sleep soon, we'll have trouble getting up for school tomorrow. Even the adults are really worn out since they were up searching for the mayor last night too. They were saying they'd break up a little earlier tonight.
I was a little upset that they weren't allotting as much time as this, that they would search for the mayor last night, but that was something I, the cause of everything, had no right to criticize them for.
It's all right. The police arrived a little while ago. Look, there's police cars coming into the village right now.
Hearing that remark, I looked down at the village to see that there were indeed more cars than one would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness on the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course, their sirens weren't whirling either. That's right. All of the incidents that occurred right after the Watanagashi were seen as the product of Oyashiro-sama's curse and would be handled in secrecy. Rika-chan and Satoko, too, their disappearance would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious? I feel like I know how this word is pronounced, but surreptitious? Surreptitious? Oh, unresolved. Declared a mystery. and disappear from memory. Rika-chan's face, her sweet little face like a Western doll's, would fade away. Satoko's smile, her energetic fanged smile, would fade away. The more I tried to remember them, the less I would be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot dozens of times over, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't hold back the tears at my own sheer stupidity.
I don't know what you're blaming yourself for, Keiji-kun, but you should stop.
I wasn't able to deny it. I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Rena out of this. If she found out, she would become involved. Please, Rena, could you just leave me alone? Even if I went home, I wouldn't be able to sleep. If I couldn't get to sleep, then I would at least wanted to search for Rika-chan and Satoko until I collapsed. The entire village was looking, and yet they still couldn't be found. I don't think I'll be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it. They disappeared because of me. I couldn't possibly go to sleep while other people are out there searching. I had said that to myself in self-deprecation, but I soon realized that Rena was silently trying to find the meaning in my mumbling. I realized I had misspoke.
It's Keiji-kun's fault? Why would you think that? Why?
That can't be. Keiji-kun, you're not at fault. I was happy that Rena said these things to me, but she only did so because she didn't know the truth. If she knew that everything had been caused by my breaking taboo on the night of Watanagashi, then even Rena would curse my existence. However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing my own crimes to Rena. If I spilled even one word of having snuck into the ritual storehouse on the night of Watanagashi, then even Rena could disappear tomorrow night. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always howling. But at that time like this, the most dependable person in the world, Rena, might disappear. I don't want that. Anything but that. This time I need to bear my own cross. Alone.
Keiji-kun, I know that you always have your friends in your heart. I can really understand feeling like you want to kick yourself. Rena knows, though, that it's not Keiji-kun's fault. You didn't do anything wrong, Keiji-kun, and I know that.
You know that? The shivering in my veins rushed up my back and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Rena to figure it out? This is bad. Now Rena will disappear. Rena will disappear. Rena will disappear. Then Rena, the same way I did, grabbed my head and began to pat it roughly.
Keiji-kun, are you thinking that Rena might disappear now too? Because of Oyashiro-sama's curse?
She put more force into the hand rubbing my head.
You don't need to worry about that. Rena isn't going anywhere. I promise.
Why? How could you say that with such confidence? I mean, someone's been sacrificed every night so far. There was no proof that it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There was even less proof, after all, that the sacrifice wouldn't be Rena. I don't care who you are. Just please, if you're going to erase someone, erase me first. Please, stop cruelly getting rid of people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion and Rika-chan and Satoko for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back to mind. They must be planning to kill us last. They're not killing the first people who come to mind. They start by killing those we're close to. Then after they've caused us so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing.
You're starting a mute stream. Oh, have fun. If you're still streaming in like an hour and a half, I might raid you.
Rena, please don't disappear. Please don't. As long as I'm still here, I could no longer conceal the sobs welling up within me.
Come on, Keiji-kun. Crying doesn't suit you. Let's go back to the others. The housewives are cooking some miso soup for us. It'll warm you up and calm you down.
Rena prompted me to stand.
I didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves there with miso soup in big pots. The many villagers there sipped at the soup they were given in dead silence. I clicked too fast. But you know, silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had been running around the village until a little while ago. From the dreary looks on their faces, though, I assumed they hadn't come up with anything yet. Kei-chan, where did you go? I was worried you disappeared too. Sorry. Mion held out some miso soup for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite.
Mi-chan, how is it? Did you find any clues?
Mion took a sip of her soup, her expression frank. None of that. School ended and they went home. Then the two of them went somewhere on their bicycles. Moreover, nobody ever saw them riding their bikes, so... When it gets dark out in Hinamizawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from adults hurrying back home from town in cars or on bicycles, it was normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. It wasn't at all strange that nobody had seen Rika-chan and Satoko riding their bikes. It was the same last night with the mayor. There's no hope. Mion's apathetic voice pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. She had been doing all sorts of things to try and find Rika-chan until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all night last night too, looking for the mayor, wouldn't she? She must have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I had spent the time hunched over in indecision, all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion. Kei-chan, I know it's hard, but let's turn in for the night. We just decided we should break up for the search tomorrow, or for now. Drink this and we'll call it quits. Is this the end? Oh, no, of course not. Once it's bright out again, we'll do a thorough search with the police's help. They could have gone to Okinomiya, too. People are even saying we should go through all the Shishibone City investigation, whether there are any witnesses for both the girls and the mayor. Anyway, what happened, Kei-chan? Where did you go off to? You vanished all of a sudden, and I was really worried. Suddenly, I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond. Sorry. I'll be more careful. Nothing happened? There wasn't anyone suspicious spying on you or stalking you? Nothing like that? Mion demanded with such a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been, despite being in so much pain. I was frustrated that I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin, and I must bear it alone. Nothing. I'll be careful either way. Sorry. Mion, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders, looking relieved.
Oh, my. I knew I smelled something good coming from over here. I'd be much obliged if you would allow me to have some. We heard the repulsive voice of a fat man. It was Oishi-san, trailed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically in a way unfitting given the situation. There's not much left. You can have some if you want. Mion didn't like Oishi-san very much. I mean, does anybody like Oishi-san? Her cold attitude, though, didn't seem to bother Oishi-san in the slightest. It was like splashing water in a frog's face. Well now, miso soup leftovers have a little bit too much salt for my taste. Confound it. Would you like any? He recommended it to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused.
So, have the police gotten hold of any clues?
Then his smile was warm enough to replace the miso soup.
Don't you worry, little missy. Everything's fine. We're searching for them real good. He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, there had been no progress. That sure was an annoying way of beating around the bush. In any case, it really has gotten late. All of you youngsters should get on home and get some sleep. It'll be bad for your health otherwise.
Yeah. Kei-chan, Lena, get some rest. These guys get our tax money. They'll handle it here for us.
We're taxpayers too, you know. It's like we're drinking our own piss. Ha 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 ha. I really wasn't in the mood for laughter. In fact, Oishi-san was the only one laughing like an idiot.
Okay, seriously, please do your best. Let's go home, Keitsu-kun. It'll be harder to wake up tomorrow if we don't.
Yeah, that's right. I can always bring you home if you need. Kuma-chan, why don't you bring the car around? No thanks. We came on our bicycles, so... No need to worry. We came in a truck. We'll just throw the bicycle in back. We may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just needed to ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the place like that. Banana, however, nodded.
Okay, if you insist, we'd appreciate it. It's probably safer if we went back alone than if we went back alone.
When I thought about it carefully, I realized that Nana's idea was extremely rational. Now that it's decided, let's get a move on, shall we?
Okay, bye. Good night. Nana, Kei-chan. Yeah, Mi-chan, you go to bed soon too, okay? Good night.
I waved my hands as well, saying goodbye. Rika-chan and Satoko still haven't been found. My unease, however, was steadily being pushed away by sleepiness. Rena showed the police where our bicycles were so that Oishi-san could haul them up onto their truck. He prompted us to get into the back seat. I could hear the springs squeaking as I sat down into the seat that would normally hurt my rear end, but at this point it was very soft and was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on. Ladies first. We'll start with the little... Pardon me, sorry. We'll start with the little Mrs. house. Where do you live?
Thank you. My house is, well...
Getting the fancy ride-home treatment. Nena's voice slowly grew distant. I felt myself being sucked into the void of sleep. Should probably drop off Kate, she said, first. Hello? Maebara-san? Are you asleep back there? Yes. When I came to, it was quiet. The car was parked. Oishi-san was giving me a light slaps on the cheek. It didn't feel good at all, so I woke up immediately. Sorry. I just fell asleep. Something was being held up right under my nose. A clump of metal? It was a can of coffee. It's lukewarm by now, but cafe au lait is good even at room temperature. Oh, thanks. I mechanically took the can and opened the pull top. The feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy mind. When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped and why I was offered coffee. Oishi-san, who had been in the driver's seat, had at some point moved to the back. Well, I mean, he's not going to carry you home. He doesn't even know where to go since he dropped off Anna. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. It reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. It was already too late by the time I realized I had made a mistake. Today, of all days, it didn't look like I would be getting away. I had a feeling that until Oishi-san heard what he wanted to, he wouldn't be letting me go. Please don't get all formal on me. I'm not going to eat you or anything. Maebara-san. Oishi-san gulped down the last of his coffee, then stretched wide, showing me how relaxed he was. That, however, only served to heighten my nervousness. What do you need from me? Need? Oh, no, nothing really. You're going to evade the question at this point? What a deeply unreadable man. Well, I don't need you for anything. I just thought that you might need something from me, Maebara-san. I don't need anything? Oh, I see. Really? Are you sure there's nothing? There was only one side door in the back seat of this truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked off by Oishi-san. I couldn't get away. I could only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. Oishi-san, despite my reticence, relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. The cries of the insects outside seemed to grow longer and longer, to an amount of time that almost seemed infinite. Here I was sure that you had something you wanted to talk to me about. Oishi-san exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smoke still accumulated inside the vehicle. How much did Oishi-san know? What did he know, and what did he want to hear from me? If finding out the truth made you disappear, then if I told him, would Oishi-san disappear too? I had a feeling that I didn't need to worry about that in his case. I wonder how all this ended up happening. Oishi-san addressed me in a low tone as if he was talking to himself. How all this ended up happening? How in the hell should I know? That was what I wanted to know. You know Jiro Tometake-san and Mio Takano-san, right? I know you do because I personally witnessed you with them during the festival, along with Shion Sonozaki-san. Do you know how Tometake-san and Takano-san are doing now? Dead? Yeah? I don't think anybody can survive being burned alive in an oil canister or whatever happened to Takano. They've actually, passed away. They met their very untimely deaths. Oishi-san probably played that card in order to surprise me. However, I already knew and didn't display the extreme reaction he expected. What's this? Did you already know? Unfortunately for this question in particular, remaining silent was equivalent to saying yes. Oh, so then did you also know? The reason Tometake-san and Takano-san were cursed like that? Yeah, clawing out your own throat, like, gosh, that would really hurt. Like clawing yourself to death in the throat. Ugh. People are saying that apparently they went into some forbidden building. The storehouse for ritual implements. That forbidden shed sealing away Hinamizawa's blood-stained past. Where the mistake that started it all happened. Do you know about the rumors that say the mayor and Xephoria were cursed because of that too? That would mean it was mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did. What did they call it? A ritual storehouse? They're saying it was bad luck. The lock on it had been replaced by a simpler one, which made it easier for thieves to get inside. What? This was news to me. Until last year, it apparently had these big bars and a huge padlock on it. I mean, you know, ever since the priest and his wife passed away, Xephoria-san has been managing the place, right? Apparently, she talked to the mayor saying she wanted them replaced with a lighter, more simple padlock because the bars were too heavy for her. I didn't know anything about those big bars he was talking about, though the lock had certainly been a simple one. It was a pretty cheap one, too, and it didn't really fit my impression of what a lock for a place you'd store something as important as ritual implements would look like. Rika-san is a small girl, after all. The bars were heavy with rust, and they must have caused her a lot of trouble. So the mayor hired a craftsman and replaced the lock with a simple padlock, so she could open it with a key. So, how does that mean it was bad luck? Here's what I'm saying. Thieves couldn't get in with the old tight lock. The mayor and Nika-san replaced it with a cheap lock and key on their own, so thieves broke into it. Apparently, that's how it's going down. That explanation's a bit. Letting that slide, certain members of the village delivered punishment upon the thieves who stole into a ritual warehouse, as well as the mayor and Rika-san who changed the lock. At least, those are the whispers that seem to be going around. Maibara-san, what do you think? What do I think? I don't really know what you mean by certain members of the village. Are you familiar with the 3 families? Representatives from each of them gave short addresses at the Watanagashi Festival's opening ceremony. Did you see them? I came partway through the festival, so I don't really... The 3 families are the 3 oldest families in Hinamizawa. To give actual names, the Kimiyoshi family, the Sonozaki family, and the Furude family. They each have quite the lineage, it seems. Long ago, it's said that everything in the village was decided by a council of the 3 families. The Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, meaning the mayor's family. Sonozaki family was Mion's, so the Furude family was Rika-chan's family then? After the war, the Sonozaki family quickly expanded their influence. Practically speaking, after leading the fight against the construction during the dam conflict, they jumped to the top of the hierarchy in Hinamizawa. You see, though, in accordance with the old ways, they still decide important village matters only after consulting with the 3 families. That's why the leaders of the 3 families each have their own address at the start of Watanagashi. In other words, the mayor, the old lady currently in charge of the Sonozaki family, and the last remaining member of the Furude family, Rika-san. I heard that the Sonozaki family was pretty high up there, so Rika-chan's family was just as old? Well, as you're aware, she has no relatives at all. In reality, the Furude family holds pretty much no influence. However, it seems like people gravitate towards Rika-san on a personal level, and I hear that many of the village's elderly have blind faith in her. It was certainly true that Rika-chan had an odd sort of charisma amongst the elderly. So, what are you telling me about all this 3 families stuff for? Oishi-san paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette. I've explained a lot, but I suppose it's still not enough. I'm asking because I don't understand. Oishi gave me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another puff of smoke. Members of the 3 families are disappearing one after the other. That's what I'm talking about. I've read that it's based on some kind of old traditions inherent to Hinamizawa, but I don't know much beyond that. I don't know anything about that either. That's why I'm asking. The leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Furude families have disappeared, so maybe the leader of the Sonozaki family will disappear next. Well, that's just a random idea bouncing around in my head at the moment. Just kidding, really. The leader of the Sonozaki family. Who is it? The current leader is the old lady at their main house. But it wouldn't be incorrect to say that practically all the rights of leadership has been transferred to her granddaughter, Mion-san. The visage of Mion, giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika-chan, sprung back to mind. But Mion? She's gonna disappear? I hadn't even thought of that possibility. All my hair stood on end. That's insane! Nobody wants that, right? Of course not. We can't allow that. Clamp. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders with both hands. Then help us, Maebara-san. If there's anything you've noticed about Mion Sonozaki lately, please tell me. I was going along with him? By the time I'd realized it, it was too late. Oishi-san brought his face in closer, almost close enough to ram into me, waiting for my next words. This pressure. I can't tear my eyes away from his. That moment, I heard a beeping sound. It was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him, so he finally let go of me and leaned into the driver's seat. Hello? Yep, loud and clear. I was saved. Of course, it's not like I could escape through this opening. I see. Yes, all right. Let's head back then. Yes. Okay. Apparently he was being recalled. Now that I knew I'd been freed, the tension in my body dissipated all at once. It looks like I need to get going. We were just getting to the good part, too. That's too bad. Oishi-san flung open the door, exited, and walked around the front of toward the driver's seat. He left the door open. Did that mean I could leave? You really care about your friends, Maebara-san. An admirable trait for a kid to have on this day and age. I truly understand what it feels like. You'd be betraying them if you told the police anything. Maebara-san, it's the middle of the night, so get a good night's sleep and then think about it. Just a little bit of courage from you might end up being what saves many of your friends in the end. Did he want to say that the sacrifices wouldn't stop with Rika-chan and Satoko? You know this already, but every night since Watanagashi, something has happened. In the past, the curse only occurred once per year, but this time, it's been going on for days. What a prosperous year this has been. I don't think you can call that prosperous. The night before last night, and now today, there's no proof that something won't happen tomorrow night as well. It's our job to prevent such things before they happen, but for now, we need your corroboration, Maebara-san. I looked out the opened door to see none other than my own house right in front of me. It creeped me out that he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy to care. Well, you're probably tired. It's already 3 a.m. Please, get yourself some rest. Yes, sir. I'll be going now. When I was about to get out of the truck, as if to deliver a parting blow, Oishi-san said in a raised voice, I'll be coming by every day until you feel like talking, okay? I don't believe forcing you to confess in an interrogation room is really in fashion these days. I couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. After lightly beeping the horn, Oishi-san's truck drove off. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. I hope he got his bike back, and then walked over to the staircase. That was where I lost consciousness. Just fall asleep right on the stairs. Your parents are gonna wake up and see you there and be like, Keiichi, what is going on? Hello? I thought you went to bed. Because remember, he snuck out. Okay. So you can save, and with how long these parts have been, I might only have time for this one next chapter, and hopefully that's enough to get to the end of this, or else I'm gonna have to wait until probably next week. Better tomorrow. Depends on how smoothly everything goes tomorrow. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late at night, I had awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. Yeah, the man's is struggling with supernatural. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you really can't get up at the same time every day. Or you can. The secrets of the human body never ceased to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently we, too, had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were, and my mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening.
So then, you were out late last night with all your friends looking for them?
Until about 3, I think. Yeah.
Did you find them? Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, I mean.
I warily bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Oh no, he's lost his sense of taste. This is how you know things are gonna go down. Just then, we heard the chime go ding-dong. I looked up at the clock and saw that it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rena. It was her at the door.
Morning. Did you get any sleep? Did you?
I think I slept for a few hours. You could probably count them on a chicken's toes, though. Rena seemed pretty sleep-deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit. Are you going to school?
Yeah. I think it would be better that way,
she said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Rena was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school.
If you stay home today, I think you'd just be worrying nonstop and sleeping. I don't want that. So let's go to school together.
All right. Wait just a moment. I'll get ready. I was just a little bit happy about Anna mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd been waiting for us.
I guess Mi-chan couldn't wake up today, huh?
Ah, that's right. For her, it wasn't just yesterday. She was up all night looking for the mirror the night before last, too. We waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged glances. What do we do? Wait a little longer? At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san had left me with that last night. The leaders of the 3 families were disappearing one after the other. And next, it might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have... No, that couldn't be.
Let's go. Let's let her sleep for today.
Rena gave me a pat on the back. Mion. She's still here, right?
Did you say something?
Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. Let's get moving. The 2 of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before. Good morning. Good morning. The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. A wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous. Maibara-kun, good morning. Ryugu-kun, good morning.
Good morning.
Your teacher has something important to say, so head straight to the classroom. All right? Rena and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. Oh no. It could only be bad. Good morning, everyone. The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like the illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning. First, the principal has something important to tell everyone. Go ahead, Mr. Principal. The principal cleared his throat and approached the dais. Or dais? I don't know. I'm sure some of you already know this. The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them by now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either. Okay, everyone, pay attention. From today on, your parents or guardians will be taking you to school. For those of you whose parents can't do so, you'll be coming here in groups. I made a handout, so read it carefully and be sure to show it to your parents. Understand? The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. Oh, it wasn't the principal who said that, it was the teacher. Oops. They should have just canceled school today. However, Rena told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled. Well then, let's begin the lesson. Class president? She's absent. I see. Then whoever is on day duty, let me hear it. All rise! The feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. Heck. Nothing notable has happened today. As for the teacher, who had always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Rena brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that she didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad.
I'm sleepy.
Yeah. I don't feel like sleeping anymore, though. In fact, I'm jealous of the people that could sleep at a time like this. They've got nerves of steel.
You're right.
I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Rena's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Rena was up for a long time last night, too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning.
Grab anything you want. Go ahead. You could admit my bento is better today.
Or other way around.
Okay, then I'll have some. Wow, a Chikawa roll with perilla and cheese? That's interesting.
Then yours might have ready-made food in it, but it's pretty good too. I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood with its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom, and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
Just the two of us sharing our lunches like this. It's sort of like something.
Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault.
Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore.
Rika-chan.
Satoko. I wonder where they went. Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Rena catch her breath.
Yesterday, while you were gone, I heard a bunch of things, so I'll tell you what I know, okay?
Sorry again about last night. Go ahead. At that time, since they arrived for support, Rena was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all the information the villagers had gathered, and Rena said she overheard it.
They didn't know anything important, though.
They didn't know anything important, though, did they? Rika-chan and Satoko went home after school and then apparently went somewhere on their bikes, but other than that, Mion told me yesterday, we had no clues.
Yeah. The police also said that they probably went out on their bikes to play somewhere as soon as they got home. If they were going out to play somewhere on their bikes right after getting home, they might have gotten into town. So I guess they concluded they disappeared while in Okinomiya.
The police were saying that they were going to expand their search to Okinomiya in the morning. In town. It makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Reika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then Reika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then, what did she say? Oh, right. If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog, too, I think. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been Reika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it. I'd selfishly pushed my anxiety on Reika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back to them. I should have asked her for more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Reika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off and play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch.
I don't think she'd go into town. You think so too, Keiichika? I agree. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan must have disappeared in Hinamizawa.
Looked back at Rena, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway.
I'm going to rinse this out.
She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she would say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Anna didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. The water flowed down onto our bento boxes. During that time, Anna didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
The whole thing about Rika-chan and Satoko-chan going to town to play and then disappearing, that didn't make sense for some reason, so I decided to investigate a little bit myself.
Who did you ask? What did you ask them about?
I asked the Lady Society all kinds of things. There were a lot of tofu in the miso soup yesterday, remember? The old lady from the Tomita tofu shop came too.
The Tomita tofu shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
The old lady says she remembers Satoko-chan stopping to buy tofu there on her way home from school.
Tofu? Well, it's on the way home, right? How is that a clue?
Just listen. Do you remember when we went to Rika-chan's house?
Dena stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room.
There was a pot on her gas cooker, and there was miso soup in it. I think there was probably about half of it inside. The rest of it was in the refrigerator. You must have been planning to make chilled tofu. It was on the plate in plastic wrap.
As Anna explained, she walked around as if she was really going through Rika-chan's room. Still, Anna, why does this matter?
Keiichi-kun, when you make miso soup, you put the tofu in last. That means Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, whoever was cooking, was standing there making it up until right before dinner time.
Right up until dinner time? Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
The trash in the countertop bin was put there really awkwardly, too. Rika-chan makes most of their food and lunches, but occasionally Satoko-chan does, too. So Satoko-chan was cooking that night.
So that means that Satoko at least didn't go somewhere to play? She was preparing dinner?
Yeah. Then I took a look at the rice cooker, and there was rice for two still in there.
So she made dinner for both of them, but neither of them ate it? Is that it? Dena nodded.
So next I looked in the fridge. There was some chilled tofu made from the other day that they bought. That's not all either. There were a whole bunch of plates with side dishes for dinner, and all of them were in plastic wrap.
You usually plastic wrap things so you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them for breakfast or lunch.
That's right. Use plastic wrap to save leftovers for later. So the fact that they were in the fridge means that they didn't plan on eating them that night at least.
Is that what that means?
Keiichi-kun, think a little harder. Their dinner was totally untouched and wrapped up. What do you think that means?
Well, that means they didn't need to eat dinner anymore. So they would have gone out to eat or ordered takeout.
It must have been really sudden, too. If they had decided to do that beforehand, they wouldn't have made anything, but there was dinner for the two of them. That means that when Satoko-chan was making their dinner, they really thought they were going to eat it until right before they didn't.
So then, the theory about the two of them going out to play and then disappearing is wrong.
Yep. They disappeared after making dinner, and right before they ate it. Probably around 7 o'clock.
Where would they have gone at a time like that by themselves without eating?
That's obviously where this is leading. Keiichi-kun, do you remember? On their fold-out table, there were things like soy sauce and a chopstick holder.
There might have been something like that. I didn't remember.
The container for the soy sauce, it was empty. There wasn't even a drop left. Chilled tofu wouldn't taste good without it. So I looked under their sink for the larger bottle of soy sauce they have.
You sure know a lot about where they keep stuff.
I've been to Rika-chan's house and cooked for them before.
Then it cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression.
Then when I opened the cabinet, the big bottle of soy sauce wasn't there at all.
It wasn't there? But what does that mean?
Everything I'm going to say from here on out is Rena's idea. So please listen until the end without saying anything.
Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan also watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably lying down watching a variety show or something. Satoko put tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs.
I don't really know my neighbors that well. Would people be willing to give her the soy sauce?
Yeah, it's not all that uncommon in Hinamizuwa.
So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited, though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So then Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person would have replied with something like this. We have plenty of food here, so you should come too, Satoko-chan. Rika-chan has already eaten. I think that's how they called her out there. Satoko called Rika-chan a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too, and headed for the house where Rika-chan was. Okay, but this is already pretty strange. You don't normally make so much food that you can give it to people who suddenly arrived at your house. A veteran housewife would normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra people. Could it have just been a coincidence that they made too much?
It's still unthinkable.
Rena flatly denied me.
Since Rika-chan knew that Satoko-chan had worked really hard to make dinner for them, didn't she? I don't know who's talking right now. It could be either one of them.
No matter what kind of food she was offered, she wouldn't let Satoko-chan's dinner go to waste. This was all only circumstantial evidence in Rena's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple the situation bereft of clues. Then, where did Rika-chan go to get soy sauce? That was the heart of it. It would have been somewhere she'd been comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it suspicious that she'd been invited for dinner. So who was it? Rena slowly shook her head.
That's all for Rena's guesses. These are all just ideas, okay? Keep them secret from the police.
What is there to hide? Even if only half of what you say is right, it should be a good clue for all this.
Keiichi, this all means suspecting someone from Hinamizuwa. You can't suspect anyone without a really good reason.
Only in an anime could they go out and about with soy sauce, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know, it could be like how here in America, it's like, you go to your neighbor's, borrow a cup of sugar. So this could be like the Japanese equivalent. I saw a few girls coming over to rinse their bento boxes. Then I cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, and my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this, in my own way. Nana had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. So there should be something that only I, who know far more than Nana did, could deduce. Oishi-san said that last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizuwa. Nana might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the 4 of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tometake-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. There were only 2 left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprit bore their fingers on Shion, or the fangs, on Shion and me, they went after the mare, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I'd confessed my sin. Then what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan had being sacrificed after I'd told her everything was mortifying, but Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who would be the next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next time? Why? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I still could tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we'd confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I am the root cause of everything, I never once had that impression. Maybe it was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. That's another story though. Let's get back on track. They weren't the culprits going after Shion and me, or why weren't they? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be... was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over until everything got resolved. Well, lunchtime's over. Let me take a sip. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure, and then put an end to all of this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us. Maebara-kun, lunch is over. Go back to the classroom. At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. There was a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else, following the assigned route. Even when leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers, silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left, and then another, and in the end it was just Lena and me. I was supposed to escort Lena all the way to her house, but she declined. Will you be all right? It's not safe to go alone.
It would just be as dangerous for you to go home by yourself after bringing me back, Keiichi-san. Keiichi-kun? It's still light out anyways. I'll be fine.
I see. Then be careful, okay?
Yeah. Huh? Isn't that a policeman?
Lena pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. From out of the car came Oishi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin. Lena, you should go. If you get involved with him, you'll be here for hours.
But what do the police want with you? With you?
Lena's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Reika-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hasn't asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the truth. Pardon? I'm not the culprit.
I know that.
That said, I can't say that I'm totally uninvolved with this accident. Lena simply listened, smiling like she always did, even though I had insinuated I was related to the accident. Incident. She didn't look at me like as though she were looking at something dirty. I'll tell you next time.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Get going then. Lena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Oishi-san, who walked over. Hello, hello! Welcome home, Maebara-san. Hello. It looks like your parents aren't here. My, was I in a bit of a spot? He came all the way to my house? I could only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back late. I think Dad got called out on business. I don't think he'll be back until later. I see. Well, that's convenient, I suppose. We can do this without giving your parents any strange ideas. Oishi-san pulled my back, prompting me to walk, or pushed it, rather. It seemed like he wanted me to get in the car. Are you taking me to the police station? I wasn't a culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling. No, I just don't want to stand around talking. We could just talk in the car, that's all. Come now, don't be shy. He opened the back door and urged me inside. You know, like, he's not a touchy-feely creeper, but he is like a very creepy cop detective. They kind of keep switching between the two. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. But I also wouldn't say he's like right in the middle of good and evil, I would say. Like he's a very big gray area. Oh yeah, just come sit in my car so we aren't standing. Oh, come on, it'll be okay, creeper. Yeah. But he's a cop, so what are you gonna do? The inside of the car has been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned out only rarely. Oh? Is it too cold? I'll turn the car off. He turned off the engine and it suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, snuck inside. Quack, 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 quack. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. Gives me good cop vibes, but I got a feeling he'll throw you under the bus once you get... Yes, absolutely, 100%. Yeah. For a few moments while listening to these voices, I myself lamented the days that had been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first. How is the investigation going? The investigation? Of what? There have been so many. What do you mean? All of them. Well, all right then. They're officially secret investigations and they're under a media blackout, but I'll let you in on them. Then, shall we start from the first incident? The freak deaths of Tometake-san and Takano-san on the night of Watanagashi. On this one, embarrassingly enough, we haven't made any progress at all. First of all, Tometake-san. There are indicators of his body that he was assaulted by a group of people, but we had no explanation for him clawing out his own throat and dying. We suspect an overdose from a stimulant or something, but we didn't detect anything. How about Takano-san? The same. We're in the dark. Autopsies for those who were burned to death are real tough. We believe she was doused with gasoline after she was strangled. That one falls under the Gifu Prefecture's police department. They haven't been very cooperative, even though it happened in our own territory. Oh, that's not really relevant, though. So the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably? Nonetheless, the times when the incidents occurred have been generally placed after the festival ended. It is a bit uncertain in Takano-san's case, but the likely prospect is that she was murdered at about the same time as Tometake-san, then dumped in the mountains in Gifu. Why would they bring a dead body all the way to the mountains, much less naked? They should have just brought Tometake-san out there too. Oh my Bada-san, you're quite sharp, you know that? Of course, I do believe that is something we need to be attentive of. There are a bunch of other suspicious things, but this is about all I can tell you at this point. How about the mayor? Have there been any clues? Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on me. We investigated his movements on the day he disappeared. We didn't find anything that could provide any clues, but I'll tell you about it anyway. The mayor, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently, he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. People who have lived a long time have an unusual amount of pride, so the mayor hadn't been telling anyone he was going in a proctological list at a certain university hospital in Shishibone. On the day he disappeared, he had an appointment for a checkup, so he went out first thing in the morning. Even I knew that big hospitals like university hospitals had a really long waiting line. Apparently, people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment. His exam ended at 1 p.m. After that, he ate a light meal in the hospital restaurant and passed the time reading a magazine. We know this because of a receipt we found in his wallet at his house. There was nothing suspicious at all about it. That day, he had planned to go to a meeting in the assembly hall in the evening. He was supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare. But while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident. Seems it delayed him a bit. He only got back to his house right before the meeting was scheduled to start. His family witnessed a very hectic mayor leaving to go to the assembly hall at the shrine. What was the meeting about? He disappeared on his way back home, right? The 3 families and the essential members of the town assembly were at the meeting. We think they were discussing how to deal with the serial freak death incidents that had happened again this year. So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. Huh? What's the matter? I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it just that surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I had only realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi Maebara? You just realized something. Something important! The night of the Wata Nagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Tometake-san died. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital. Ate something. And then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of Wata Nagashi until he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. He couldn't have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maebara? Why does that matter, Keiichi Maebara? Kei-chan? What should I do? What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything. That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse, also that someone saw us and was out to get us. Right. What then? Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled, then told me if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose and fell. What are you figuring out, Keiichi? So then, what does that mean? Hey, Keiichi Maebara, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned about the incident from a phone call her father made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anyone where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out. Then everybody left. No one saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant... Maebara-san, are you all right? If you're too hot, I can turn on the air conditioner. Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I not think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape. Maebara-san, are you in there? Yeah. Oishi-san lit yet another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen for that long? I've tried to tell you everything I know. In return, feel free to tell me anything you want, Maebara-san. My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender. And I couldn't think. Now, don't climb up again. If there is any misunderstandings, I'd like to clear them up first. I don't think you're the culprit here or anything. Oishi-san gave his best attempt at an adult smile. I know the four of you snuck into the ritual storehouse that night. Everyone in the village heard rumors about it by the next day. That in itself means we should take you in for trespassing, but that isn't the problem. It's what was inside. What was inside that made the people who snuck in there end up as sacrifices? There wasn't anything. As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore. Was there really nothing in there? I mean, everyone who went in is being sacrificed one by one, you know. Even the mayor and Rika-san, who switched the lock on the door, were sacrificed. What was inside that could have caused such terrible things to happen? I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all along, but again, that didn't matter anymore. There were just a lot of torture devices that were used a long time ago. I looked around at them with everyone. Was that really all? That was really all. There was nothing terrible in there that would make you keep silent? Like a pile of psychoaddictive drugs? Maybe a secret poppy workshop. Perhaps there were mountains of Soviet or Chinese handguns? There weren't any suspicious wooden boxes or containers packed in there? There was nothing as exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I'd seen some crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened. We put in a request for a search warrant, thinking that there might have been some secrets hidden in that storehouse. It's been a sabotage of the century. They said it would be an insult to religious figures and something about the right to free religion in the Constitution. Jeez. That's why I really didn't have any other recourse but to ask you since you went in there. There really was just old, rusty, dusty torture equipment. Nothing else stood out. Then Tometake-san and Takano-san were only killed as a punishment for having broken the taboo? I didn't have an answer for the only part. I suppose I won't bother hiding it anymore. You're the only one to escape harm so far. Everyone but you has disappeared, and yet you alone are safe. What's the difference between you and them that would protect you but bring harm to the others? That's what I want to know. There is something wrong with what Oishi-san was saying. You alone. You alone. What? Wait a second. What do you mean by you alone? I'm saying that you alone have been left alive, right? Out of the 4 people who tiptoed in the storehouse for ritual implements, I mean, the only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was still... Jiro Tometake-san and Mio Takano-san died that night, and Shion Sonozaki disappeared the next day. Only you are still safe and sound at this point. Why only you? I'm saying that's what I want to know. Shion disappeared? That's impossible. I unintentionally raised my voice, but I didn't care about that. Tometake-san died. Takano-san died. And Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What was this guy talking about? Oh, well, no. I thought you were long since aware of this. This is the first I've heard of it. Shion disappeared? When? Well, going back a bit, she disappeared the day after Watanagashi. Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand. Shion Sonozaki spends the night at relatives' houses depending on her mood on any given day, so no one thought much of not knowing where she was. She frequently takes days off from school, too. Her teacher has been pretty troubled by it. I didn't ask about any of that. I'm asking you when Shion disappeared. I told you it was the day after Watanagashi. The fluids in my body all reversed direction. Man, first it was a shiver and now it's going the other way. I lost my sense of balance and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared? Then, that night, that phone call. Who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. She vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been a phone call with Shion. It should have been a phone call with Shion. She took breaks from class like it was nothing, and her family wouldn't listen when I told them. So I didn't bother calling the school in the end. So it ended up taking quite a while before we realized she'd disappeared. I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well. Don't you remember? We talked at the library the day after Watanagashi. Shion-san was there then. That was the last we saw of her. No one knows where she's been since. That can't be. That day, Oishi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that night? Her job was at a restaurant called Angel Mort, right? She hasn't been there since that day. She's been completely absent ever since. The person at the restaurant couldn't get in touch with her. He was really worried. That can't be. It can't be. It's only circumstantial evidence, but after she left us at the library, but before she made it to work. I think it's appropriate to consider her having disappeared during that time. Right after Shion ran away without me? It seems that you didn't know. Maybe if you had said something earlier, this would have gone more quickly. Now you understand, right? You're the only one left. You're the only survivor of the 4 who slipped into the ritual storehouse. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. If something else happens, it would happen to you. I need you to understand that, Maebara-san. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared? That couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. From Shion. Shion has long since disappeared. Next will be you. Then, who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? It can't be! Dun dun dun! Oh my gosh, it's still going. Okay. I lay down on the couch and stayed there, dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think of anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. Imagine Keiichi talking to some ghost on the phone these past nights, right? Wait, I gotta send a message real quick. Bah. Okay. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared. Would she still call me? Where were they calling from? And who were they? I guess we'll have to see, huh, Kei-chan? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi Maebara. Oishi-san admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Oishi-san didn't know about and have been there ever since? Shion and I are both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she wouldn't go in order to hide. That must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her and why he labeled her as a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then my right hand moved on its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little. Don't just convince yourself of the most convenient possibility, Keiichi Maebara. I know I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do. Still, don't run from this, Keiichi. If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that would give me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. I would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who? Who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could have only been Shion. There was someone, though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind, like being questioned about sneaking into a ritual storehouse and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else could have... Why, though? Why would Mion? I thought back to the things about the Sonozaki family that I had heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, and in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included the things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched at my head. Courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It would be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful. Be careful. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to do this. 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 There it is. At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the phone call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi. Yet, until the day, she'd been calling me like nothing happened. Now again, tonight, the people that had disappeared, their corpses simply hadn't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Of course, that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ringing. Man, I guess nobody here owns a voicemail. I didn't want to pick it up, but if I didn't have to. I was just concluded, though, that not doing this so wouldn't solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, I would pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? That probably would be the safest thing to do. What was I most afraid of was the person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? If I just made sure to be careful, that should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tometake-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi. I'm surprised his parents didn't show up. It's like, Keiichi, pick up the gosh dang phone! Hello? Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion.
Ah, Keiya-chan? It's me. It's Shion.
My momentary, convenient, and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this. Oh wait, no, they are still away, huh? Never mind.
Took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home, and I was about to hang up.
Sorry. I was just in the bath.
Did your family not pick up for you? Could your parents be out right now, Keiya-chan?
I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information that I was currently the only one at my house. Well, no, they're not really. Anyway, have you heard about Rika-chan and Satoko?
No.
What happened after that? Were they found? Nah, they weren't found.
Keiya-chan, please don't lose hope.
If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect of a Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear.
Rika-chan and Satoko,
they were kidnapped, weren't they?
yes.
I don't think there's much doubt. Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold? Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. This is the second time you let people know you're home alone, Keiichi, shaking my head, right? Like, you need to practice on your lying, Keiichi-chan. That cruel meaning behind her words. Rika-chan and Satoko were... no, I mean... I'm sorry. About the mayor. What do you think happened after he was kidnapped? Do you think he's still alive? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she was given that question, a terrifying response, in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared at that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however much I talked about the mayor, I think he was killed. Hey, wait. That was quick. I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them alive like they are. As long as they're not hostages, it would be the most practical to kill them once you're done with them. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly? Kill them. This is a new track, hello? Huh. Kill them. So readily. I mean, what's a human life or two anyway? It's a horrible thing, but I think that's probably what happened. If the mayor was killed, then that mean the same would happen to Rika-chan and Satoko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. They couldn't kill them so readily. It's probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan ended up the same way. Keiichi is about to die. That's what OST is telling us, Malkus. I don't know. This... Oh my gosh, like, this is giving me, like, RPG vibes, weirdly. So he's just about to just fight the phone. Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own, even though it didn't change anything. I still couldn't help but scream. This time, the tears flowed. I'd been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I'd been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in, even my voice gave out, and still yet I cried. And cried. Kei-chan, please, just try and calm down. Rika-chan and Satoko, they've been killed. We couldn't even find the remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If this was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it. What are you going to gain by doing that? They're definitely going to target you and me next. Please, I'm asking you, get a hold of yourself. Please. Please. Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why? 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 Why kidnap someone and then kill them? Screw curses. Are people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this. You're right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon. I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was a magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment. Hey, Shion, please tell me, why did Hinamizawa start needing someone to die on the night of Wata Nagashi? That's what I'd like to know. The fighting over the dam project is already over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed already? Why is that? Why? Is there a reason? Say it now! I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. There was not simple questions. This was interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop crying. I understand how you feel, Kei-chan. I really do. The dam wars ended a long time ago, yet murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Oyashido-sama's curse. Why? Why is it happening? Some of them had nothing to do with this, and some of them didn't deserve to be cursed, so why? Why? That's what I'm asking you! I want to know that as much as anyone! Both of our ragged voices could be heard over the phone. Listen, Oyashido-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, everyone in the village is using a grand name of Oyashido-sama's curse as a justification of continuing these murders and disappearances every Wata Nagashi. They are cunning. They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made a system where they would get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year. And this year, that system killed Takano-san and Tometake-san. Then why wasn't that enough? Why did the mayor and Mika-chan and Satoko have to get killed too? I don't give a shit about the past. The only thing I care about is why Eureka-chan and Satoko needed to be killed. Why is that? I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know? Why even her? Why? A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while. Kei-chan, please, stop being mean. A sob. Was Shion crying? I don't have any idea what's going on either. Everything changed when we met and went into the ritual storehouse that night. It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding. When I heard that Takano-san, Tometake-san had been killed that night, I doubted my ears. Then I realized it instantly. I realized what sort of position I was in now. The 4 of us snuck in there. Kei-chan, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven. When I thought about that, it made my chest so tight. It was so terrifying. You know that feeling, Kei-chan, don't you? There was nothing fake about her words. They'd even understood how I felt. That's why I confessed everything to old man Kimiyoshi. All of us entered the forbidden storehouse. It was just a little bit of fun. We knew we shouldn't have done it, but it really had just been for fun. It was only a bit of exploration, that was all. Takano-san and Tometake-san, who went in with us, were killed shortly afterwards. They met such miserable ends. Since that day, I'd been living in fear of when I would be attacked. There was nobody except old man Kimiyoshi who would help me. So I asked him to save me. Old man Kimiyoshi, he wasn't mad. He smiled and said, if you're really sorry, Shion-chan, then you'll never be demoned away. He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mare's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, did I let my emotions take over and go off at her? Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, don't forget Keiichi Maebara. Don't forget about the mayor on the morning after Wata Nagashi. He was told of Takano-san and Tometake-san's death over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said. When did you let the mayor know? I'm sorry, Shion. It must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but Shion, you told him, right? You told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor.
Yes.
When did you let him know?
Eh?
I'd begun to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me. Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for a treatment?
Kei-chan? What does that have to do?
Please, answer me. If you didn't know, then just say so. There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she replied, I knew that. He had hemorrhoids. It looked like sitting down was really hard for him. He was going to the hospital. You know which hospital, right? I'm sorry, I don't know that much, but...
Kei-chan, what does that have to do with...
Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess something. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans. I want to ask you straight. Shion, when did you tell the mayor everything? When and where? Your answer doesn't have to be precise, but please give me one.
Kei-chan, what are you talking about?
Why are you asking that? Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the real Shion. It was impossible. The day the mayor disappeared, from dawn until he vanished, there was no opportunity for you to contact him.
Eh? That's...
The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital all by himself without telling anyone. Shion, you just said you didn't know what hospital he went to, so you couldn't have contacted the mayor until he got back. Isn't that right? His train back was delayed by an accident, and he didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start. So there was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either. I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Did you attend it and tell him there? If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left. After the meeting was over, the mayor disappeared on his way home. Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she? Or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response.
Actually, with the meeting,
You didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day. I'll say it more directly. You haven't been since you were at the library together.
Kei-chan, well...
Shion Sonozaki disappeared the day after Wata Nagashi. The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there. Oishi-san says you've been missing. Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Shion's sobs were torturing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything wrong. Please, Shion. If something I said was wrong, please say so. Shion, I'm begging you. Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor, but if you did see him, if Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that meant, then you saw him after the meeting. In other words, it could have been right before he disappeared or else afterwards. Oh. Man, that's a lot of he's. And I can't have them go faster either. I'm gonna take a sip while you're going over there heeing. Oh. Beep. Beep. Went the dial tone. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she had hung up on me. Well. Oh. It's the end of the chapter. How dare you do this to us? So, didn't have enough time to finish this, I guess. But now I know that these later ones are going to be a little bit longer. So we will have to save this for another time, I guess. We might do it tomorrow, because tomorrow I'm kind of focusing on having it be just like finishing up things. Let me go over to the just chatting screen. But that was fun. It was very interesting how much longer this one is going than the first one was, but I mean, considering the first one is free and the other ones you have to pay for, it makes sense. But I hope you guys had fun. I'm excited to see the rest of the events of this chapter being written out. I'm very, very excited. You clipped my laugh. I wasn't even doing that good of a laugh. I'll have a better one next time we do Higurashi. But for now, I shall go ahead and get this ready so that way we can raid Mooncalf Peach. She has just started. She's not officially debuted, but she's a good friend. And if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't be in this position of streaming. She's given me the confidence I needed in life. But yeah, I hope to see you guys all tomorrow. We're definitely gonna be finishing Light Eat because there's only that one chapter, and that should only take like maybe an hour or two, and then we will decide between either from there continuing Katamari, or we will continue this because I'm not sure how much time's gonna be left. So it could go either way. It could go either way. But anyway, hope you guys had fun. I don't know of a good little raid message to do, so we will just do what should we do? We'll just do Smol Dragon raid. I am Yandere raid. Actually, that is a better idea. Let me copy that from ya. There we go. Okay, grab that. It's starting. I hope you guys had fun. Bye. You guys are the best.